Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical issues. Once again, I am the RedBaron at Baroncast, and with me is Dinh at Epic Gamer. Pretty excited. We get to see your brother playing tonight.
Yeah, you get to see my brother playing. So, see how they do. They did really well last week. I was watching it from home actually, and I was surprised on how well they did. So,
Yeah, it was a pretty close series. Curse looked like they were, potentially going to run away with it.
yeah, especially
early on.
especially after the first game, like, oh my god, what's happening? And then game 2, game 3, I felt like they did a good job out picking and just controlling the game all the way through. So they pulled out ahead.
Well, we do have TSM. Once again, they are the Killing Spree winners, and then they are going against Convergence Gaming. Convergence, it is PhantomLord's new team, so they're pretty new. A couple of names you'll probably recognize. Only Jaximus, he was on UNR some. Pheerme, I recognize, but I don't know if what team he was on, or if that's just a name that I recognize. But they are pretty new. We were actually talking earlier. You were kind of talking about how newer teams, you'll tend to focus on AOE kind of team comps because it does allow you to coordinate a little bit easier. You can force objectives as opposed to having to work out other map control issues. So do you think that kind of strategy might work out for Convergence, or with TSM's penchant for champs like LeBlanc and Maokai, would that be pretty difficult for them?
Oh, the whole thing I was talking about earlier is, I was saying, if they're going to win, they should focus around an AoE comp, because as a new team, you're not going to have all that coordination that you would have built up as a team. You wouldn't be on like a point with like timers and buff control, dragon control, etc. And especially if you're like a little bit behind, they're going to start warding deep and they're going to start invading really hard. With an AoE comp, you're very, very prone to group up all the time anyways, so when you're getting pressed really hard and they're warding in your forest and picking you off, you can group up and you can still team fight. Because you think about it this way, okay, you have a champion that ults for maybe 500 but hits 5 people versus a champion that ults for 800 and hits 1 person. You get a bunch of champions that hits R at the same time. It's an easy way to turn around a game, especially if you're a less experienced team or you feel like your team's not as good. It keeps you in the game if you have like a good synergizing team comp.
Okay. Well, do you think that we might see a Maokai ban or a LeBlanc ban? Because I would think against an AoE comp, those kind of roaming kind of map control champions would do particularly well, particularly Maokai with the anti-AoE.
The way I feel about picks and bans at this point is, for Convergence, they either have a team comp they already have in mind that they've been practicing. They're not too worried about being banned out because as a newer team, the sight's not really set on them. So teams wouldn't start researching you until you start winning. For bans and picks, for TSM, they would just go, all right, these are the champions that we don't like dealing with that perform well against what we think we want to run. And everything else is just like kind of pick and ban as you go. That's more of like an advanced strategy. You kind of have a certain pool of champion that I spoke about last time that you're comfortable playing with. And around that, you kind of just choose the one that you think would do well against the other team. And then you ban out the ones that you think would do well against that.
Okay. Well, right off the bat, we see a Cassiopeia ban and then an Ahri ban. Both, pretty strong casters. I see Ahri banned all the time. She does have good pick-off potential. Cassiopeia, of course, is one of the strongest AP champs in the game. While we're kind of getting into this, we kind of jumped right into this ban stage. We want to make sure everyone knows if you go to Facebook and find IGN Pro League, we'll have it up on our IGN.com/IPL, I'm sure. But if you go to Facebook and like IGN Pro League, right on that front page, we're giving away 5 $25 RP cards. So definitely check that out. That's a nice little giveaway. And then also, if you tweet at IGN Pro League, tweet this match so you can get people in here to watch this match. Then we do give away a IGN Pro League sweatshirt, a Razer mouse pad, which is this nice mouse pad that I'm using here. We'll probably show it later. And then also a Riot NASA skin. We're giving all those things away. So definitely Facebook and like IGN Pro League, and then Twitter. We look at the rest of the bans, and we do see a LeBlanc ban, and then Rammus, who's definitely really strong kind of mobility jungler, and then Sona and Shen from TSM.
I think that Rammus ban was just kind of like a, what do we ban? I don't know. We already got Reggie taken care of. I probably would have banned Ziggs anyways because, Reggie's been playing a lot of Ziggs. And I feel like he's going to pick it up this game regardless just because he's been playing him so much. He's in that comfort zone with Ziggs at this point. So I felt like that Rammus ban, I don't see OddOne play Rammus too much, and he's not really known for his Rammus. So leaving Rammus open would have allowed his team to potentially pick it up, Convergence to potentially pick it up, and there's no guarantee the TheOddOne's going to pick them up either. So.
And just as a reminder, we're actually playing on the live tournament realm, so this is the most recent patch. Clearly we saw the Shen ban because of just how strong he has been proving himself to be. And I would actually really like this if if Convergence is going to pick up Ziggs, because like you said, Reginald really just enjoying the excellent poke he provides, great burst damage.
Yeah.
I like to joke with people. We had an interview with Reginald, just quick over Skype, and I was asking, when Ziggs came out, I was asking him, so what do you think about Ziggs? He seems like he's really fit for your playstyle, like he's going to be really strong. And he's like, oh, I have no idea what he does or anything. I haven't checked out the patch notes or anything. And so now when he's playing him all the time, I like to joke and tell people, oh, well, of course I was the one who told him about Ziggs, even though,
So I think it was a pretty valid strat, since Convergence does have first pick. And I think they did some research too, so they kind of know that Reggie wanted Ziggs, so they picked him up too. So I thought that was a pretty sneaky little thing that they just did. I feel like... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like Convergence is probably going to pick up Lee Sin. Like, when I see only Jaximus play, it feels like his best jungler, if he's jungling this game, is Lee Sin. So he's not in a rush to pick it, of course, because Maokai is picked. So he can either hide that pick or just pick it later on. It's just up to their team and what they want to reveal about their composition.
I'm kind of curious. I'm assuming that PhantomLord is going to be playing Ziggs, but he was always kind of known as, he was the guy that only played Karthus, really.
Yeah.
He didn't really do that well with other champions. Karthus has a very unique play style. Ziggs, kind of similar to a degree, but really not at all. Like, they're just completely different champions. So I'm curious how PhantomLord's kind of developed as a player and how, he will handle a champion who has a unique play style like Ziggs.
It feels like definitely like any AP player, switching from AP to AP, as long as you get a good like 15-20 in, you can get down the skill sets pretty solidly. So I'm not too worried in him being able to perform well. It's but you gotta be careful. That Maokai is gonna be pretty deadly. Like, Maokai Rise is actually a really, really strong combo outside of Maokai LeBlanc. So you think of it like Twist Advance, and Reggie will just throw a big lightning ball and do the chain lightning, and then he's going to stun him after or trap him. So that's just a lot of CC and a lot of damage. So Ziggs naturally doesn't have a lot of HP. He has a lot of mobility in getting away, but you can't really use your knockback to get away if you're rooted. So I'm a little worried for him.
Yeah, and with the movement speed buff that Jan is giving everyone, I guess TSM, they always are kind of that aggressive counter jungling team. That might be something that we see coming into play, where they're just looking to really control the buffs. We do have Lee Sin and Rumble, so I'm actually kind of enjoying their team. The one concern that I'm having is how is Kog'Maw going to fare, but I guess they do have the range and the kind of soft disables to keep people off of Kog'Maw.
I feel like overall the team comp, it looks pretty good right now. Rumble's got a lot of spacing. He can like throw down his ultimate, create like a line of space for whoever he needs to protect. Maybe like it's Cog or Ziggs, and Cog can do the same too. So that's just a lot of like AoE slow just across the field. So to get across is going to be pretty hard. So I can imagine like Rise, MF, Yorick not wanting to go. I can see Maokai just jumping across all of it because Twist Advance isn't hindered by anything laying on the ground. He can just jump over all. So depending on how the team fight breaks out, it should be pretty interesting.
Okay. They did pick Yorick. There had been some talk that Yorick might be buffed in the future, which would be kind of interesting, particularly for people who already use him, since he already is a pretty strong laner, particularly against people who don't have a good, strong lane sustainability like Rumble, who, before he can get that Hex deck, really is kind of weak the first couple of levels in the game. Do you think that Yorick's just going to go top and try and shut out Rumble for a little bit, or do you think that maybe they'll send Rise up there, since Rise does pretty well against those kind of bruiser kind of champions?
Well, just judging from the summer spell, you can already tell that Rainman wants to go top, because you kind of want the teleport as furthest away from Dragon, so you can just like jump in there and do some surprise Dragon or surprise counter gank. So it's just a matter is are they going to send Rumble top? And most likely they are. So you're going to see Yorick Rumble top lane, Soraka Cog bottom versus MF Janna. I think MF Janna is actually, I think the reason why Chaox or Chaos or Chaox picked MF was I think Soraka was their third pick, and on the next rotation he's probably thinking, oh, it's a healer. Let's get a healing debuff. So he doesn't really need to run Ignite against that team. So that puts some... You don't really need to run as many Ignites, so you can open that up for a different summoner. So you don't really see bottom lane with an Ignite. So I think that's the reason why I picked MF too.
Yeah, I mean, it also, MF goes along well with their highly mobile team. She's, you know, kind of an all-in-one team fight kind of champion. She's got the great movement speed. It could be a very aggressive game from them. And then her auto attacks, you know, they are pretty short range. So, you know, synergizes okay with Yorick. The short range kind of makes it difficult. But we do see a very mobile team. So I would expect to see lots of aggressive play towards taking control of the map early in this game.
Like, one thing also is when Yorick makes a clone of MF, when MF gets her W up, I think that's the one that puts a makes each additional attack hit harder. I do believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the clone will also stack that up too. So the clone will be doing additional damage. Like when you're thinking of like champions that synergize with Yorick, you're thinking of champions with long attack range, so you can keep on chasing down that champion and the clone won't die either. Or you want a clone that can continually apply debuffs or like silver bolts. And so like the whole synergy with like MF and Yorick isn't too bad in this case.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that now, actually, because I kind of just assumed that until MF dies and takes the place of the clone, that you know, her W wouldn't count because it's an ability. But I'm wondering if that's actually true, because you're right, that would be, you know, a pretty good function.
It's a passive ability, so I do believe that it's going to be stacking. So, you know, if MF hits and the clone hits, now you're going to get double the effect on the next hit. And the clone should be able to get that effect too. But I haven't tested it out. This is just on theory. That's my reasoning why I think they're using that combination.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll definitely have to see. They definitely have a nice long-range team, and the kind of concern would be for someone like Rumble, how well Janna would do against him if they're trying to engage. He does have the ultimate, which can, you know, slow the team, so it's not like completely countered by Monsoon. But once Rumble's ultimate's down, a lot of that, you know, team fight potential is kind of gone. Though Ziggs does have a lot of poke, and, you know, to go along with Soraka and Cog, they have a lot of excellent long-range damage that they can go. But we will go to an ad. We'll be right back in a second with game number 1, TSM versus Convergence.
Don't you want then borderless or full screen? Oh, gotcha.
Hello, everyone. Once again, this is the RedBaron at BaronCast. With me is Dinh. As I said earlier, check out Facebook for IGN Pro League, and if you follow us, then there's a little thing on the page where we're giving out 5 $25 RP cards. We are in the game TSM versus Convergence, and it's kind of interesting. Chaox just kind of tiptoeing around here. We do see Reginald coming down here to potentially come invade by these mini golems, since you know, blue side, it is pretty common for them to want to take that.
Yeah, one of the like more common things is, I think it's just been developed over the last couple of months, is it seems like bottom lane almost always take the double golem, so a lot of times purple they kind of just assume there's going to be at least 2 people there, so it's a very good potential for picking off 2 free people in that case. And right here, Rumble is actually on the they just missed Rumble. I felt like if they saw Rumble, that
Oh
would've been,
wow,
my-
Rise flashing in. They're gonna pick up the kill on Pheerme right off the bat.
That was actually a really good pickup. Like they burnt a lot of flash, but it's totally worth it for that first blood. And really, like the first 2 minutes of the game is pretty passive, and by about the 3rd and 4th minute, the flash is going to be up, so they're in no immediate danger. But of course, they do have a Lee Sin. If Lee Sin gets a good positioning off, not having that flash can actually result in a kill. So, like a lot of times when people invade and they burn a lot of summoners and they pick up a kill, that would prompt me as the enemy jungler that just got picked off to actually gank the lanes that burnt all their summer spells. Because naturally, if you just burnt it and your team still has it, you're going to be a lot weaker and you're open to being ganked. So let's see if Lee Sin's going to take advantage of mid and bottom that both just burnt their summoner spells.
Yeah, and the thing I kind of liked about that whole engage was Chaox kind of dancing around, trying to get their attention so that his team could position themselves. I'm a little bit surprised that Pheerme wasn't able to get out of there, but we'll see. You know, Lee Sin, he did go after his blue, so he is making his way down here. He probably could get level 3, they're level 2, and get that gank off with the red buff.
Yeah, like the reason why Soraka actually died was, I think she has flash, right? So she did not see the Rise, because the Rise was on the bottom side of that crevice that leads to blue side's tower, so she did not see him, and just based off of what she sees, there's no CC, so she felt like she was in no immediate danger, so she kind of just walked back instead of flashing, so Reggie was able to just flash in and root her, and which resulted in the kill.
Now, what's your thought on the Yorick Rumble matchup? Because I know, you know, Rumble, like we said, is pretty weak early, and Yorick is just going to get off a lot of ranged harass. Do you think he's going to be able to, you know, generally be okay through these early couple of levels, or is that going to be kind of difficult for him?
What I feel like is Yorick is definitely going to win this matchup before Rumble gets the Revolver. Even after the Revolver, Rumble might be a little weak just because it's now 12%. I think before it was actually up to 20% or 15. I don't know the exact number, but it's 12% now. So even then, Yorick might still be able to win the lane, but once he gets that will, the lane should balance out. So it's just going to boil down to, is Yorick going to be able to deny Rumble enough farm that when he gets that will, he's going to be weak enough where he can continually harass him. And also, like, you got to keep in mind, Yorick, in order to heal, he's got a new creep. So the lane's going to be pushed continually. So if Lee Sin can get a good gank off, it's going to be pretty detrimental for Yorick because, you know, like a fed Rumble is going to do a lot of damage. Really, you don't want a fed Rumble in a team fight. And it's really going to hurt top lane in that case, too. So.
Well, and also with the long lane, you know, once Rumble feels comfortable in the lane and, you know, can get on you, it's kind of difficult to outrun Rumble.
Yeah, so that's just like the pros and cons of having like a Yorick up top versus a Rumble. You're going to win the earlier levels, but you're going to put yourself in danger. But you do see that early ward. I'm not sure who warded from, but I'm assuming it's either... I'm trying to look at the items and see who warded.
Yeah, I don't... It must have been Janna. I guess Janna walked up there.
I didn't catch you drop the word, but I think TSM does know that for Yorick to be effective, he's going to be continually pushing the lane. So having that early ward actually allows Rainman a lot of safety. He's going to allow him to continually push on Rumble and continually deny him farm and keep his farm up as well. So when Lee Sin actually goes up, he's going to be able to see that. That can be like, hey, it's a cue to go back. Oh, the ward actually just expired. So Rainman is in a little bit of danger because he's had that ward the entire time. So he doesn't feel too... Ooh.
Yeah, he actually saw that cue, Lee Sin kind of giving away his position there.
I felt like even if Lee Sin did go up, since he lost too much HP in the jungle, I felt like it wouldn't have been as effective anyways. But just throwing that cue because he knew Yorick was in there is actually... I, as Lee Sin, would have just waited around and just waited for Yorick to show himself because I would have assumed there's no ward. even though there potentially could have been, because, you know, like Yorick hasn't gone back to base, so like the chance of him putting another ward there was very, very unlikely. So once I see him again, I would have just snuck through the brush and looked for a gank then.
I was actually kind of surprised. We looked at mid a second ago, and Reginald was, I don't know, just kind of being abusive against Rumble. And, you know, Rise is definitely very strong in lane, but I kind of assumed that, you know, Ziggs would be able to use a little bit more of his range in order to, you know, keep himself safe and just kind of poke as Rise comes in. In the meantime, Maokai's coming in, and that's the slow from Yorick. They're going to get in. There's the flash from MisterImpossible. OddOne is definitely going to be able to pick up this kill. There's the ultimate, but he's going to go down. So excellent work there. And Maokai, OddOne, he actually is a little bit ahead of Jaximus here. You know, just juggling a little bit faster, and Jaximus hasn't really had any ganking opportunities yet.
Yeah, definitely, because every time he's tried to gank, there's just no opportunity. The one time he tried to gank Yorick, there was actually a ward there, and the expired ward actually prompted Rainman to just go hide in that brush, because one thing top lane likes to do is, you know, if you're not warded and your lane's totally pushed to tower, you hide in that brush so you can see the enemy coming. So that was actually really, that's a very, very good habit that Rainman's acquired.
Now, we didn't really talk about this earlier, but what can you give me your thoughts on this Cog mob pick? Because we haven't really seen Cog in a while, and generally speaking, I mean, Soraka does pretty well in lane, but with the, you know, recent nerf to Soraka, Cog will have plenty of mana, but against a really aggressive lane like Misfortune and Janna, he might struggle, and actually Jaximus coming in is able to get that blue, but actually I think OddOne picked it up, and he's definitely going to go down. I'm not quite sure what he was planning on doing there.
The thing with that is Lee Sin, a lot of times, in order to get from camp to camp faster, you just queue over. So I don't think he had an idea that they're actually doing blue on the other side. So it's just very easy to just throw Q and just double tap and get over. So he knew his blue was up then. He just didn't know that they're doing it. So, you know, he just say, hey, I'm going to jump over, get there as fast as I can, and just do this really quick. And he's like, oh man, surprise. And he just got killed.
And that's really the aggressive counter jungling, you know, kind of style of TSM. So if they're not getting wards into the river to kind of, you know, try and prevent that, keep a better eye on the enemy team, then it might be difficult. Particularly, Soraka actually has clairvoyance. Yeah, she does have clairvoyance. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that they haven't been able to keep a little bit better track of, you know, where the jungler is. But I guess we'll have to see. So Rise is going to be able to get this. Oh, Ziggs! Did he steal it? He did, I believe. Yes, he did.
That was very good. That was... I'm trying to find out if they actually had a ward there where he just blindly nuked it.
They have the ward that they saw Rise over the wall. Rise actually chasing after Jaximus here, and they're actually going after Dragon.
So that was actually a blind Zig ult. He had no idea what HP Blue was at, but...
I looked down at the map, and there was just like this fireball going across the map screen, and I was like, what the hell? Oh, that's Ziggs.
That's Ziggs. So that was really, really good timing on Ziggs' part. He knew that it was still up because there's a ward on the other side. So when Rise went there, it prompted him that, all right, Blue is almost dead. I should nuke this soon. Especially if Reggie hasn't started nuking, that means he's waiting for the last hit. So he just threw it in. So the chance of Ziggs getting it is actually very likely because his ult does a pretty big amount of damage, even at level 6. So Rise would actually have to get 2 nukes off to match that damage. And so if he didn't time it right, the odds of Ziggs getting it was actually not too uncommon.
So now, I was kind of asking a second ago, I really like the idea of Soraka for both Ziggs and Cog. They're both very mana-hungry champions. But can you talk about Cog some and their kind of choice for him early game? Because I recognize, the range late game, how that could really help them out. But early game, I feel like, they're definitely going to be a little bit behind having Cog on their team compared with the aggression of TSM.
Yeah, Cog is definitely one of my favorite AD champion that I've probably played pretty extensively. One thing I know about Cog is he's very, very...
Maokai actually coming in on PhantomLord, and he's going to drop really quickly. Will not have the flash, so he tries to bounce himself out of there, but he's going to go down.
Yeah, so that's one thing I was talking about. That double snare, he's going to be able... Rise is going to be able to get off a lot of damage if that double snare goes off. He's getting knocked back by Maokai, he's getting Twist Advanced on it, and then he's getting trapped again by Rise after. But getting back to the Cog matchup, like Cog is one of the champions that I'd probably played pretty much when I did play AD. And so one thing I know about Cog is he's a very, very weak laner, especially paired with a Soraka. When you pair a Cog with Soraka, what you're basically saying is, we're not going to win this lane. We're just going to try and hold the lane as close to tower as possible, keep us out of danger, and just get that farm up. Because Cog is actually one of the better scaling champions. But getting that farm is actually pretty hard just because he's not as strong, especially with a Soraka. So, you know, they didn't expect to win the lane. They just...
Oh, can Reginald get it? Flashing over the wall, trying to get in on Jaximus. In the meantime, PhantomLord's coming up behind him, so Reginald's taking a ton of damage. He's going to be able to pick up Jaximus, but PhantomLord able to pick up that kill with his nice little barrage there. I'm a little bit surprised. You know, the aggressive play, it's really nice, and you know he did get the kill. And you know, if he could have gotten away with that double buff, then clearly that would have been great. But I would think that because of the kind of team they would have, they'd want to play a little bit more conservative early on, particularly since they already have a lead, and just kind of roll with the lead.
Like, two things you can do when you already have the lead. Okay, one, you got to play safe, secure every single buff, and just press that advantage. Two, you just start invading and you just start counter jungling really, really heavily and just puts them even more behind. The second way will win the game a lot faster. The first way is a lot safer. So, you know, like definitely he got the kill, but, you know, he gave up a kill and assist, so it's probably not worth it. And the buff went to the champion that
Ziggs,
matters the most too. So, and the spree, so...
I think it's kind of interesting, top lane, it's generally been pretty passive. Actually, Yorick has a 2-level advantage on him because Rumble has been forced out of this lane, you know, for a lot of this early phase. So they haven't really been dealing with each other because Rumble just couldn't lane against him. Maokai coming down here because he's got the timer down, so we do have Rise as well. There's the teleport from Rainman, actually, so it is a nice 3v3. We have the Maokai twisted advance in, and wow, Rumble's going to go down really quickly. Can he get the flash over the wall? He does. But this is definitely not looking good for them. They'll probably be able to pick up this blue pretty safely now.
Yeah, definitely that's a free blue because Rumble is so low, he can't really contest it anymore. And Ziggs losing that blue doesn't matter as much because he already has one, even though it's about halfway. So, like I was saying earlier, having the Soraka Cog bottom, you're expecting to lose early. And you got to get that farm up because once you get that farm up, since you scale better, even if you're slightly behind in CS, you're going to be stronger just because you do so much more damage, just because his kit allows him for that. So you're probably going to see Cog lose for maybe another, I'd say, 5 minutes if everything else goes equal. But after that, I'd say in like maybe 10-ish more minutes, you're going to see Cog just laying out a lot more DPS, given if Convergence doesn't fall behind on their objectives.
So, you know, right now TSM, you know, clearly winning the laning phase. But if they have the opportunity to take down some of these towers and then potentially start roaming, do you think that that might be something they would go for, or try and extend the laning phase and extend that advantage? Or would they just kind of try and snowball around the map and push down towers and not allow Rumble and Cog and Ziggs an opportunity to farm?
Like, one of the things that TSM likes doing is actually been trying to do is take down towers, because the type of composition Convergence has doesn't allow for towers to drop easily. So any tower that TSM can get for free, they want it. Earlier, I think there's 2 people up top pressing on the tower, but Ziggs just threw his ultimate on, cleared the wave, and they had to back out. But TSM actually wanted that tower. Their goal right now is actually to take down as many towers as possible. It gives them a gold advantage, which makes their champion stronger, and also opens up the enemy's jungle for them to roam in and just continually counter-release in. So if they're able to take towers at this point, they want to, or at least I would want to.
And the real hard part is, you know, as we look at the farm here, not only is, you know, I mean, all these lanes going to TSM, you know, they just have very strong laning champions. And Yorick, that's the big lane. It's Yorick versus Rumble. Rumble's definitely a little bit behind in his farm, which, you know, he could struggle in these fights since he does need a couple of items in order to kind of get going.
So you see Yorick coming down because they do have a good dragon timer. So they're grouping up. Rayman, I do believe, does have... No, teleport's down, so that's why you walk down. You know, like, one thing is, you know, it's better to have 5 people there and secure dragon than just risk a 4v5. So Rayman is already winning top lane, so it's a lot safer to just secure that dragon. Lee
Sin getting a little bit slowed from Rainman, but they are going to be able to get out of there. Ziggs trying to steal it, but TSM was able to pick it up, so they have a 6k gold advantage right now. And Reginald with the blue buff versus Ziggs, and Ziggs is, again, a pretty mana-hungry champion. Not having the blue buff because TSM has been so aggressive, with that counter jungling is really going to hurt him. What do you think they might try and start doing? Might we see Cog and Soraka maybe leaving the bot lane some to try and secure those blues when they spawn? Or
Honestly, if I am Convergence, the only thing I have to worry about is stopping Baron right now. There's no way they're going to stop any dragon. The rest of the dragon is basically belongs to TSM. What they want to do is they want to keep the tower up for as long as possible, and they just want to farm, because if Cog gets strong enough, if Zig gets strong enough, they can hold off towers indefinitely, and they can pick and choose and have a really, really good fight. And if they can choose the right fight, they can make a comeback. But if they force Dragon at this point, being this far behind, not only are they going to give up Dragon, but they're going to give up additional kills. So if I am Convergence, I'd make sure I'd get my farm in as Cog.
Well, Jaximus, he is coming down in this bot lane. He's going to try and shield to Xinso, Xpecial is going to get out of there with the Whirlwind, though. And I was going to say, Soraka with the pink ward here to ensure that brush control, definitely helps them out since they do have a defensive lane. My next question, Wriggles and double Dorans. A lot of players, have been looking to do that in that bot lane. It is very strong early game. It gives you some nice stats, but the primary concern is that you're putting off a lot of your late game items. And yes, Cog probably needed, the Wriggles in order to sustain against Misfortune because it is a tough lane. But do you think not having those stronger items will affect their capabilities in these mid-game team fights, where TSM already has that advantage?
I feel like Wriggles in this case wouldn't help as much, because if you look at TSM's team comp, getting that Wriggles, getting that extra armor and lifesteal wouldn't help as much just against Ryze and Maokai. It's definitely going to help a little bit against Yorick some and MF some, but if being behind, I'd probably just gone straight for the big items. I think that he wanted to go those Wriggles just in case they had an opportunity for controlling Dragon, because you got to keep in mind, Lee Sin does Dragon really quick. You throw in a Wriggles too, it's going to go down even faster. But at this point in the game, there's no way for Convergence to take another Dragon. So
yeah, they're just going to come down here, grab this another blue. In the meantime, MF will probably be able to take that bot tower. A ton of damage going off of MisterImpossible from Ryze. Reginald doing an excellent job there. Ziggs, I guess, probably going to try and steal it, but the concern there is at level 1, I believe Ziggs' ultimate is like 150 seconds. So if he's constantly using it, and there he doesn't even get it, OddOne is able to pick that up. If he's constantly using it to try and steal those blues, they don't have that for those team fights, and it allows TSM to just be even more aggressive in that time period.
Honestly, right at this point, I feel like Convergence does not want to fight. If they're going to group up and fight, I feel like they're just going to...
Oh, Reginald coming in, stopping the teleport. MisterImpossible probably going to go down to that Ignite, just with the health pot and the shield, actually able to sustain himself there.
I think it sounded like Soraka used her ult too. Can you check her ultimate?
Yeah, her ult is down, so she did use her ultimate as well.
She actually used it while Rumble was still ignited, and
yeah,
I think
so
that pushed her. But I think it did push Rumble enough to not die to the Ignite, though. So it could have potentially been a really, really good ulti by Soraka.
And I mean, that is one of the things that, Soraka does provide them, even though it is kind of a weak bottom lane. Knowing that TSM was going to be so aggressive, moving around during the laning phase of the game, it kind of gives them a man-up advantage, though. That's really, the one kill has been the only time it's worked out for them, and it's not even getting them many kills. It's just preventing them from feeding TSM anymore.
Like, one thing I like is PhantomLord is getting a lot of farm in against Reggie. Reggie does have a kill over him and an assist, so in terms of farm-wise, Reggie is actually ahead due to all the dragons and the kills and the tower too, but as long as PhantomLord keeps his CS up and keeps it ahead of Reggie, when it comes down to the team fight, I feel like Ziggs is going to be doing most of the damage anyway, so it feels like if they're going to keep in the game, they're going to need Ziggs and Cog to get really big, because with those two champions, they're going to be able to hold off towers almost indefinitely. And if it's going to force TSM, if TSM gets a little antsy and goes a little aggressive in front of tower, they're going to be able to punish that. So I feel like if a turnaround's going to happen, that would be the scenario, or the best scenario.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have excellent range on their team, so they've got a lot of poke. They have great wave clearing capabilities, so they can kind of stall out the game. The big thing is just that they don't allow themselves to fall so far behind the TSM that it, doesn't even matter, that TSM can just walk all over them.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
So how do you think those late game fights will potentially be going? If Convergence can keep this game, kind of around the same range, not fall behind anymore, do you think that they will fare pretty well in these fights, can stall them out and just slowly wear down TSM?
I feel like as long as Convergence stops TSM
I'm not sure he's
going
to be able to get out of here, though. The flash from Rainman going to jump over that Rumble ultimate. He's still chasing him down. He doesn't have a lot of damage, so Rumble's getting away with the shield, just barely going to survive there. But once again, not able to farm. So back to the team fights.
Basically for the team fights, right, as long as Convergence does not get picked off, or if TSM does not pull so far ahead where they can continually split push, then I feel like Convergence can just keep on poking with Cog R, keep on poking with Ziggs, bombs, and mines, and TSM wouldn't be able to press. So it could be a very, very long, drawn-out game.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, if both teams just get so much items that the gold gap wouldn't matter. So there's a couple of ways of going about it. So I feel like with the way the game is going, you give it another 5 to 7 minutes, TSM's going to get another dragon, they're going to pick up Baron, and the gold advantage is going to start getting close to like maybe 14k-ish.
Yeah.
And at that point, I feel like they can just go send one man top in 4v5, and that one man can 1v2 if they choose to gank him. So
yeah,
if it
particularly that teleport on Yorick.
Yeah, if it gets to that point, you're just going to see TSM take down the remainder of the tower and start pressing slowly. Because one thing TSM's been working on is they've been working on pressing their advantage, knowing when to play safe, and just pressing that advantage when they're ahead. And you've been seeing that all game long continually. They've taken every single dragon, they've taken every single blue buff, and you're just going to see that keep on happening. So definitely within the next 5 minutes, you're going to see a lot of towers drop, Baron drop, and another dragon drop.
TSM has been absolutely spot on with their timers. They've been at everything as it's spawning, and just that aggressive presence, particularly Maokai and then Rise, hasn't really allowed Convergence an opportunity to defend these targets. And now they are kind of splitting up a little bit, being very aggressive, pushing all 3 lanes because of their strength currently.
So one thing you see Janna and MF heading towards mid. So what they want to do is they want to either press a tower or they want to take Baron. So a little misstep on MF there. She ran across the creep, so it kind of hinted Convergence that, all right, MF and Janna is around here. So what they want to do is they want to start doing Baron. So you might see TSM go for Baron if Convergence doesn't go towards it from the...
They should be able to Baron pretty safely, too. I mean... they do see them, but we had Cog and Soraka were bot. Cog did just recall. But they have a pretty tanky team, and then to go along with Janna, they could sustain pretty high during this Baron and kind of force an engage. The only concern, of course, is if they do let themselves get low. Reginald is actually going to be standing right here, and Jaximus and MisterImpossible are going to run right in. The flash in from OddOne, and this is going to be a really easy fight for them. They're going to be chasing down only Jaximus. There's 2 kills, and now I don't think there's a question about... I guess whether or not they're going to be pressuring Baron.
Yeah, that Baron's pretty much guaranteed at this point. And you got to keep in mind, PhantomLord actually uses
PhantomLord's
ult.
going to go down. There he goes. Chaox going to be able to pick up the kill. Going to chase after Xinso actually a little bit, but Rise taking some poke, but just baiting in Ziggs there, able to pick up the kill.
Like, I felt like risking for PhantomLord wasn't even necessarily there. I mean, necessary there. They definitely picked them up, but like one thing that I think TSM had forgotten was Ziggs already used his ulti to try and steal blue, so it was down. Had it been up, I think Reggie probably would have actually died.
And now they do have a Baron advantage along with that 14k advantage, exactly spot on. I think maybe a minute or 2 earlier of your perfect prediction there, but. TSM definitely pretty strong right now. I mean, but they do have a good stalling capable team. The Soraka mana. I haven't actually tried out Soraka or seen her in play, but I've heard that the mana now is just absolutely ridiculous, and that you can sustain your entire team.
I actually haven't. I'm not familiar with the new mana changes, but if that's the case, you're gonna see just Ziggs throwing down mines and bombs all day and stopping waves. But I still feel like that's not gonna stop TSM. They're just gonna peel out all the exterior tower. They can have Rain Man split push a lane. It's gonna force maybe 1 or 2 people to come and stop him because Rumble can't stop him because the last time he did, he almost died. So Rain Man's either gonna take a tower or he's gonna force a 3v4 mid. And when PhantomLord is trying to stop a wave, he can clear the creeps, but TSM is at the point where OddOne is tanky enough. Reggie has enough burst. Same with MF to just say, hey, you're gonna try and nuke this wave down, I'm gonna just dive on you and kill you instantly. So I feel like within the next 2 minutes, all the exterior towers is probably gonna drop, and they're just gonna start pressuring inhibs.
For how strong TSM has been, though, and how large their gold advantage is, Ziggs and, Cog, they are doing pretty well for themselves as far as farm. So, they will have that kind of potential in these teams. But here they're going to come down, just zone them off. And actually, this is probably, I guess, what we're going to see. They don't even have to worry about the damage from Ziggs. And there's Rise. Reginald able to pick up a Xinso. Not going to be able to pick up the kill. He's going to flash out of there. But if they can just defend Chaox while he just pokes down this tower, then it will be pretty difficult. They could probably have OddOne and Rain Man just tank the towers if they wanted to at this point.
Like, one thing TSM really wants to do is they actually want to take top and bottom tower, but unfortunately, both waves on both sides pushing away, so they kind of have to opt to just finish off mid. Had they cleared top and bottom before that, they could have transitioned bottom, transitioned top, but actually, doesn't really matter. They're just so far ahead that it doesn't make a difference at this point.
Yeah, and PhantomLord's going to go down, bursted almost immediately. Maokai twisted advance into MisterImpossible. OddOne going to be able to pick that kill. Actually, Chaox grabbing it. This is a free inhibitor. And now 5v3 with how strong they are. I guess they'll probably push down this Nexus and they might maybe play a little bit more defensively, but I guess they're just going to go for this Nexus, and this will probably be a good game. Congratulations to TSM for game 1. Really just aggressive, play is, I guess, what got them this win. You saw really aggressive map control. Do you think that coming into this next game, it might be prudent for Convergence to ban out both Rise and Maokai?
I feel like Rise wasn't the problem. If you're not used to playing against Maokai, he can be a problem. Definitely that destroyed us, I think, at MLG Providence. We just didn't know how to deal against Maokai then. It's definitely, we are more experienced with it now, so banning him isn't really a must ban anymore, but it's just, they gotta play a little bit more unpredictable too, because one thing is that I've been doing personally is a lot of times people start off buffs right away because they have their team help. What I would do is, if a buff is very, very important, I know they want to counter jungle it, for a team like TSM, I would opt to not do that buff right away. I would do small camps, then come back and do the buff, So throwing off jungle timers, it's could actually give them a little bit of advantage. They can time it, or they can actually, if they do it standard, and they know that TSM is going to counter jungle anyways, they can have their entire team group up. Sure, TSM might take a tower, but if they're able to counter gank that counter jungle, they're going to be able to get global objectives and make up for it. So, you got to be a little bit more aggressive if you're not as experienced. So
that is true. Some of the things that I have seen, where we're looking at these like David and Goliath matchups, which isn't necessarily what this is. We do have some, strong players here, but when we've got kind of a newer team that's trying to work out, what they're trying to do, when they go for really aggressive like pick-off teams, where you have like, people like TF and Nocturne, though I'm not sure that, they necessarily have the same kind of role in today's game, but if you have aggressive people, maybe like a Cassiopeia or something that has just great burst damage, that kind of aggressive play can work out against an experienced team like TSM, just catching them off guard.
Yeah, like definitely. Like one thing I feel about like an established meta game is if you kind of know what top lane is, mid lane is, bottom like AD support bottom, AP mid, bruiser or whatever top. It feels like for newer teams, if they're gonna play the same game that other pros have been for the last year, they're gonna have a hard time. You have to be more creative. I feel like as a newer team coming in to the scene, you have to create some new tricks and pull it out and just use it. And so, let's see if they can pull it out next game.
And also, one thing I'm kind of curious is whether we'll see this by convergence. Is we have seen M5, they were really strong with counter jungling, and one of the things I think CLG, I saw them like scrim one time, and CLG took a game, and one of the things that they did was knowing that M5 was going to be so aggressive going for those buffs, have your team waiting there ready to bait them in, and then try and pick off a couple of kills. So
Yeah.
maybe that's something that convergence will keep in mind, but. I guess that's probably the key, is just a little bit more aggression early on. And like you said, you're not going to beat a good team like TSM just playing the standard old play.
Like, one thing is I'm not sure if a lot of people are aware of, but if you start on blue, it's going to die about 710 to 720. So TSM knows that if you start on blue, they're going to head there at about 7-ish or 650. What you got to be able to do is say top lane, all right, they're going to go counter jungle blue. Make sure you bot, make sure you're healed up. Push your lane, go back, and then camp that brush at 645. You have jungle there. You got to have your top lane there. And then mid's got to be there as soon as possible, too. So the moment that jungler comes in to face check and counter jungle you, you can just blow him up. That's one way that it's, sometimes it's a hit or miss, but it's better to have a strategy than no strategy at all.
Yeah, well, once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Game 1, TSM versus Convergence. This is Killing Spree. I'm the Red Baron at Baroncast. With me is Dan Dinh. I'm actually going to be popping off because HatPerson's going to be coming in here at HatPerson, so that should definitely be exciting. Make sure to stay tuned for Game 2. And go to Facebook. If you like IGN Pro League, then we're giving away 5 $25 RP cards, so definitely check that out. And then if you tweet the matches, try and get your friends in here to watch. Then we also give out this nice Razer mouse pad. And then we also have an IPL t-shirt, or I'm sorry, it's a sweater. So we have an IPL sweatshirt, and then Riot NASA skin as well. So Facebook and tweet, and then check us out at Baroncast on Twitter, and you probably all have already added at Epic Gamer, which is Dan Dinh on Twitter. But thank you, sir. It was a pleasure. I forgot to mention though. We do have the styling Dan Dinh coming in here, and
oh yeah,
showing me up with my shirts a little bit.
I saw him with the collared shirt last time I was here. I was like, huh, is that what I'm supposed to wear? So I came with the collared shirt. I actually got a tie too. I was like, nah, I think that's over the top. Put it back.
I was actually joking with him earlier. I pulled a suitcase out from under my desk, and I was like, all right, I gotta settle things here. Let me pull out a full suit or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure. We're going to go to ads, and when we come back, we will have at HatPerson with Dan Dinh here. Should be a lot of fun. TSM versus Convergence, Game 2. Stay tuned.
Hey Summoners, welcome back to IPL Killing Spree. I am HatPerson. I'm here with Dan Dinh with us in the studio today. Watching, we've got we've got TSM today with Convergence Game 1. Yeah, I mean Ziggs had a few moments.
Ziggs had a few moments. The thing is I felt like TSM is just a stronger team overall.
Yep.
So they basically won every single lane, and when you win every single lane, you basically win the game. Like there's basically every single time Rumble went to lane, he got pushed back. He almost died a couple of times. Rise actually did really well against Ziggs too, but Ziggs was able to actually hold his own. So I thought PhantomLord did an excellent job. But bottom in general, you're getting out CS. So when you get out CS, you're pushed to tower. You lose that dragon control. And jungler overall, I don't think Lee Sin did anything effectively. He didn't get any early ganks on. There's no ganks, and he actually died a couple times. He's really behind. So actually, when you're that behind and you gank, sometimes you actually give up the kill yourself. So it just felt like they just controlled his forest really well. Lane's lost. So naturally, when you lose lane, jungle just isn't performing as well. You just lose the game. Yeah.
So I mean, I'm expecting maybe like a Rise ban or something. Game 2, possibly.
I felt like Rise wasn't the problem. Maokai actually was the one that secured all the kills. He secured the top kill. He secured the mid kill. He secured the kills in the forest. So if it was anything, I felt like Maokai was a bigger problem overall than any other champion on TSM's team.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So while we're getting this game ready, I actually have some updates for everyone out there following our IPL 4 qualifiers. So all week we've been doing the round of 32. Round of 16 will actually be this weekend right here. So Saturday from 9 to 3 and Sunday from 9 to 6 Pacific. Qualifiers all day. We're going to go through the entire round of 16. And for right now, we actually had a few round of 32 matches. You're actually watching some of the games with us today.
Yeah.
So today, V8 beat my boys 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty good. VVV actually decided to forfeit their match, so M5 automatically moves on. Absolute Legends beat out Mouse today, 2-0. And we had a little bit of an upset today, too. Mono Esports 2-0'd Millennium today.
Really?
Really.
I've never heard of them.
And they're a Canadian team, I believe.
It's a Canadian team.
I think so.
Oh.
So and also we were also right before the broadcast we were watching Team Green Forest and EXGBT. They're actually playing right now. They're currently 1-1. So we're gonna see what comes out of that.
I'm actually kind of excited for the 16. Of the 16 teams remainder, I actually know most of them, and they're all solid teams, and you know, it feels like anything can happen. So
we got the EU teams, we got the NA teams, we got everybody nice together.
It'd be nice to at least have like 1 or 2 EU teams.
Yeah.
There. So
and
I'm a little fortunate. I'm kind of happy you already qualified.
Well, you guys have qualified. TSM's qualified, CLG's qualified, and Dignitas is qualified already. So we'll be seeing you guys there. And even then, speaking of more big EU teams, Convergence actually tomorrow is playing CLG EU.
Yeah.
So
it's a good warm up.
This is a good warm up. This is a fantastic warm up.
So they're gonna say, "Oh man, CLG is probably gonna be around the same level." You know, so they gotta kind of measure it up, and they gotta think of a game plan for tomorrow.
Yeah. So, and real quick before we get into the game, remember, if you have any awesome replays, any top 5 plays, or if you need help with your game, send them on over our way, iplolreplays@gmail.com. Still, predict who you think is going to win tonight. Tweet out who you think is going to win at IGN Pro League. We're giving away the hoodie and the Razer mouse pad. And we also have our Facebook contest going on right now, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. You can take your pick of either a $25 RP card, or if you're more StarCraft inclined, we also got these I Heart Esports stickers. I kind of like this the White Raw one myself. It's my favorite right there. More GG, man, more skill.
More GG.
Love it.
Some guy says GG, and he said get good. I actually lost that game. I was mildly irritated. I was like, oh, this guy's so nice mannered. GG, and he types out get good. I'm like, oh, so BM. So BM.
All right, so let's get this game underway. Game 2. I mean, we got shouts for Bay Life in the chat already. I'm enjoying it.
Make a new shirt. We do it for Taylor. Oh man.
All right, let's get right into this. So potential Rise ban, probably more likely of a Maokai ban. I think.
Feel like they did a good job banning last time. Maybe instead of a Rammus ban, Maokai was a big problem.
Yep. So we had to do a tournament draft on this one.
Oh, that was in tournament draft.
we got to get back into tournament draft here. But other potential bans. So like we said, Maokai is kind of likely. But then again, Shen, since the patch,
I feel like if they ban Maokai, they don't have to worry about LeBlanc.
Really?
Yeah, just because that's the combo that Reggie and OddOne practice. Like I sit behind them, and I see them practice on Xpecial, just like, oh, can we burst them down from 100-0? Like I see them practice because, I visited them, I stand behind them, watch them play. And so that's a combo they practice a lot. I've seen that with Rise as well. So it's just, I've seen them practice the Rise Maokai, LeBlanc Maokai. So it's not just something they thought up of and they're just using it. It's just something they've actually gone in a custom game and they practice against each other and see what the potential damage is.
I like it. I like that a lot. So it's. I mean, but then again, you practice something like that, your jungler becomes really like the center part of the team. And if Maokai were to get like counter jungled early, do you think that might fall off a little bit in that strategy?
I feel like with the comp last game, counter jungling, I felt like TSM could have just held him off. So Maokai wasn't probably going to get counter jungle. The worst it can do is probably kind of just steal his blue. If they're able to steal Maokai's blue and take half his jungle, then maybe they don't have to worry about him. But that's a lot they have to do. It's easier to just ban him.
We were also talking before the broadcast too a little bit about the blue buffs. So just go ahead and like repeat what you said to us earlier.
About the blue buff, when I was talking about how after the first blue, they're going to lose every single one after.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because TSM is as a new team coming into the scene, you know, they don't understand that the better teams can mind game you. They know your timer, and they know that you won it at a certain time, right? I think I went over this a little bit at the end of the last round, right? If you start out blue and you kill it right away, right, you're going to kill it about like 210-ish. So 5 minutes later, it's going to spawn at about 710 to 720. What TSM always does is they try and get a gank off or push someone back top and then group up there at like 650, 645. And so they know to group up. They know to buy and be strong to counter jungle that. You know, it's like, okay, it's like 650, 630. Rayman, push that lane as hard as you can, go back by, because we're probably going to need you at blue. So, you know, it's not something that they're like, oh, blue's up, let's go counter jungle. It's like, we know what they're gonna do, and this is what we're gonna do. So, you know, like the better teams has a plan for it. And so, you know, coming into the scene and you don't know that, you're not gonna have a plan and they have it one. So you're probably gonna lose your blue.
Yeah, we also saw last time TSM played. They've been favoring Misfortune lately.
They definitely have been favoring Misfortune. Chaox has been playing a lot of Misfortune. It was a reasonable pick last game, especially because there is a Soraka. You know, every time he hits the healing debuff, Cog isn't going to be healed as much, and really, that's a lot of burst damage. They're able to push Cog back. I felt like there's definitely better picks, but I still don't know how I feel about Misfortune. I don't think she's a bad pick. She's more of on the I'm not sure yet. You know, I've seen her win games, I've seen her lose games. I still don't like that she doesn't have an escape as an AD. You need a really, really strong front line and CC if you don't have an escape. So
fair enough. So first two bans coming out, first three bans. Zig's actually getting banned out by TSM. So Ari, Ziggs, Cassiopeia so far. And yeah, I've been watching pretty much all of our qualifier matches so far, and Ari has actually been quite a popular ban recently, in the past few weeks as well.
Ari is a very popular ban. I think even with the nerf, she's pretty popular. The thing with her is she beats a lot of AP mids, right? She's hard as hell to catch, and how do you defend against true damage?
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you defend against true damage? She snowballs as hard as Kassadin, and really, if she wants to get away, she has 3 jumps. Kassadin has his jump up all the time, but her ult cooldown is ridiculously short, especially if she gets blue buff all game too.
Oh, yeah.
And that charm is really bad. You know, you group up, you have a face-off. You can just throw out her charm randomly. She misses, back off, throws out a charm. When it lands on like a key player, you start the fight. You know, you can't get away from her. She's got 3 leaps, right? So.
And she just goes good with like so many different teams, like poke comp, fantastic. You even get an AoE comp. You just throw the orb in, everyone just takes so much damage from that thing.
Yeah, the thing with her is people like focusing Ari because they're afraid of her damage. And the thing with focusing Ari too is if you can't give her, you're investing so much time and so much damage into her. And if you don't finish her off, she's gonna be able to poke from afar.
We just
they gave up Shen.
We
They
see
just
the
gave
Shen pick. Oh no!
If Rainman plays Shen top, oh my god, I don't even know. I'm trying to think who can beat Shen top.
Well, yeah, who can beat Shen top now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I didn't accidentally. I played a game where I was Shen. I was gonna jungle him, and the guy that was first pick random Master Yi, and he's like, "Oh, it was a bug. I got smite," and so he's like, "You can't jungle. I have to jungle." So I just went top with Smite, and I'm playing against Shyvana. I'm just completely decimating her. She tries to run up, hit a creep. I throw my Vorpal Blade, Key Striker, back off. Vorpal Blade, Key Striker, back off. You know, after a while, she runs out all 5. She went cloth 5, and she ran all out. And came into like 10 minutes. she starts right-clicking me. She does her AoE. I just keep on hitting W and Q, and she dies. I'm like, whoa, Shen is really strong.
I don't know, I've been thinking, so Sona and Lee Sin being picked out for Convergence, Shyvana potential for TSM. You know, I've been thinking for just ever since the patch came out, like, what can you do against a Shen top lane? Like, and the only thing that I've thought has come close would be like Teemo.
Even then, I feel like you could just W the initial attack and throw a Vorpal Blade back.
Yeah.
You know, you really only need level 1 taunt if you're losing lane. You know, if you're winning really bad, you can put more points into taunt. But I usually max Vorpal Blade and my Feint anyways, so... You know, if you're taking a lot of damage, you start adding more points in Feint. If you're not taking damage, you add more points into Vorpal Blade. So, you know, you have a choice. You know, am I losing the lane? Do I need to be more defensive? Oh, I'm not. Let's go harass shit out. Right?
Hey, when in doubt, just keep harassing.
Yeah.
So Misfortune, Shyvana coming in. Shyvana is still as popular as ever since Kiev still. So, you know, they're really going to be going aggressive, going in for the counter jungling.
Yeah, the thing with Shyvana is her gank's not strong, but when she gets farmed, she is very strong. She's very tanky, naturally tanky just from her ultimate. I think it gives her like either 25 or 35 armor and magic resist, and really just with some MR runes and a Merc Treasure, over 100 something MR, and you don't really need MR items on her, and you're already really tanky.
Yeah.
So I feel like she does a lot of damage because every single spell of her is AoE when you're in dragon form. And so she does a lot of damage. She's really, really tanky. She has no CC, but in a group fight, you know, she's in the middle of everything anyways.
Yeah. Maybe like pair that up. You can get a nice little AoE comp too, like get like a Phoenix Udyr in there too, even just to hammer the point home if you can get it.
I feel like Phoenix Udyr would be okay. Like, if you mix in with Shyvana, I feel like if you just have her as a tank line and a bunch of CC or ranged DPS, that should be good enough. That would force them to kill Shyvana, and if you're focusing on Shyvana, you already lost the game.
So Twitch and Sivir, it's are we gonna see like we could see Twitch top against Shen.
You can.
The poison might just be enough to do it, and Sion also getting picked in for blue. I'm guessing Reggie's gonna be doing that mid.
The way I see it is this, okay? If Twitch goes top against Shen, every time Shen throws a Vorpal Blade, Twitch should be able to get either 1 or 2 auto attack off. As long as he doesn't let Shen key strike him, right? He does the expunge. Every single exchange, Shen's gonna lose a lot of health. And if he's gonna use his Vorpal Blade on a creep, Shen has to close the distance into melee range to hit it after to get the heal off. So Twitch is gonna be able to right click him then there too. And so, also, in order to use your feint on Twitch, you know, how do you feint his expunge? He can time your feint.
Yeah.
If it's not up, Twitch hits expunge. If it's down, it's free damage. It's instant. So, having Twitch lane against Shen isn't a bad pick if they play it right. So, I'm thinking, you know, it's either really, really well thought out or they kind of just accidentally pick Twitch.
And Karthus with Revive Teleport coming in, PhantomLord grabbing that.
Oh, wow. They're actually jungling Twitch.
Ooh.
Jungling Twitch.
Interesting.
That's actually a little more surprising because...
I would think Karthus jungle, still, but they were missing the AP mid.
The thing with Lee Sin is he's definitely going to lose against Shen. But with the Twitch pressure, I don't know if Shen's going to be able to just... shove lane and harass. He's probably going to have to hold lane and harass, if anything. And so, let's see if that Twitch pressure is going to be strong enough. I've jungled Twitch quite a few times. One thing about him is he's going to fall behind on farm if he doesn't get kills. Because his biggest threat is he gets that red, he looks for a gank. Gets the red, he's going to look for a gank. And if he doesn't get a gank off, his red's going to wear off, he's going to be level 2. And the jungle's going to get stronger, and he's going to fall behind. So it depends on whether he converges that kill. And so, like, I feel like at this point, Convergence, like, oh, they kind of got the memo. If we play standard, you know, we're playing a team that's been playing standard longer and they're more experienced. So let's switch it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that Convergence doesn't really have any real like dedicated like tanky characters. I mean, a lot of them are just sheer glass.
there's a lot of damage.
There's a lot. Yeah,
There's a lot of damage. So if they can get that lot of damage out at the right time, they can win a fight. But you let it get late. You let like TSM have their way with the jungle. TSM, if they don't let Twitch get any kill, I feel like he's just going to be useless into mid-late game. So
Yeah.
depending on how it's played, like I feel like TSM's been performing really well, and they should know how to deal with this.
There is one situation which I don't recall if I've ever been in, but can Shen taunt an invisible unit?
Yes.
Ah.
If he taunts Twitch, and Twitch is in that path, Twitch is going to attack him. He's going to lose his invisibility. So one thing about Twitch is, if Shen is coming after you, and you hit invis, and you just went into invis mode, and he taunts you, you're going right back out.
He doesn't need pink words. He doesn't need oracles.
Yeah.
To prevent those. Wow.
He's not. The thing is Shen's not going to know he's coming. It's just that if he accidentally hits him, or if Twitch is already there and he's trying to get away, he's not going to be able to get away.
Yeah. Or maybe it's some good ward placement up top, like an offensive ward in that top tri-bush, maybe to see if he's coming. Maybe make it an educated guess. Maybe at best might be able to do it.
If he's on a ward against Twitch, he has to ward down river closer to mid, because that's about when Twitch starts invising. A smart Twitch would never invis halfway through river. He would walk the entire river distance in his invisible mode, and then walk up there, because you're gonna trip a ward. So if you're gonna catch Twitch, you have to ward where you think he's gonna start invising. So I feel like in that case, a lot of times it's better just to have a pink ward. It costs a little bit more, but you can potentially reverse it and pick a kill.
Sounds good. So for Game 2, Convergence versus TSM, TSM has grabbed Nunu, Scion, Misfortune, Shyvana, and Shen. The new Shen, the buffed Shen.
The buff. Oh my god.
And Convergence has gone ahead and grabbed Sona, Twitch, Lee Sin, Sivir, and Karthus. I am HatPerson. I'm here with Dan Dinh. This is IPL Killing Spree. We're going into Game 2. We will be back in just a moment, so stay tuned. Welcome back to IPL Killing Spree. We're going into Game 2, TSM versus Convergence Gaming.
Oh, I like their logo. It's pretty catchy.
I like it too.
I just saw it for the first time right now. It looks like it's professionally done.
Pretty snappy.
It's got the whole double wing converging in the middle.
So right now, Convergence going in. They want to defend their red. Twitch will be starting there. And right now, Chaox is getting a nice little offensive position there by their blue, and Reggie just busting right in. He just doesn't. He just wants to go up that ramp, get as much vision as he can. PhantomLord is there to drop off some Skittles.
Yeah, like the thing with this is TSM was really, really quick on buying and moving. So when you're that quick in the team, if the other team is just as fast, you're gonna meet right in the middle. But if they're not as fast, you can walk into the middle river towards the ramp pretty safely, because that's about when both teams would collide. So Reggie is actually pretty safe just face checking all those, but he's getting hit with a couple of layways. So you get hits with another
one. The stun, he flashes in, he gets a stun off PhantomLord immediately, and PhantomLord just falls apart right down, right by
This
the
is
raids.
already so good for TSM.
Yep.
Like the whole thing is Reggie's just standing there eating Skittles and and his team's there. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
keep on hitting me. The next time you try and hit me with that Skittle, I'm gonna flash stun you and kill you instantly.
You know, and Reggie had some fantastic patience there. He didn't pick his skill until he knew for a fact that he was going to go in, flash, and get the kill. The moment he knew he was going to get it, leveled up the stun, flash, stun, kill, success.
I think the same goes for Shen too. You start with the taunt on Shen, you're not going to be a strong in lane. So I can almost guarantee that Rain Man leveled that instantly and then taunted it as well. So
Rain Man, Shadow Dash,
yeah,
right there.
it was just that stun and that dash is just your CC for 2 seconds, and with that burst, that ignite,
You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. And it's not too bad having that dash level 1 because you think about it, Twitch is going to want to gank, right? And having that dash is not going to let Twitch gank you early. So he's already gotten an escape spell. So normally you start off with your Q because you can harass, you can farm, you're really safe. But he's not like a Mumu where if you get bandage, you're not totally screwed in the jungle. You know, so...
So Xpecial running support Nunu down by, and Reggie is just taking too much damage from Karthus, and Twitch coming in for that first gank with the red buff. Not quite enough to do it.
So basically Twitch has about a 1.5-minute timer right now from when he just ganked Reggie. So if he does not converge a kill anywhere, he's going to be a very, very, very weak jungler. He's already gotten 1 attempt because that 1 attempt that he walked from red to...
And here we go. We're going in on Shen, waiting for him to come out of stealth. It's like Rain Man knew, and he just pops out of stealth right as he's going back into that bush. So he has been spotted. He has no choice but to back. And in the meantime, OddOne has seen the rat. So he's going to go ahead and take those wolves.
So basically, like, Twitch went from red straight to mid ganked, right?
Yep.
And then he went straight to top. He hasn't been farming. If you think about it, right? OddOne's farming, he's not. His red buff is about to expire.
And he's about to lose his blue buff,
He's about to lose his blue. It's very, very safe for OddOne to take that one, too, because he knows that Twitch just went top. Right? He sees 2 bottom, he sees mid. That's a free blue. And Shyvana is such a fast jungler that he can just walk in, take the blue, run out. And really, like, Twitch can't even do blue by himself at this point. He's just heading there to check if it's there.
Nope.
And he would have had to call, hey, Sona, I need your help. So...
Or even then, just like, forget about giving it to himself, to like just give it to PhantomLord, get it some use, if it was still there. But Shyvana just decided to take it for herself.
Like, one of the things I was talking about is, like, Twitch is a very, very high risk. You either get kills or you fall behind, and
already behind.
It's either you look real good with a lot of kills because you're gonna snowball, or you're going to fall really, really far behind and you're going to look like a terrible, terrible player. So I'm actually worried for Jaximus right now because he's still level 2. I usually put 2 points into Invis because that gives me 20 seconds to walk around.
And Shen's doing a dance on Lee Sin up top lane. Man, look at that. Oof. The taunts, the blades, everything. And Lee Sin's already been reduced to half health in 1 engage, but Reggie's in mid. He pops the shield, and Twitch is actually in the blast radius when that goes off. Reggie is exhausted, and well, he's got himself a kill already, but it might be a little bit too late.
That's actually not too bad. That kill actually helped him out a lot because it gave PhantomLord enough gold to get whatever item he needs to, so he can just hold mid, catch up in level. So that kill was very, very much needed for Twitch.
Here's the thing, so OddOne's almost 5. Jaximus is halfway to 4.
It's not too bad. Jaximus should hit about level 4 just from holding mid creep wave because you get so much more XP. So this is his chance to catch up, but he's already a little behind. He's playing catch up. That's what you don't want to do, right? You needed to convert that kill early. What I probably would have done was gank Reggie.
1 Vorpal Blade will do this. 1 Vorpal, just one. Oh,
no, he needed to hit with
up.
Key Strike too. He messed that up really bad. What he should have done was he should have waited until he had enough energy. Key strike, Q, and then taunt and right click again. That would have guaranteed him the kill. So that preemptive exhaust actually lost him that kill.
Impossible is coming in. The summoner heal goes off from him. He's waiting for the rest of his team to help come in and try and get a sandwich on Rainbow. Here comes Reginald with the shield fully popped. Flashes over and gets the kill off Lee Sin. And Shyvana's here to join the party too. PhantomLord, he's got his AoE, but he's still taking quite a bit just from everyone here. Ignite goes off on him, but he will still live. But Reggie's coming around with the shield. His stun is up. He just needs to get 1 stun, but the Skittles will pop the shield. And now he's got to deal with this two-man pressure
I
top
feel
lane.
like PhantomLord can probably die right here if
He
they play it
can,
right.
absolutely.
As long as Reggie tanks this.
One stun on this, and the Shen ult goes off on Reggie to help tank stuff. But yeah, PhantomLord dies.
Oh,
Odd
man,
One
that's
dies
really
in
bad.
the process. So it's
Odd
one
One
for
should have been a
one.
little bit more in the back.
Yeah.
Like
I w-
Reggie needed to pull aggro before anything happened.
Yeah.
And really, he was low enough that if Odd One was that close, Shen should have just. Oh man,
Ooh,
that was
nice.
really good.
Nice work with Chaox there on that flash. Wonderfully timed just get an attack, but PhantomLord, he revived and teleported
my
in
God.
and didn't get the kill off Xpecial.
Like
And Sony can't even. Oh, there we go. Sony
Oh.
with the flash had the flash Q. You didn't have the flash to do that, but PhantomLord does also clean up Misfortune as well.
this is actually a pretty close game.
Yeah.
The thing is PhantomLord isn't farming mid, so he
Yeah.
is losing out on that. He got 2 kills though, so it was worth it. But they were a little bit behind, so that actually closed the gap a little bit.
Yeah, actually, he's actually ahead of experience as opposed to Reginald. Actually,
Yeah, because he just got
he's got two.
he got the kill, he got the assist, he got the entire wave and a half bottom. So
But I think by the time he gets back to mid, though, like Reggie, I believe will probably have caught up and surpassed.
they should be about even. What's gonna happen is bottom lane's gonna be behind because PhantomLord took their farm. So Reggie's gonna be even, but bottom's gonna be behind.
So Twitch has been spotted with the CV over by his own red. Jaximus needs to get out of there. Reggie's zooming in. He already has movement 5 boots. He wants to be as mobile as he can, but he will go in Viz and will get away. But I feel PhantomLord may be dancing a little bit too far out of position here. Rayman coming in.
I wonder if Rayman's
he's waiting in Viz in that bush for something to have. He's waiting for the rest of his team. But I think if he goes un-invis, he might get caught. But Lee Sin going in on Reggie.
Oh, this is really
And
bad.
Jaximus, if he goes,
Jaximus invis
he's about
is
to
almost out.
He's about to go
invis is almost out.
He is revealed, gets taunted. Shyvana comes in
Oh,
dragon
that's
form.
one dead Twitch. He has no escape spells. He has
Nothing. He's got nothing.
Vorpal Blade. Bam.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, what? Wow, the shield. What?
Oh my
What?
god.
What?
Oh my god.
Red potion, healing potion. Wow,
That-
just enough.
I felt like Shen could have right clicked before he Vorpal Blade.
Yeah.
But
Like I was so slumped in my chair as I expected. I was like, well, that's a dead rat, but apparently not. Wow, an odd one getting focused out here by PhantomLord, but PhantomLord's taking way too much more damage than he's dishing out.
like what happened on Twitch there was Shen thought that he was going to kill with the Vorpal Blade, so he didn't commit enough. And because it didn't, he just backed out and he's like, ah, damn,
Yeah.
I'm too far now, I can't get the kill. And I don't believe Reggie put more points into Q than 1, so that was just purely for the stun, but, you know,
Yeah.
70 damage is going to do it.
Reggie, yep, level 1 in Cryptic Gaze. He's got his shield up to level 4, which is you know what most AP Shen's AP Scions
Yeah.
will do.
Because you clear wave so much faster, so,
Yeah.
you know, that just put him a little bit under. I think Twitch lived that with like maybe 20 HP.
Yeah, that was about 20, 30. Yeah, he popped the health potion to regain a little bit too during the fray. So now we're almost about 10 minutes in. TSM has about 1k gold advantage up on Convergence.
So basically what's going to happen right now is, you know, since Twitch is only level 5 and I think Shyvana's like level 7,
Yep.
Shyvana's just going to get more and more ahead. And it's going to come to the point where Twitch damage is going to be trivial. He's more of like a slow bot. If he pops out, oh, he's going to hit for maybe like 100, 200 damage. And it's not going to do much, whereas Shyvana would just jump in the middle of everybody, just hit everybody for that much damage and tank everything at the same time. So it's even if the gold is close, it's just the level difference is big enough where, you know, TSM's a lot stronger. They can control the map. They can take dragon. They can take buffs. So from here on out, it's just going to be a really, really tough game for Convergence because they're going to lose buffs. They're going to lose global objective. And you're going to see the gold gap expanding about like 1,000 every couple of minutes, maybe like 5 minutes.
Misfortune wound up buying an elixir of fortitude to help protect against the Karthus ult if it were to ever occur in the near future. Get some extra health right before it goes off. You see if there's enough damage there to mitigate, keep her alive later on. And right now, creep score MF is actually beating Sivir pretty convincingly in bot.
Yeah, 9473.
Right now, PhantomLord. This is a 68 to 62. So mid lane is pretty even. But Twitch stealthing into the bush. Again, if you're getting a shot or two off of Xpecial, nothing to write home about.
Oh,
down
he
there,
just
but
walked past the ward.
Reggie's got the oracles already, just to deal with Twitch later on, provided he doesn't die. And that's a good choice. Sion's a good pick for the oracles. Shyvana's a good pick for the oracles. He's gonna see Twitch invis right there. Pops the shield, trying to get away. And Shen is going to go ahead and ult in on him so he can re-engage on this. Shyvana's coming in and focusing down on PhantomLord. She goes into dragon form. Reggie flashes in, gets a stun shield.
Oh, God, that's really bad.
Wow. And the Karthus ult will come in. Will not quite finish off Shyvana. But yeah, it's 2 for free right there.
Basically, like TSM is just going to get a free dragon. It'll pull ahead. The gold difference is 2,600. After this dragon's gonna be closer to like 3,600. So
yep, 12 minutes
from
in.
here on out, I don't see Convergence. Same deal as last game. They're just gonna start losing buffs. They're gonna start losing dragon, and really like the first dragon and the gold advantage that they got is just gonna prime the way for just the remainder of the dragon. So
yeah,
Shen is getting really strong. I don't think Lee Sin can handle Shen top anymore. So as soon as Shen gets his core items, I'd say like a frozen. Oh, he's not even going frozen mallet. He's just going defensive team items. So I probably would have gotten like a Phage at least, just to stick on somebody and kill them. But he actually didn't. So he's strong enough where he can just take on anybody up top now. So you're just gonna see him push like indefinitely. I don't know, and if they can stop Shen at the point. Basically, if Twitch tries and gank Shen, he's just gonna exhaust one or ghost away, dash away. There's no way he's gonna die at this point. So for Shen, he's just gotta farm and ult people.
Yep. So like where we had last game, where essentially all 3 lanes of Convergence were not doing so hot, we now have 1 losing lane and 2 stagnant lanes. Where top and mid are just pretty even creep skill, but Twitch is getting found out with courtesy of that oracles on Sion. Can't get out of there. Just can't do it.
Yeah, you fall behind and you go aggressive jungle with exhaust. Basically, if you go exhaust, you have no escape. So when you're ganking somebody, if you're weaker than them, you're gonna die because you're not getting away, right?
More so gets sandwiched here. Gets a stun under his own tower, and Reggie just smacking away. Shyvana comes in, Shen comes in. Dead PhantomLord.
I think it's at that point in the game where TSM's gonna do their tower control. They're gonna start taking down as many towers as they can and just extend that gold advantage. Basically, every single tower they get is gonna give them 150 gold times 5, so that's about 750.
MF is doing quite a bit of damage of her own too, man.
So they're just gonna get all that global gold that they can, and it's just gonna make them get stronger and stronger. As that global gold stack up, they're gonna get more items and more towers is gonna drop. So. Same deal as last game. Just take down towers, take down dragon, take down buffs, and just extend that lead.
Its objectives are the name of the game for TSM, both Game 1 and Game 2. And right now, Sivir and Chaox is just chasing them down as far as she can. Yikes. OddOne is there laying away. They could just take this bot tower right now. Just get Shyvana over here, just contribute a few auto attacks will go down. Actually, she doesn't even need to be there. Chaox will just be able. Chaox and Xpecial just do it on their own.
Like the reason why Shyvana didn't go over is in case the other team came back, he wants to catch him off guard.
Yep.
They might think, oh, we can come back, defend this tower, or maybe we send an extra person and gank.
Yep.
If there's too many, Shyvana can hold them off and let the team escape. Or if there's not enough, Shyvana can come from behind and just do some damage and pick up some kills.
Or Reggie can just come from behind and stun Sona. Shield should be enough to do it. Karthus ult going off. I'm not quite sure why. There wasn't really anyone too terribly low. Just wanted to get that extra damage in while they're going in their tower, and Chaox is just going in with those pokes. And now we're just focusing down on tower. So, TSM right now is in an extremely convincing lead. Only 16 minutes into the game.
I feel like this is one of those games where after the next dragon, they're going to group up and just take Baron. Because with Nunu buff, with Shyvana getting that double wriggles. Does she have wriggles by any chance? Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Basically, when Shyvana hits Q, it double applies procs or whatever it is. So, she has twice the probability of landing her wriggles. So, it's just, dragon goes down really fast. It's just a another attack counter too. So
Yeah. So yeah, you have double wriggles. You have Nunu even with consume, getting all that extra true damage on something like Baron. And right now TSM Shen comes in with the ult. The Convergence tried to do something wise with Twitch while he was in Viz in bot lane, but it kind of backfired. And TSM will continue to live down
like
bot
one
lane.
thing
Just keep on pushing it in.
One thing Convergence isn't thinking about is there's a Shen on the map, so if it's a 3v2 fight, in their favor, it's actually not. It's a 3v3 fight with a Twitch that is about half a champion and a Shen that's about 2 champions. So it's just it's really is gonna get really out of hand.
Yeah,
I feel his pain. I've had games where as a jungler you're just so far behind that your team's behind, they're taking your jungler. Your jungler, you're not farming as much, and 2, you're not getting any kills because you're too weak to kill anything. So it's gonna look worse and worse for Twitch specifically.
So right now, yeah. So Twitch is just so incredibly far behind at this point. He's only level 7. TSM Shyvana, she's 11 already. And just, but all the early attempts to gank just ended up not going in their favor, and as a result backfired, and Convergence is now left with half a champion to have to defend against. Well, even with like Shen'll, I think that Shen'll adds like another half a champion just on its own, just to get, just in that shield. So, so we got 4.5. It's a 4.5 v 5.5 essentially. And even then, bot lane, Chaox getting in the kill on Sona.
Oh, she really...
away. You could probably just take another tower hit from that thing and just bring it down. And right now, OddOne and Rainman will go ahead and finish off this top tower.
So they see 2 top. One's just died, so they're probably gonna take a free tower down bottom. Dragon just spawned, so maybe they'll go for that first. It's better to secure that extra gold.
So we haven't even hit the 20-minute mark, and it's a 9K advantage.
So
massive,
10K
massive
now.
10K now, yeah.
Yeah. So
as soon as that dragon goes down, it'll be a 10K. And Lee Sin trying to get some wards down wherever he can, but TSM's just everywhere, man. Reggie getting in another stun off. Oh my God! Ignite stun shield.
Man.
That may actually do it. Yeah.
Oh
yes, it will.
my God!
Just barely.
Yeah, I think there's either he died on the second to last tick, so it was about 50 damage overkill only.
Yeah, so this is just the slow creep, the slow consume of all the towers here.
At this point, TSM doesn't even need to do Baron, and they can still win.
Xpecial does get caught. He does have to force the ult, and PhantomLord did use the revive teleport once more to get back into the fight.
I feel like Convergence is going to do a desperate Baron just because they just killed somebody. But
I think they don't really have much of a choice. I don't think.
At this point, if they don't get it...
Oh, they do get a surprise of OddOne, but with so much... This Twitch is just...
You walk into it.
Yeah.
Oh, so painful.
So, and PhantomLord does get the kill off on Shyvana. She was low, but Lee Sin...
I felt like...
Also going down. PhantomLord just getting caught in the bush. Rainman just doing work all on his own. Doesn't need anybody else to help out. Chaox coming in, doing some damage on Sivir. PhantomLord does go down, and Reggie comes in with the shield.
I felt like if they just let OddOne go back after he got the Nunu kill, they would have been able to 5-man Baron, but that's considering if they can hold off 3 people on TSM, which would still be very, very hard. So, they had an opportunity, a really, really risky opportunity, maybe like a 10% chance of getting Baron, but, like trying to kill OddOne and then just dying for it. Kind of just made it into a 0% chance. If they got that Baron, maybe they'd be able to hold off, get some towers, and catch up. But at this point in the game, it's a snowball to victory.
And Nunu with that speed buff flashes in, gets a slow on Jaximus, pops the Shirelias, and now it's just auto attack for Twitch once more.
Twitch kind of just gave up. He stood there, he's like, "I'm dead. All right, I'm gonna stop moving. I'm gonna just stretch my fingers out a little bit." So, I mean, I'm expecting
a surrender vote sometime in the near future. And we did. We have surpassed the 20-minute mark. It is a 12K gold lead now for TSM. Extremely commanding lead, and I'm not seeing many options for Convergence right now. Like if they get a Baron, if they manage to hold out, if they manage to level for quite a deal, they might have something, but odds,
Yeah.
not too likely.
I feel like Chaox is just waiting for that big tier 4 item, and then he's gonna do Baron because they're at that point. They have enough gold and items and the team comp to do it. With just Shen's Vorpal Blade on Baron, they're not gonna lose any HP, and Shyvana is really, really tanky. They all have life steal, so this is a very, very easy Baron at this point. And so you're gonna see Baron go down in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
So usually, if you jungle Twitch, or if you have Twitch on your team, period. I mean, are you, when you pick him, are you usually going for an early win, an early aggressive, well, at least I'm just getting focused down top lane into stuns. If you pick Twitch at all, are you really going for just the quick early aggression?
Basically, with Twitch, what Twitch brings to the table is this, okay? You're in Viz, you can be anywhere at any time. So as long as you stay out of people's vision, you pressure lane by not being there. So people have to play safer, right?
Xpecial actually doing the new ult through the Baron wall. PhantomLord does go down in the bush. Lee Sin also goes down as well. So this is an even more secure dragon for Baron for TSM now. And Twitch caught behind. Invising him, he's too late for the steal, can't do it.
He's so low level anyways. A level 8 smite. It's 435 plus 200, so 630. 620?
620 smite for Twitch. Not going to do too much. It's a very tight window to try and get that steal off, so it's just not quite going to happen. And right now TSM just slowly pushing down mid lane. Going to get that tower, going to get the inhibitor, and I think with Baron buff, they're more than on their way to just push all the way to Nexus for the win at this point.
They can push it to Nexus. They might play it safe and just take all the exterior tower.
I think their goal lead allows them the liberty to push as much as they want, without too much to worry about.
They do have a lot of gold too, so they might just go back by and do one last push.
Yeah,
it's
let's see how much money these guys got. Reggie has actually like 3K to his name. Everyone has at least like a good like 1,500 to spend already.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's quite a bit. As a look at and Twitch Twitch actually has less gold
than their support, right? I figured. That's like, oh my god. I think Xpecial has about like 1.7 times his gold, so
it's I mean Xpecial has about like 500 more.
So
sorry, Pheerme actually has 500 more than their jungler. Xpecial is a little over 6K. So actually Xpecial, the support, has a little bit less than twice.
Like one thing when I jungle Twitch is you gotta balance ganking and farming, right? You gotta smite whenever it's up, and then you can press or pressure when it's not up.
Right.
And one thing that Twitch did this game was he was too focused on ganking that when his smite was up, he wasn't taking advantage of it. You know, you're losing out on farm, or like you just go in, you smite a creep, you kill the camp. It's really quick. Especially have that smite mastery, that's 10 extra gold, right? If you take advantage of that in the entire game, you don't fall nearly as behind as you would just concentrating on ganking so hard and relying on that kill gold. Because if you only rely on that kill gold and you don't get a kill, you're going to be level 8 while the other jungler's level 13.
Yeah.
So.
And a lot of people also just don't get that mastery. It's like 10 gold. That's nothing. That's nothing at all. It adds up over time. It adds up. Actually becomes a really, really big game changer if you're, especially even in the long run. So right now I think this is Convergence's last stand. They're trying to defend this tower as best they can. Nunu ult goes off. It does get interrupted. Karthus ult going off, trying to do as much damage as he can. No one from TSM will be moved here today. They still have their Baron buff. They're pushing down the inhibitor. They'll soon be pushing down these mid towers, and Nexus should be going down shortly. 3 members of Convergence are now gone, maybe even 4. But these towers are going to go down. The Nexus will go down, and I believe that this is GG. Everyone focusing down. This should be it. Yes.
Reggie really wants that soda.
Reggie.
He doesn't have any sustained DPS. So the thing is if you can't one-shot Pheerme, he's gonna heal up by the time the next CD comes up. So it's nice to watch him try, though.
So congratulations to TSM. You have won yourself another week here at IPL Killing Spree. Won yourself another $300. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, so I think this is our first real look at Convergence.
Yeah.
They didn't do the best, but I mean, let's give the feedback. What are they good at? Where do they excel?
I felt like PhantomLord did a good job holding lanes. I liked how he did a really good job on Ziggs. He actually outfarmed Reggie in terms of CS. Not in kills. He's behind 1 kill, but the only time Reggie really excelled in terms of mid was global objectives and buffs. That's where Reggie got more gold than he did. So I thought PhantomLord did a really good job in just holding his lane. They got the whole ban pick thing not too bad. They except for Shen. I felt like game 1 they banned the right champion. Maybe instead of Rammus they could have banned Maokai. Other than that, I think individually TSM is just better than them overall. So in lane, you basically, like I said, game 1 you lose lane, you lose the game. Especially if you lose all 3 lanes, because you can't fight for anything.
Sometimes it just happens, and then game 2, Twitch just falling off.
I felt like Twitch had the opportunity to catch up. He was pretty much maybe half a level behind at one point. And if he concentrated on farming and getting the guaranteed kills, he wouldn't have fallen nearly as behind. And if he gets that gold in from the jungle, he'd be more of a presence in ganking. What happens when you gank too much is you're not farming. If you're not farming, that means mid, top, bottom, they're continually farming, they're getting items, getting levels, so your gank pressure isn't as strong, right? Imagine you're level 4 and you're ganking another lane to level 5. There's kill potential there, right? Once you're level 5 and they're level 9, you're gonna come out and you're gonna do little baby damage. You're gonna hit them for 50 damage, 60 damage. That's 1 level worth of health, and maybe you get insta-gib too, and you're just feeding them gold. So if you guys jungle Twitch, one thing you gotta do is you gotta balance ganking and you gotta balance farming, because the whole purpose of Twitch I was getting into earlier before I stopped was he has a lot of kill potential. He does a lot of damage, and he can sneak behind you, so you can get perfect positioning every time. And so it puts people on edge the entire game. They don't know where you are. You could be potentially ganking every lane, right? So that makes it so lanes can't push as hard. They can't overextend. And some CS they can go for, they might opt not to because they think that you might be there. So, having that Twitch pressure overall makes the other team miss a couple of CS, makes them not be as aggressive. They can't go for kills that they might potentially get. So I think that's the plus side of having Twitch. The negative side is, he's not a strong jungler. You fall behind, you're going to fall further behind. So, that's the trade-off.
Yeah. And sometimes it is a tricky game we play. Sometimes a strange balance if you're the jungler, but you know what? You live, you learn, you move on. But TSM will be moving on next week again. So be sure to join us next week, same time, same place. We haven't found a competitor yet, but once we do, we shall announce it to you. Also, remember, join us this weekend to continue on our IPL 4 qualifiers. We're moving on to the round of 16, Saturday 9 to 3, Sunday 9 to 6, all time specific. Remember, if you want to send us your replays, if you have your top 5 plays you want to send us, IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. Check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/IPLLOL. We have our Facebook contest going on, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Win yourself $25 worth of RP. And you know what? I think we are done here for today.
We're done. It's good casting.
It was a good cat, dude. Dan, it is always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. That's Dan Dinh. I'm HatPerson. And you know what? We'll see you next time, guys.
See you next time.
Good night. Hey Summoners, how are you doing today? Killing Spree today. Fantastic match. We got TSM versus Mono Esports. Mono making they're making a huge name for themselves lately too.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I think for the IPL 4 qualifiers, they played against Millennium, which is a pretty strong European team too. And what's the other team they played? Absolute Legends.
Absolute Legends. They 2-0'd them both.
So like a little history into what Mono is. I think Mono is actually a pretty old team. They used to be called No Girls Allowed back in like Goal for LOL and DreamHack qualifiers. So they've been around for quite a bit. So they're not really new players to the scene. They've always been like a top 12 contender. So you know, it should be a pretty good match because these guys are solid players. So
Yeah.
hopefully they'll put on a good show today.
So I mean, I'm really excited because like you said, you know, they've been around for a while, but this is kind of like this month has really just been an absolute just like breakout month for them. Like now they're coming into the limelight. You know, they've done their Go for Lols. They're here. They're making a fantastic show during our qualifiers. So-
Especially, I think like right now, there's a lot more tournaments going on. There's a lot more opportunities for people to play. So
Yeah.
you're gonna see a lot more teams popping out, a lot of teams practicing. It's not really like the top 4 NA teams anymore. You're gonna see a lot more competition, a lot more contenders. You know, as League of Legends gets a lot bigger, you're gonna see a lot more players, and in turn, people are gonna start making teams, and they're gonna try and get a piece of the pie.
Yep.
So it's getting really exciting.
So speaking of a piece of that pie, so Solo Mid has 2 wins already in Killing Spree. If they beat Mono today,
They're gonna be a killing spree.
they're going to be on a killing spree and making a little bit of extra money now from every win from here on out.
So let's just clarify that. So if they win this one,
Yeah.
they're gonna win 300 for this one, and the next one they win, it'll be 400.
I believe I believe the bonuses comes in on this one.
Oh, really? So
I
they're gonna
believe
win
so.
400 for this one. The next week 5, then 6, and 7.
We'll see how it goes, and then whoever takes them out will
Yeah.
get that progressive bonus, the 400, 500, 600. So
Oh wait. So okay. So if somebody takes out TSM, say like 6 weeks down the line, when they're already making say $600. So the team that beats them is gonna get 600, and the spree starts over, or does it continue from there?
well, it's each for each win after that. So yeah, they'll make that, and then spree starts over again.
Okay, so it's a. Can you imagine if they win like 50 weeks straight? It would be like, oh, every week I'm gonna get a free $5,000.
the show's only been on for a few weeks. I don't want to think that too far ahead.
I'm just
I would love.
I'm like just like thinking about it. I was like, oh man, that would be great. You know, that's a lot of money to be earned. You guys wouldn't be too happy. You guys don't lose a lot of money.
Okay, no, but if we keep on making those views, it'll be worth it. And
Yeah, that's true.
everyone at home, and we appreciate all of you guys watching today. And just because these guys are playing for money doesn't mean you can't win stuff too. Just like before our Twitter contest at IGN Pro League, tweet at us who you think is going to win. We have our Razer mouse pad, and we also have our IPL hoodies. And then our Facebook contest is actually getting extended to Sunday night. So if you haven't done so already, you go to facebook.com/IGN Pro League. There, just like us on Facebook on the sidebar. There's a nice little sweepstakes tab. Just click on there, enter all the details you need. Are going to be right there. So with that, we're just waiting for everyone else to get on into the room. So and also speaking of our IPL 4 qualifiers, round of 8 on Saturday.
Saturday, and then is it gonna be round of 8 and is it gonna be quarterfinals, semifinals on Saturday, and then finals on Sunday, or is it?
So we're doing round of 8 on Saturday. And then round of 4 and grand finals on Sunday. So we're going to find out our top 4 teams at the end of Saturday. That top 4 will all be the ones going to IPL 4.
They've already qualified. Now it's just for seeding.
Now it's for seeding
on Sunday.
On Sunday, and whoever wins the whole thing will get their entire trip comped.
Oh, okay.
So
there's a lot online. It's like, you know, it's not just
quite a bit.
You're invited now. You're invited and it's free.
Especially, you know, if we get an EU team to win
Yeah,
top
yeah.
prize. You know,
That'd be
that's
nice.
a pretty good vacation.
It's a very good vacation. Like, I'd always imagine, you know, every time I go to Europe, I was like, oh man, this is sweet, you know. Especially when I went to DreamHack, it's like, oh sweet. I'm gonna get to go to Sweden, everything's paid for. And then so I'd imagine them coming to America, it'd be about the same experience, right?
You gotta have a DreamHack story for us now. You got anything crazy happened in DreamHack that you want to say?
It's too crazy that I can't talk about on stream.
Understood. But so wait, we'll just run down the entire schedule for you on Saturday too, if you want to be here for the IPL 4 qualifiers. So 9 a.m. we're gonna start out with CLG EU versus Against All Authority. It's gonna be pretty good. Next one at noon, we're actually gonna see Mono once more, and they're gonna be going up against M5.
That's gonna be a tough matchup.
That's gonna be rough. But
I think they've been playing against all European teams so far.
They have.
That's interesting. So
and good on them to make it so far too. Like they are the biggest upsetters so far. Like I said. After M5 and Mono, we're gonna have TCM versus Curse, which is gonna be fantastic. And then after that, we're gonna have V8 versus Team EZ.
Yeah.
So because of that, so we'll have at least one NA team make top 4. So that's always good. But the Euro teams, they're coming out in full force.
It could be like 3 European teams.
Yeah. It could be, or it could also be 3 NA teams. Never know.
Oh yeah.
You know, if Mono beats M5, Curse beats TCM, that'd be crazy.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
I kind of want to see more like new faces.
I do too.
So
I do too. Well,
I'm not rooting for anything. It's just more fun to see more people. I'm not saying, oh, I want the American to lose. Oh, I want the European to lose. It's nice to have a variety of background there. It's always more fun.
I mean, V8 and Curse. I mean, they were at IPL 3. It'd be nice to see them again. But I mean, you guys already qualified. You're already in.
Yeah.
So you're
fortunately. Been playing kind of bad lately.
So Epic is already qualified. Dignitas.
Epic, Dignitas, TSM, CLG.
Yep, TSM and CLG. So once again, also if you have any awesome replays that you want to send our way, that is the email you need to know, iplllreplays@gmail.com. If you got any amazing replays that you want to send us, send it our way. We can give you some nice stuff. We also got our top 5 videos going out as well. So if you want to be featured on that, let us know. So we're just pretty much everyone here is in. We're just waiting for the last few members. We also have to swap sides. So, but so we were talking also a little bit too pregame about what champs were both sides are looking to play, and we are on live. And you think we might see a Ziggs ban based after what happened not too long ago?
I really don't know. Reggie is actually like a tougher person to ban out. So depending on if they have like some really, really good comp that synergizes with Ziggs, then maybe. Or maybe if Mono just doesn't want to deal with Ziggs. Because Ziggs is really, really good at zoning melees. And if Mono wants to run a melee heavy team, they're not going to want to deal with Ziggs. So, unless they have a really good melee like assassin team where they can, ideally, like if Ziggs drop down his minefield, if you walk across that, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So if they have like a displacement assassin, then maybe they can get over it without getting hurt. But that would be a reason why they would want to ban Ziggs. But Reggie just has a lot of champion that he can play, so it's kind of hard to ban him out.
Yeah. So I think we mentioned we saw before, like we had a little YouTube video highlight of him playing Ziggs. He had the Satchel Charger on one side, had the mines on the other, and it was just like that's a huge gap to cross. I think like Lee Sin or like Jax can traverse that, but you're gonna leave the rest of your team behind.
Yeah, and if you kind of like jump over by yourself, you're gonna die.
Yeah. So everyone is here, and we are getting into it. All right, so Mono will have first ban, first pick, and blue side. We'll see what they go first. But, and like I said, this is live, so Sejuani, Ziggs, Nautilus available. Think we might see any Nautilus play?
I don't think. I mean, if it's gonna be played, it's gonna be played from Mono, just because I know TSM so well. They haven't been practicing Nautilus. He's a really, really strong tank. He's good at interrupting, so if they run like Cat, if they run like Nunu, anything that's channeling, Nautilus would be a viable pick. But other than that, I don't know enough about him. And I don't think anyone else. So if he's actually like a sleeper OP and someone's been practicing him night and day, he can like just come out and just surprise everybody. But at this point, he's a relatively new champion, hasn't been getting a lot of attention. So because of that, it's just not likely that he's going to be chosen today.
So the Shen ban, not too huge of a surprise. Last patch, he got a huge buff. Karthus and Maokai also being banned from Mono. Maokai pretty beastly in the jungle too. He gets the huge initiations with the Twisted Advance. Sona also being banned now from TSM. Even with the nerfs, she's still an amazing support.
Yeah, it's just like with a Sona and lane and like an aggressive AD, you can chunk somebody for about half their health just within 1 second. So like the way Chaox and Xpecial like to do is when they run Sona, they want to get that Sona like Q combo and the right click off with like maybe the 80 right click, and just by those 3 attacks you can chunk somebody to maybe like half, maybe a little bit less. And when someone loses that much HP early on, they cannot afford to get chunked again. So it's really easy to put the enemy on defensive and play an aggressive lane and deny people. That's why Sona is so strong.
Yep. So, and I've also just trying to just waiting for a last ban here from TSM. That will be Cassiopeia, fantastic mid laner. So let's see, who do we have? So Ziggs is left open, Morgana's open. In terms of jungle, who else do we have open?
Most of the jungles are open actually.
Yeah.
Like there's Lee Sin, there's Sejuani, there's GP, Rammus is banned.
Yep.
Just most of the jungles open, so like in terms of jungling, there's gonna be a lot of variety in terms of who you're gonna choose. So if TSM wants to do that early buff control, they can pick up Shyvana. I don't know if they're picking GP.
Yep.
GP is actually one of OddOne's more played champions, so I'm not surprised at that. Shyvana might actually be picked up on blue team just because I feel like she's really strong if you can like pull it to mid-late game when she actually shines, just because she's naturally really tanky. And so you can build a little bit of HP, build a little bit of tank, and you actually output a lot of damage too. So she's been a top ban recently.
Wait, we did also see a little bit during our qualifiers. Shyvana did get a little. Sejuani did get a little play, and she's actually, from what we've seen, like she jungles pretty effectively, but at very low health. So I'm thinking, we may see something like that. But also, she wasn't in the best team comps either.
Yeah.
So
I feel like Sejuani's she excels in an AOE comp.
Yeah.
And naturally, she doesn't have any type of lifesteal like Warwick would have, or Nocturne, or say Udyr. Even like GP's got his fruit, so he can heal. So Sejuani naturally, she's not super tanky. You don't build a lot of armor into her early, so she does take a lot of HP in the jungle. So that's why a lot of times you see people start with like Cloth 5, but I personally like to start with the Philo. I'm a little bit low, but after I finish the Philo, I can start stacking some HP pots and start looking for those ganks.
So we have our bot lane from Mono. That's Janna and Graves. Pretty good combo. Ryze will be taking mid, and Kog'Maw Gangplank were the first 2 picks from TSM. We've been seeing Kog'Maw also come back into the limelight a little bit.
I have been seeing a lot of Kog'Maw. The thing with Kog'Maw is he's a really strong mid-late game. Kog'Maw Triss, and the game feels like it depends on if you want to play like a snowball or if you want to play like a drag to late game. And so if you want to play like a drag to late game, I feel like GP, Cog, Shyvana is really strong too.
Yep.
And especially with like new Blood Boil that TSM has, they're gonna have a late game beast comp. As long as they don't fall behind early, or even just break even, they can be behind slightly, and then because if just being behind a little bit early game, you can still pull it to late game where you can just absolutely decimate everybody. I can see Cog just killing like 3-4 people by himself late game.
So you think TSM right now is looking to they're going for those one of those stall comps?
I feel like VP is actually a strong ganker. Shyvana is actually not a bad top laner. I'm not too sure of the Shyvana Udyr matchup up top. That could even be a jungler, but
Yep.
yeah, it's most likely Shyvana versus Udyr up top. So I really can't tell if they're trying to stall or pull it to the early game, or if they're gonna do an early game or pull to late game, because like the AP carry matters a lot too. I feel like it revolves a lot around the AP carry. So once Rainman picks his last pick, we're gonna have a better idea of what their goals are.
Yep. But we do have Mono's team complete. So Udyr, Skarner, Graves, Janna, and Rise. So more than likely, we're going to be seeing that Udyr top lane, Skarner in the jungle, and Skarner a fantastic initiator.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder, he has his pull, but like we've seen before, though, Skarner and Gangplank. Gangplank does definitely kind of get away scot-free from Skarner. But I think the main target here will be Kog'Maw mostly. So, but then again, also think we still need an AP mid. Morgana's still open, and that would just shut Skarner down even more.
It's definitely really, really hard for Skarner to gank Morgana. So
And Rainman is left, so we're gonna find out what happened there.
they probably picked
Ziggs.
something as Ziggs.
So we got Ziggs. This is the same thing that happened last time. Last pick did not have Ziggs, so they decided to leave and let it happen.
Yeah, like one of the problems playing on Live Realm is
Yeah.
not everybody owns every champion.
Yeah.
So like for future reference, if you see like a team picking Eve, you shouldn't go, oh my god, really? Are they gonna play Eve? Oh, this is gonna be epic. No, like it's very, very common for someone to message the other team and say, hey, we picked this champion, and then they would pick Eve as a place filler if it's like second, third, fourth, or even first pick. So yeah, in this case, since it's last pick, they can just leave and just type it out.
Yeah. I had no idea she was like the token placeholder.
Yeah, lately she's been the token placeholder. It's like nobody's really gonna pick Eve, so even if you like accidentally pick it, they'll be like, "Are you kidding me? Like it's Eve, come on." Not to hate, but like Eve is one of the weakest champion in the game. I mean, you can still do effectively. You can still play her effectively like once in a while. It's just how freaking can you play her effectively?
Yeah.
So
All right, so we're just gonna get we're just gonna go ahead, just go right back through this, get this done real quick. So your teams for game 1 is gonna be Mono. They're gonna be running Rise, Janna, Graves, Udyr, and Skarner. TSM's gonna be running Kog'Maw, Gangplank, Shyvana, Nunu, and Ziggs. They just did not have Ziggs on the last pick, so we're just gonna run through and get all these bans and everything done real quick. And once again, these are the same bands to Maokai, Karthus, Rammus, Shen, Cassiopeia, and Sona. So everyone's just going to go through and pick real quick. But yeah, I'm a little I'm concerned for Skarner's ganking potential. So we have Gangplank can get away with
Gangplank can definitely get away. Shyvana is actually really hard for Skarner to permaslow because once she hits her W, her burnout, she should be able to break loose the leash. Whereas he can't finish he has to proc his Q on something twice.
Yeah.
Either a minion or a champion twice, so the second one would apply the slow. So burnout should be able to put her out, and a lot of Shyvana starts with boots too. So with boots and burnout, should put her movement speed at level 1 to like 420-ish, and Skarner, even if he gets W, most Skarner doesn't have boots. You should put her like at maybe 380 if you have initiator. So him catching Shyvana is not likely top, but once he does hit level 6 and he has like maybe 20, 30, I'd say he needs about at least 30% slows to catch Shyvana. So it's gonna be a while for him to be able to kill Shyvana.
Yep. So and then Ziggs in mid with a satchel charge, you can get away pretty quick. And bot lane, we have Nunu can put Blood Boil on the Kog'Maw and slow Skarner with the freeze. So it's gonna be rough times for Skarner.
I feel like if he's gonna get a kill, he's gonna be mid, just because Ziggs, once he gets suppressed and dragged, he's vulnerable to that gank because it's hard to land a satchel charge perfectly to knock you back once you're suppressed, because not not because it's hard to do, it's just under the pressure, you
Yeah.
know, is a lot harder to do. You mess up a lot more. It's like when you're playing basketball, you're just standing, you know, shooting, nobody covering you.
Yeah.
It's like my free throw would be like maybe 50%. I'm not that good. You know, if someone's like blocking me, standing in front of me, maybe I make like 5%.
Yeah.
But like the same deal, you know, it gets a lot harder if someone's defending or ganking you.
So these are your teams, and then Shen. I mean, like we mentioned before too, like the Shen's still. Where's Shen right now in competitive play? Is he like now like absolute must permaban?
Shen is not really permaban. He's actually just a very, very strong champion. He's like he's top of the food chain. If you don't play him and you don't want the enemy to have him, you ban him. And so leaving him open, you're actually banking on the enemy team not being able to play him if you're not first pick. Because basically any team right now, if you can play Shen, you want him. So
Yeah.
he just feels really, really strong. It's just, it's part of that, makes it impossible to gank if you have Shen. Like, you know, you gank a lane, Shen ults in, it's like, oh, psych. Oh, not only is it 3v3 now, but Shen's a solo lane, stronger than a jungle.
Yeah.
And he can taunt you. You do like half damage now, so it's Shen's actually pretty strong. Close to being very, very OP. I'm trying to be more conservative with my words right now.
So these are your teams. We're going to be loading into the game very shortly. While we're loading up, if you haven't already, please do enter our Facebook contest, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Hit sweepstakes on the side. You can go ahead and win yourself $25 worth of RP. Remember to tweet at us at IGN Pro League who you think is going to win this series. You can go ahead and win yourself a Razer mousepad and an IPL hoodie. I am HatPerson. I am here with Dinh. This is Killing Spree, Mono Esports versus Team Solo Mid. We will be getting into this in just a few moments. We will be right back. We will see you soon. Everybody, welcome back. This is IPL Killing Spree. First match, Mono Esports versus Team Solo Mid. Game 1. So, we were talking a little bit during the break. The last pick on Team Solo Mid was Ziggs. And we've seen Ziggs played here before on Killing Spree. But, you know, like I said, you know, I thought Morgana would have been a little bit better pick, help prevent the ganks from Skarner. But you mentioned that right now Mono's team is very close quarters.
Yeah. The range on them is relatively short. The longest range on the team is Janna, but you don't have to worry about her damage. She's more of like a CC save my team type of champion.
Yeah.
So, like if Udyr wants to close in somebody, he has to run through a straight line or he has to run in a continuous path. So if Ziggs is able to drop his minefield, right, it's going to do a lot of damage to him. Same deal with Skarner. If Skarner is going to go, he can flash over the mine and ult somebody, but in order to pull him back to the team, if the mine is already dropped, he's got to pull it back through the mine to get to his team. So this is when you have short-range champions, close-quarter champions, you know, having a lot of like poking AoE poke like Ziggs is actually really, really strong. Like you look at Graves, his auto attack range isn't too long. He's his longest range probably his ult. His buckshot is maybe like about 650, 700 range. So just I feel like Ziggs is gonna do a really, really good job zoning this game.
We will see what happens, and right now Solo Mid's actually pretty content with just taking Mono's Wraiths. While Skarner will be going ahead. He's gotten the Wolves already. We'll be getting the blue. And right now, TSM's looking to steal a red buff. And should be able to convincingly get it. And it appears that Mono has no idea what is happening right underneath their noses.
Like the thing with Skarner is he's heavily dependent on blue. So TSM knows this. A Skarner without blue buff cannot jungle. So, you know, it's almost like they're probably almost certain that Skarner's gonna start blue. So they feel like just sending 4 people in their jungle after warning it is actually a pretty safe bet. So they're able to just completely like take out all of Skarner's farm. Now he's gonna be stuck at level 2 for roughly like until like 3-minute mark, because he's gonna wait for his wolves to spawn before he can farm again. He completely lost his wraith, lost golems, he lost red, so he's sitting around doing nothing at level 2. So that's gonna hurt Skarner, and him hitting 6 is gonna be a lot later. So in terms of safety for Ziggs, is actually he's getting more and more safe, because the stronger or higher level Ziggs gets, the tankier he gets, just because of like passive armor and more HP for leveling. And delaying that Skarner is actually very, very common strategy actually, because it's so predictable.
So Rain Man actually decided to take the red from OddOne to bring it top lane. So what do you think? What do you think that is?
The thing is, OddOne, I think he took their red already, so there's no point in him having red again. So it's better to just give Rain Man the extra like level advantage, that red buff. So I think that's actually a really, really good idea, because right now he's gonna start dominating Udyr, just having that red buff. Because keep in mind, like Shyvana's Q would double proc red buff.
Yeah.
So red buff on Shyvana is actually, I prefer it over having range carry, because not only does red buff give you full slow duration, or slow percentage, I mean, it's gonna apply true damage twice on Shyvana's Q.
So right now, Rain Man placed a ward to make, Rain Man's going to go ahead and push with that ward placement. He's going to know if any ganks are incoming from Nintendude. And bot lane. So Chaox, taking a little bit of a chunk, but right now the creep wave war is actually slightly, ever so slightly, in Mono's favor.
The thing with Cog versus Graves, especially Graves with Janna, is he's expecting to lose the lane already. Well, not in terms of like losing. He's just gonna fall behind in farm just because he's gonna get so much pressure. You imagine like a Graves with a Janna shield. If he is close enough, he can just dash forward, right click, and buckshot. With Janna's shield on him, he's gonna do a lot more damage. So his buckshot's gonna have increased damage. His right click's gonna have increased damage. So this is the type of lane for Cog where he just has to passively farm. It's going to be pushed to tower the entire time, and he has to do his best to last hit under tower.
Speaking of being pushed to tower, WildTurtle's in a really disadvantaged situation right now. Low on health, low on mana, being pushed all the way to tower, and Rain Man definitely got full work out of that red buff here. And yeah, it shows. Shyvana's almost has double. She's got a very fair, actually pretty massive creep lead over WildTurtle, and he can barely farm. Otherwise, he's at risk of dying immediately. So he has no choice but to back right now.
So right now, like WildTurtle's got no mana, and oh wow,
ult from Rain Man has procced. Udyr got the turtle stance with the shield, trying to get away. Rain Man chasing all the way into the second tier tower, takes a few shots, unsuccessful.
Felt like he could have gotten the kill.
We
but I didn't see what happened.
We have a small technical issue. I'm just going to restart the stream. Alright. Hopefully everything is a little bit better now. So Rain Man, after that unsuccessful gank attempt, will go ahead and back. So, back to mid. Reginald actually doing fairly well for himself in mid right now. So 46 to 48. I mean, the creep score is even, but ParadoXical is actually taking a few more hits than necessary.
Like in terms of like laning right now, you would expect bot lane for Mono to be slightly winning, just because TSM doesn't have a sustained bottom lane, so it kind of shows in gold. I think Mono's winning slightly in gold. They're up maybe like 100 most right now, and it's gonna be until level 6-ish that TSM's gonna be able to lane bottom lane.
So TSM is now stealing the blue of Mono, and Nintendude's gonna walk in and he's gonna see what has happened. And Gangplank will go ahead, walk away. Pings are going down. They will be escaping with that blue buff pretty convincingly. CV goes down, but it's just going to be a little bit too late. And right now, WildTurtle sees Rainman going back into top lane. Try to get as much push as he could. And also, let's take a look. So he's got level 3 in turtle stance now, so he's going to be maxing that out more than likely first. He has Bear just for the stun if he needs it, and going Tiger for that single target damage. He just wants to try to out-damage Rainman as much as he can top lane, because all that AoE stuff, it adds up.
So right here, like the creep's gonna push the tower. I'm trying to figure out how Rainman should farm this. I feel like when the creep was hitting the turret, I mean the siege cannon, he should have just like AoE'd the guys in the back, because it's gonna be pretty hard to last hit. Because Udyr naturally is a very, very strong laner. Without red buff, Shyvana is gonna have a lot harder time now. Like the reason he was able to win the exchange early was because the red buff gave him so much more damage early on. So hopefully the farm that he got early on is gonna push in his favor. So
Xpecial going to go ahead, trying to back, but Pixel is just a little bit too aggressive on Chaox just for the moment. But Janna does have her Philo Stone. Xpecial does not, so he should be backing momentarily to be grabbing that.
yeah, I don't think Xpecial has gone back yet. He was just at a Fairy Charm and a Health Pot, so now he did go back. He's got his Philo, he's got 2 ward, a pink and a green, and he actually, I think that Health Pot was already there, so.
Yeah. So the blue buff from TSM being passed over to Reggie. Good choice. Always, whenever you can, bring your blue buff to mid. And WildTurtle just trying to see, just testing the waters to see how much damage he can do to Rainman here up top. I mean, it's hard to see who's going to win the war top lane in the long run.
I feel like Shyvana, just because, she's such a strong farmer, and even if she is tied with Udyr in team fights, I feel like she's gonna do a lot more. Because keep in mind, when she's in dragon form, everything is AoE damage.
Yeah.
And the thing with Tiger stance is you're a tank and you're doing single target damage. Shyvana can lock down a champion at the same time doing damage to everybody else. So also, I feel like if Shyvana can get enough sustain, she can lane against the Tiger Udyr and just like run back and take Golem every time. So you're gonna see her out farming Udyr 100%, just because she can push lanes, come back, farm Golems, go back to lane, push it again. So she can cycle back and forth and just keep on farming and extending that CS lead.
We saw Nintendude hopping in on bot lane in the bush, hoping for a gank attempt to present itself, but nothing really happened, and he just had to emerge from it empty-handed. All the entire while, OddOne is just still back in his own jungle farming away. So we'll see who has a bit of a lead. Nintendude, actually, OddOne's actually going to come up right behind him. So OddOne actually does have a little bit of an experience lead over Nintendude because of all that time spent.
So right now,
anyway,
so like right now, Rainman is actually behind in terms of like lane power. Because keep in mind, Udyr has gone back, he's bot. I think Rainman has quite a bit of gold and he hasn't gone back. So what he needs to do is he needs to be able to shove this lane, get down to dragon, secure dragon, and then go by. So like what he's hoping for is Udyr to not be able to stun him when he teleports down.
Yeah. But I think so. Udyr's teleport comes back in only a few seconds. Rainman's teleport is up and ready to go. They're still duking it out top lane while the rest of both of their teams are contesting over Dragon right now. TSM has started off Gangplank ult going down on Mono. Mono is now split. Graves is away from the rest of the team. Jan is very close to getting picked off. CV from TSM is going down to make sure Pixel cannot get away. Skarner ult onto Xpecial, drag him into tower range, but Janet will go down for the first blood. Xpecial tries to do something with the ult, but ends it early. Nintendude is just withering away. Xpecial trying to get away. WildTurtle has teleported in. ParadoXical flashes over and gets the kill on Ziggs. Xpecial trying to get away. He does have that blood boil. He does have that extra movement speed. We'll see if the bear stance can help catch up. Flash is down on WildTurtle, but we might be able to get this if he gets one more bear stance. Can we? He gets his range just enough for the root from Rise.
I felt like TSM played that a little wrong. If OddOne had gone back and raised morale, right?
Yep.
Nunu would have been fast enough to get away from that. He didn't need to die.
Yeah.
So it's just like, I felt like they just weren't thinking of that option at the time.
But Ray's morale is on a pretty decent cooldown. He only has it level 1, so it's a little bit under 20 seconds. But still, though, I mean, we had options. So right now, Mono is now in a superior position for Dragon. TSM is trying, try to get in on some of that, but Mono was able to take it clear and away.
I felt like Rain Man should have been there, and he wasn't a presence in that fight at all, or I didn't see anything he did. So, like you saw Udyr come in and picked off Ziggs.
Yep.
That's the reason why Ziggs died, and then he also chased down Nunu. That's the reason why Nunu died. So I was a little curious where Rain Man was, just because I didn't really see him do much there.
I mean, I do feel that TSM chased a little bit further than they should have, and they got them down to the bot tier 1 tower, just enough range for Nintendo to get an ult and start dragging their team into tower range. So like Xpecial was the first one to get in there. So I think that was, I mean, it was more of an extended fight. I think TSM could have just walked away and re-engaged on Dragon while they were all running.
Like, one thing that's foreseeable was that Dragon fight was gonna happen. Shyvana hasn't bought for a long time. What she needed to do is she needed to go back, buy, so she's strong for that fight. That's one thing that she was unable to do, and I think she was losing top before she teleported in. So if she had teleported in, she would have been behind and not as effective as Udyr, just because Udyr bought and she didn't. So like one important thing in this game is you gotta know when to go buy.
Yeah.
And so that was one factor in why they lost. And just hindsight bias wise, after Ziggs has picked off the kill deep behind the tower, I forgot exactly who she killed. I think she killed Skarner. Ziggs killed Skarner behind the tower. He turned on Graves and tanked an extra tower hit. Had he not tanked that tower hit and started backing up, Udyr wouldn't be able to pick him off with Graves. So just a little bit of hindsight bias, just a little too greedy there as well. So just a bunch of little mistakes just cost him Dragon.
And with that Dragon, Mono has a slight gold advantage, hitting the 15-minute mark. And so, how's Nintendude looking so far with his Skarner? I mean, he has no kills or assists. I mean, his presence is definitely there, especially during that last team fight, dragging Xpecial to tower.
In terms of like Skarner, at this point, he was very behind.
Yeah.
After he got that Dragon, he's not behind anymore. He's actually ahead of GP in terms of farm, just because he got that Dragon, and also he has gold per 10. So I call these welfare items. Over time, he's just gonna provide you a lot of wealth, I guess. I don't know why. Everybody calls it welfare items, so I just kind of copy it. But over time, you're going to see Skarner being a lot more strong.
Janna with the ult pushing Xpecial to the wall, but Nintendo was not able to, his flash was down, so he could not get there with the ult in time. But and Philostone does build into Shirelia's, which is a very vital item for Skarner, especially with the team. They have a lot of slow potential as well, so he needs to get in there to initiate with his ult.
I feel like at this point, Shyvana's not going to be able to lane against Udyr, just because not only is Udyr a stronger laner, he's actually out farming her at this point. I feel like what OddOne should be doing is he should be giving every single red buff to Shyvana. That second red buff around like 7 minutes and 10-15 seconds, he should have given that to Shyvana. Had Shyvana had that, he would have been able to consistently just pressure Udyr and deny him. I think that would have been a better option than OddOne actually picking up that red buff, because I don't think he converted any kill getting that red buff.
Yeah. And the good ward placement, WildTurtle sees OddOne coming, sees the ward placement down there.
Yeah, I don't think a gank's gonna happen. I think OddOne's just there strictly for holding lane, because I think with Shyvana, she's low enough that if Udyr did a double tiger stance, he'd be able to instantly give her. So
yeah, and WildTurtle's just pushed so much to the point where he just takes down the tier 1 tower no problem. And it's right now, like, turtle stance, does he have turtle stance at 5 yet? Yes, he does. So he's just essentially a massive immovable object at this point. Level 5 turtle stance, tiger stance procs that twice. Huge amounts of single target damage. So yeah, and I would not be surprised if he just stays top lane and does not move.
I don't think he's moving much. Like, I feel like Udyr this game, his job is to just farm top lane and keep on pushing
Mhm.
because he's so tanky, right? And he's so fast. If someone's gonna gank him, he can probably get away with just his bear stance and his turtle stance. You know, he can just switch between those two over and over. And not only do you move fast, it's like you get a heal every couple of seconds.
Yep. So Nintendo's spending a lot of time down bottom. He goes ahead, flashes in, ults Chaox, but Chaox will flash away. Pixel out in front with the ult, pushes back Xpecial, and he is slowed, but they're not really going to capitalize very much. 3 ults used on that attempt. Nothing for it.
It's actually pretty hard to gank. If they can't really burst down Cog, he's probably not going to die. And so that's exactly what happened. Because, you know, Cog does have his summer spell. The thing with Skarner is he's relying on his flash ult. And so after he flash ults, if Cog is not dead and Mono doesn't have any more CC, then he's probably going to get away for free.
And Skarner...
Or,
yeah. Yeah, Mono, Nintendo's opted for an Aegis instead of going ahead and finishing the Shirelias. The extra movement speed. And right now, nothing is actually being chunked quite a bit at a long range from Chaox. But the turret damage may be just a little bit too enough. And Pixel comes in, Summoner heal goes off on nothing. That was dangerous. I was wondering why he was still there for a second. And right now, Chaox is to the point where he can do that kind of stuff at long range. So it's a little bit dangerous for them to keep staying in lane. And WildTurtle just goes ahead and steals TSM's blue. There's really nothing Rainman can do about it.
Yeah, so the thing is like, since WildTurtle already took down the tower, he actually has a lot of control and power on top lane. He doesn't need to leave because, one, he's already beating Shyvana. He's out farming her. He's taking their buff, taking their jungle. So he's just getting more and more farm than Shyvana. So I feel like Udyr is going to become a bigger and bigger problem throughout the game if Shyvana cannot get him under control.
Yeah, and not to mention his excellent ward coverage here and here, just for any ganks that may be incoming. He's going to know and be able to get out on time. But Reggie
ulted that because he knew Skarner was there, and he didn't want to lose blue buff. You know, thing is right here, I don't think... I'm trying to figure out, was that OddOne Smite? Yeah, that was OddOne Smite. So, like, Mono knows it was a free dragon because, one, OddOne Smite's down. Two, Reggie bursted blue with his ult. So, they knew, alright, now they can't fight this dragon. Let's just walk in here, take it, and back out. So.
And Nintendo's right behind CV, goes down behind the tower. He goes in, starts tanking the tower. Xpecial has no choice but to ult, but will be pushed back by Pixel. Pixel actually taking quite a bit of damage from the tower. CV going down from TSM. They want to make sure they have vision in that bush as they're running away, but Pixel's ridiculously low. I worry about her positioning. And TSM's not going to press the matter, but here comes ParadoXical, but the ward in the river will spot him out.
I thought that was a really, really good play by Xpecial. He preempted ult on tower on top of Janna before Skarner got there, because this is basically saying, hey, Skarner, if you run into ult Cog, you're going to eat my full absolute zero. So he kind of zoned Skarner where Janna lost enough HP where she had to completely back out and potentially could have died. So I thought that was a really good play. Yeah,
I mean, it's Nunu ult's fantastic as a defensive maneuver, as well as, like, you know, if you have any objectives, or you can even use it like preemptively at Dragon or Baron if you know you're getting attempt. You know, if you know they're going in for the attempt, if you're there trying to take it. But then again, you know, your time may also be better spent with Smite and Consume if you're playing as Nunu, trying to secure that Baron or Dragon. So we are 21 minutes in. Mono's gold lead is just slowly creeping up over time. And look at, we got a bunch of gold on Udyr. Massive amount of gold. And Rise is actually farming pretty well himself. Actually, Reggie, it's just farm lane mid. That's all it's been.
Mid is definitely a farm lane. The thing is Ziggs can kill Udyr if he gets farmed enough. And Ziggs is keeping up his farm really well. I think he's at 222, so he's slightly ahead of Rise. What's Rise farm at? I think
212.
I mean, in terms of like total gold, I think Rise should be a little bit higher, right?
Yeah, just wow, yeah, about 700 gold higher.
Yeah, that's the 2 dragon and the kills that you got.
Yep. So the dragons count, dragons matter. But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see mid lane so stagnant here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, Ziggs will end up being quite a boon for TSM, trying to take down this Udyr because he does have turtle stance, he does have that shield, and he will be, you know, if you want to be able to take out that shield, Ziggs is the guy to do it. And right now, OddOne coming around, CV from Mono sees him coming. They know he's trying to navigate away, but Turtle, this is good. He'd be entering a 2v1 if
So,
he
like,
decides to engage on that.
Udyr's camping GP's golem. I wonder if he's gonna try and steal it.
Yeah. Oh no, almost. He tried to, almost got it. And they're just sitting there, just letting him do it, because they know there's not really a whole lot they can do against him right now.
I feel like Shyvana getting that early dodge boots, or not dodge anymore, just Tabi, kind of hurt her a little bit. Sure, she gets a little bit of movement speed, but I feel like Udyr's primary damage is all magic damage, whether it's Phoenix or Tiger.
Yeah.
He's almost all magic damage. Getting dodge boosts doesn't really help against Rise either. The only one he's blocking damage from is really Graves on the other team. So unless he's like tanking every single hit from Graves, I feel like he should have just kept his boots at level 1 actually, and could have put more money into MR, maybe starting at his wit's end. Because the moment he gets his wit's end, he can actually start exchanging with Udyr. Because with his Q proc on wit's end, he's going to be able to do double the damage that wit's end gives him, and burst down that shield a lot earlier and actually apply some damage.
Yeah, so Udyr's Tiger Stance, it does scale off AD, but does deal magic damage.
Yeah, it scales off AD for how much damage it does, but it scales off, or it does magic damage. So I feel like getting dodge boots was a little bit wasted up top.
Think Merc Treads may have been a better decision?
I would have just kept boots 1, and she gets enough movement speed where she can't really get ganked. And maybe build Mercs later, because Wit's End is actually a pretty high priority item if you're gonna lane against a lot of magic damage.
So I mean, and I'm also amazed that we're 25 minutes in, and it's only 2 kills per side. It's just been we have seen quite a bit of passivity in both mid. We've hit a lot of passivity in mid lane, a lot of just an even tug of war bot, and just business as usual with top lane is just Udyr being a pushing maniac. Look at that! Look at that tier 2 tower. That thing's low, and just only from him pushing.
I think Raven actually has a lot of farm. I don't think he's gone back to buy it. With 175 CS, he should have a lot more than just wriggles and boots. Yeah, so once he buys, he's gonna be able to lane a lot better.
All right, 3-man gank up top. TSM really trying to get rid of WildTurtle. Want to get rid of that turtle. 2 ults going down, trying to slow him as much as they can. That turtle stands, and ult from Reggie will come in and do the remaining damage they needed to. They wanted him dead.
I felt like Rain Man played that a little wrong. He burnt his flash for no reason.
Yep.
When he could have just ulted for free.
And then while they were chasing the turtle up top lane, OddOne was meandering down bot, got caught, and now Mono will be getting another dragon.
That's a lot of damage they're putting out. I'm seeing like 499, 529 crits.
Huge stuff. So I feel that
they're gonna take the second tower down bottom too.
It would behoove them to just go ahead and push this while TSM, they have a presence in top lane, and they are actually backing. So Mono will just be able to get a tower and dragon for free in exchange for a tier 2 tower and dragon in exchange for a tier 1 tower. That's a pretty good trade. That's
a very good trade. I feel like at this point it's actually still not too bad. I mean, the gold advantage is about 5,000, but TSM's champion scales better. So in terms of like team fighting, they're not too far behind. Just like strictly gold, they're definitely behind. But actually gold map position, Mono actually has on them. But if they actually fight 5v5, it's gonna come down to who fights better. Because TSM has stronger champions, but Mono has more gold. So, you know, you're debating, all right, they have 5,000 more gold. That means each person on the team is slightly stronger than us, but my champion scales better. So they're exchanging a little bit of gold for a stronger team comp. So hopefully that's going to pay out for TSM.
Because, man, I know Mono's, you know, once we get to a full-on team fight situation, they're going to want to get rid of Reggie ASAP. I mean, he's level 18 already, 462 AP. That is huge. His ult is doing near upwards of 1,000 damage. But you know, my concern is that when Mono is going to be engaging in these team fights, they're going to have Udyr take point, turtle stance. He's pretty damn tanky. I mean, he's got his Atmas. He's going to be getting his frozen mallet momentarily as soon as he gets the gold.
I feel like he's got a decent amount of MR, more armor than MR, of course.
Yeah.
I feel like Ziggs can still poke him down enough. If he lands a good minefield, right, Udyr wants to run through it, he's going to take a lot of damage. So in terms of killing Udyr, I feel like Ziggs still has the potential to do so. So Mono can't get too aggressive right now. It would have to open up with a really good Skarner ult, either on Cog or Ziggs. Anybody else is just not worth it. So depending on how the team fight breaks out, it could either be very favorable or just detrimental to Mono.
And also, Reggie did buy a Void Staff, trying to scale out some of the MR granted to the team from Nintendude's Aegis and, you know, other various magic resists they have. Rise has the Banshees, Udyr has the Mercury Treads. So I think that was a you know, just knowing, or even anything, just focused for Udyr, just to chunk off some of that MR, because, you know, 100 MR. That's a 50% damage reduction. And right now, WildTurtle is actually being a little bit overzealous, trying to get some damage in that Xpecial while he's a little bit out of position. Reggie will throw down the minefield as they're trying to get back into lane. And right now, Mono is actually pinging over at Baron. Ward's going down, CV going down. TSM knows they're in the area, but they haven't started yet.
That was a really good CV. I think the whole Shurelias kind of gave it off too. You know, if you're gonna Shurelias.
Oh, Nintendude flashes in, but doesn't connect with anything. Chaox is engaged in by Rise. Ziggs ult comes in and gets pretty much everyone. New ult goes down to try and get this close as you can, and right now Mono is actually losing this fight, having to retreat. Nothing is one more auto attack away from going down. OddOne is in chase. ParadoXical trying to get damage on him while he's trying to get that last shot. Manages to get a kill, manages to get another kill on Shyvana. WildTurtle comes back around, focusing down Reggie with the Tiger and the Turtle. Don't step on those mines. Whatever you do, Graves, don't step on those mines.
Oh my god. TSM had already won the fight.
Yeah.
And then they choked into that area, and then just Graves hit everybody, and they just turned on him. That was just, because, you know, you chase without vision. It's actually very dangerous.
And they used their CV already just to confirm, you know, what they already knew for Mono. They knew they were going to Baron. They didn't necessarily need to see it, and now the CV's back up. Now they know for sure they're doing Baron, but they should be able to take this down, mainly just from WildTurtle alone. Xpecial gonna try in. That smoke screen will prevent him from getting from attempting a steal of any sort. He's getting slowed, but I would not recommend they engage on this.
I felt like TSM would have won that fight.
They over pursued nothing. He was one auto attack away. They thought, you know, we'll chase him down, we can get it, but ParadoXical was running point and was able, while they're chasing, just getting damage on him the entire way.
Basically, since they have two melee champions, right, chasing Graves, and they also choked right into the buckshot. His buckshot was able to do probably almost full damage, and then Udyr, you know, is pretty tanky. He was able to stun and CC both, you know, GP and Shyvana. So Graves can just stand there and actually lifesteal a bit off of them. So that actually destroyed them. Because as you see Udyr and Graves running away, you see I think it was Shyvana and GP chasing. You know, Graves throwing that buckshot out, throwing those auto attacks in. So you see GP just get chunked really hard. So, you know, it comes to a point where they're just gonna die in the next buckshot or a couple of bursts, and that's exactly what happened. And Ziggs really wanted to finish him off, so he actually walked into a brush without vision. Or maybe I see a ward there, so I'm not sure if that was then or now. Can you click on it really quick and see the timer on it?
No timer. That's back.
Oh, there's no timer.
Yeah. But still though, I mean they knew ParadoXical was running point. They knew that going into it, if they're going to go ahead and pursue for this kill, that they're going to be taking something from Rise, and you know, they got overzealous, and you know just gave up a one fight trying to get one, to try and just get a little bit more, and that's what happens when you get greedy sometimes. And from that, they've also given up Baron, which one of their members actually managed to respawn just in time to grab it. Rise unfortunately did not, but you know what? They got Baron, TSM does not, so they have to play defense a little while. Buff is a little bit past halfway done.
Like, interestingly enough, like Ziggs is really good at zoning them. You saw that when, you know, you counter initiate, drop those mines, just do a ton of damage. So, you know, TSM isn't out of it as long as they team fight correctly.
Yeah.
Ziggs is meant for not allowing the enemy champion to like lock you down, right? You can zone them. Not too much chasing. It's the moment they started chasing, that's when they lose. You know, they want to be able to have them get baited into Ziggs' mines, baited into Ziggs' just Q and his satchel.
I mean, I do fear it may be a little bit too late, because you can't really lead someone down the rabbit hole if you're playing on defense and camping towers. So the Baron buff should be down shortly. It's about 25% left on that timer, and those mines are a great zoning tool, just keeping WildTurtle from taking that route to try and get a stun in. But Mono, with their last bit of Baron, should be able to just push up one more creep wave to try and take down this tower. But those bombs, actually, Ziggs is actually doing a surprising amount of damage to WildTurtle right now. That bush is warded. They know Mono is moving up top lane.
So the thing with Ziggs is he's really good at defending towers. So
yeah,
even though Mono has Baron, you know, it's no guarantee that they're going to take any towers. What they need to do is they need to 5-man group, clear wards, and just zerg towers when people aren't there. You know, they just tank the tower and kill it, tank the tower and kill it, and just
what
rotate.
They're gonna do right now. Top tower only had a little bit of help with courtesy of the WildTurtle push. And I think they may just do the same here at top, or go around back through mid.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, Pixel getting chunked from those mines. Just gingerly walking through those to try and not hit any more.
Yeah, so like at this point, like I feel like Mono can get the outer tower if Reggie needs to be there. He is not there. He needs to be there.
Oh, and those bombs taking a huge, massive chunk from Graves, and Nintendo getting in the engage. Ult goes down. Nunu does get pushed back from the Janna ult. Nintendo does fall. WildTurtle is in the middle of it. Can you get another stance up? Can you get some more shields? No, you cannot. Kog'Maw falls. And it's kind of it's still hard to see who's actually winning out of this fight. And now we see TSM having no choice but to fall back. And Pixel, don't die to minions, please. And Mono has pushed TSM
I think Mono's
back.
got this game, because what happened was Grave was just insanely low, and he was able to just heal back up.
Yep.
Just auto-attacking people and champions on the side, actually. There was a really good ult on Chaox. That's probably the biggest reason why they won. It's because Chaox completely shut out of the fight and basically died and couldn't do any damage. So that's like one of the weaker aspects, you know, like if he gets engaged on and you know you don't have anybody to heal him, and he's getting dragged through to the enemy teams, and if he dies, he's relying solely on his flash to get out. He doesn't have a built-in escape too. In terms of raw damage, Cog's got a lot. He just doesn't have the escape, doesn't have the support to live. So in a game that you're already winning, had they not given up those kills, given up that Baron, Cog actually would be able to do something. But it's at this point where you know the enemy team is really tanky. Udir's able to just run in there and just kill Cog. He basically almost soloed Cog through the entire TSM team.
And right now, Nothing has bought himself a Guardian Angel. He's bought himself an extra life with that. Udyr, Force of Nature, really just wants to stick it to Ziggs, be on the front line, tank all the damage that Reginald has to offer. Reggie getting a Deathfire Grasp, actually. Get a little bit more Magic Pen, and with just a little bit more health. I'm trying to do some quick math here on how much more damage it actually does. So 500 ability power is 35, is 17% more. So that's 40,
weird.
45, 47% damage done with the Deathfire active, I believe. That's taking half life off that Udyr if he can get in range. That's pretty good. Especially, you know, with all of that armor, with all of that MR.
So they're just waiting to get Baron again. Like,
Yep.
Mono's in the position where they can just control every single buff in the game. So
They might just be able to take it before TSM actually gets down here, but they're going to play it safe. They're going to back off. CD has gone down. Reggie playing the poke game, and WildTurtle actually charging in without his team. Mono, I'm not sure if Mono's quite coordinated about if they want to engage this or not. We saw Udyr engage without his teammate. Xpecial is actually being caught out. Ice West does have to go down to prevent him from getting that stun off Nintendude. Ulting, Reginald bringing it back immediately, melts before the ult even ends, and now they should have a very safe Baron.
yeah, that's pretty Baron.
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch exactly what happened. I wasn't sure why Reggie was up there, but I
Yeah.
felt like their team was a little split, and it was just
Rayman teleporting into the Baron pit. Or is Mono just going to go ahead and let them take it with the ults?
no. They're gonna kill
Oh,
Rayman.
Rayman's there. Rayman does fall. Mono gets the last hit. For a second, it was like, are you just going to abandon it or is going to let him stay there? No. Ult
This
from-
could this could very well be the game.
it could be game.
Just because Reggie's down for 20 seconds, that's a free mid inhib, and after that, there's just so much creeps. They can just rotate
should-
bottom.
They shouldn't even just be wasting their time. They should just go right into the tower and right to Nexus. But they want to secure the inhibitors. They want to make sure that in the event something goes wrong, they can come back in. Inhibitors going down one by one. Reginald comes back up. Rayman's going to be back up in 25 seconds. But it does appear that this may be just a little bit too late. All minion waves colliding in. Last Nexus turret is down. Ult goes down from Reggie. This is the last stand. TSM needs to make something happen here, but the Nexus will go down way too quickly. And game one is going to go to Mono Esports. Good job. Wow.
They've been putting on a really good show lately.
Yeah.
Absolute Legends and Millennium, now TSM.
Mono absolutely proving that they are here to compete, man. Wow.
I mean, like, I'm seeing a lot of just up-and-coming teams just taking games. It used to be like, top 4 team just wins almost every time. Now you're seeing, lesser popular team just taking, like, sets from them. Like in maybe like 10 sets or something, like a higher rated team would, win more. But given like the way tournaments been going, there's a lot of opportunities for these up and coming teams to just come out and upset a lot of teams. So
I love seeing this happen, and really just the guy who made that game happen. I mean, WildTurtle on Udyr, top lane, just a massive pushing machine, unmovable object.
I felt like he was in the position to shut down Udyr, and it just stopped after a while. Just not going back and buying items frequently enough makes you weaker in lane. So when the enemy comes back and buy, I saw Rayman banking 2,000 gold, and he's just playing passive at the tower while Udyr is just farming more and more. He probably just should have picked a good time and gone back and buy. That way he can start trading with Udyr again. So
yeah. So that is game one gonna go to Mono. And we're gonna head into game two in just a little bit. So this is the time for you if you want, get a snack, go to the bathroom. Like we said before, at facebook.com/IGN Pro League, go there, enter our sweepstakes. Still waiting to see, tweet at us who you think is going to win this series at IGN Pro League. You can put yourself in a running for that Razer mousepad and hoodie. I'm going to be leaving it for game two. Baron's going to be coming back in. IPL killing spree. Mono showing They're here. They are major upsetters. They're here to show off what they've got. I'm HatPerson. I'm here with Dinh. We're going to go to ads, and we will be back in just a little bit, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. I am the RedBaron, and with me, as always, is Dinh. I guess not as always, joining us guesting tonight. And we are really excited, to providing this match. Mono Esports, as AJ had said in the previous match, had done very excellent this qualifier for IPL 4. And I don't know, I was just really surprised to see them taking over the game like they did against TSM. So what do you think we'll generally see differently coming into this next game?
Just coming into this next game, I feel like it's still going to be another really, really good match. I felt like TSM still had the advantage despite being down 5,000 gold, and they just fought the team fight the way they needed to not fight it.
I still couldn't believe they like you guys have been talking about, they had a very excellent comp for that kind of range poke kind of damage, zoning off the enemy very well. They should have been able to keep Cog alive, Cog getting caught that one fight, but then turning it around, just tons of damage coming from Reggie, able to win that fight, and then chasing him into the brush with Udyr there. I don't know, pretty devastating. So you think that they'll probably go for a similar comp, or do you think they'll switch it up and be more aggressive early?
I think with the TSM, they don't really they don't have a comp that they use. They just pick as they go on what they think would do well against the enemy. So in terms of TSM, you may see something completely different based on what Mono picks.
Well, I am definitely excited. I think we'll probably be expecting a much more aggressive team, like early game kind of team from TSM. I'm not sure. Maybe they are, kind of running more late. Like you said, they will probably counter, more so what Mono's trying to do.
Yeah.
But as we're setting up for this game, once again, I'd like to remind everyone to check us out at youtube.com/IPLLOL. We have lots of cool League of Legends content there. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. We do have our $25 RP cards. So, definitely come check us out there. That's actually ending on Sunday, so not a whole lot of time. This Saturday, 9 a.m. Pacific time until 9 p.m. Pacific, we will be running the IPL 4 qualifiers round of 8, and then Sunday, 9 a.m. Pacific to 3 p.m. Pacific is going to be semifinals and finals, and that's going to be a lot of fun. You're coming back for Saturday, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm probably just going to stay for the weekend and crash at a friend's place or something. That way I can go, hang out with Elements a little bit. He's my drinking buddy at tournaments.
Awesome. Well, we're all in the game. We should have the champ select coming up shortly. Do you think that there might be any different bans or anything that we might see? I haven't really thought of Udyr as a bannable champ in a long time. I definitely don't think, you would look to ban him in this situation. But I don't know, anything particularly about their comp that really just...
Nothing really stuck out on either side. I mean, if anything, they had a problem with Ziggs, and that's something that Mono would ban. I felt like in TSM's head right now, they're thinking, they didn't outpick us. We just messed up. Oh, but I guess they felt like Udyr was a problem. So I felt like Udyr shouldn't have been a problem if TSM played it right. That first red buff completely shut him down, put him way, way below in CS. Problem was, Udyr came back and bought, right? Because he was forced to go back. He came back into lane with items, and Rain Man didn't go back and buy. So, fast forward to the first dragon fight. Rain Man is sitting on a chunk of gold. All he has is dodge boots. That's it. Dodge boots. And now Udyr has wriggles, and he still only has dodge boots. He's sitting in lane, taking a harass, and getting pushed around, and he's fighting. He's still doing pretty well, just dodge boots versus wriggles Udyr. And what he should have done was he should have gone back by so he could position and get ready for that dragon fight. I felt like if he had been there, or had items and been a bigger presence, they would have won that 100%. I felt like also if Ziggs didn't overcommit on that dive bottom, they would have won that as well. And I also felt like if GP went back and raised morale for Nunu, it wouldn't have been a free dragon as well. So just a lot of little mistakes. And so that's last game. Let's talk about this.
It's
game.
kind of interesting. You're saying, I mean, it seemed like the mistakes were the big issue, and so a lot of it comes down to how TSM plays. However, we do see Rise, definitely a very strong ban. He's going to be strong in any sort of comp, strong all throughout the game. But Udyr is a very kind of, I don't want to say easy, but he's a very easy laning champ. He's safe against basically any laner in the game.
Very easy, and he decimates a lot of melee champions.
And so if they, maybe the issue wasn't Udyr necessarily that last game. However, if they feel that they can force Mono Esports into a champ that they're not comfortable with,
that could be
a more difficult champion.
Too.
Take away the easy, Udyr, very just strong, solid character, but doesn't really lose lanes. Rise the same thing. So take away those easier champs that can dominate and see how Mono Esports reacts. So
that could be a possibility. Like I feel like the reason why Udyr is so easy is, he, like a lot of times, a lot of champions, in order to heal, you have to hit creeps to lifesteal or whatever it is. Say like Warwick has to swipe a creep or right click it to heal. Like Udyr has to do the same thing to heal.
But he builds up the Tiger.
He's not as susceptible to getting ganked as the other champions, So he has the drawback that other champions have, but he has the safety of how tanky he is and how fast he can get away.
Okay.
So,
well, we are starting to see a comp that we're very familiar with on TSM. Sivir, I'm not sure that I've ever seen Chaox playing Sivir, but TheOddOne, in my mind, is kind of the progenitor of Maokai. He, I guess it all started with IEM New York, and they brought out Maokai, that really aggressive counter jungling.
Really? IEM New York?
Yeah, I think so. Isn't that when TSM first started playing him about?
I actually didn't watch the IEM New York match. I experienced it at MLG Providence.
Oh, well, it must have been MLG Providence then. I remember it was one of those two. MLG Providence actually makes sense, but TheOddOne brought it out. No one had been playing Maokai at that time, really, and they were playing lots of Karthus and Maokai. I'm not expecting that Reginald's going to, be picking up Karthus. He would be a strong champion, particularly against Irelia and Shyvana, actually, with the AoE. But we'll probably see something a little more standard. But that Maokai definitely going to be strong in counter jungling. Should be a pretty interesting matchup against the Shyvana, since he is a little bit more aggressive in ganking. I'm not sure if Shyvana is going to go top or in the jungle. That could really go either way. But Mono Esports, they do have that last pick for their mid lane. So actually, Shyvana is going to jungle. What I'm talking about, they have Irelia, so they will have that counter mid lane. They could go a really aggressive mid. Cassiopeia is banned. Who do you think that Reginald would really be looking to play right now?
Based off their team comp, basically Shyvana is just going to jump on somebody and just ride them. Irelia is going to ride somebody. And so what TSM wants is a champion that has some type of safety against that. So I was going to say Gragas, but he kind of picked it before. I was thinking that at the beginning. So it's a little too late. It'd be like, oh, you kind of cheated. Yeah. They picked it.
I think it's kind of interesting.
I did not expect the Lux, though.
I think the Lux is maybe a random. I have no idea. We'll have to see. He wants Vlad. Okay. Well, I was going to say, we were talking earlier how I kind of, it was weird to me. One of the weaknesses I felt of Rain Man is that he really only plays some of those bruiser champs. He does mix it up some. He does play champs like Teemo that counters very well, but I'm not sure. I haven't really seen him play a lot of Vladimir. Or like Kennen, would also be, another kind of top champ or Rise or something like that. But it should be pretty interesting. Vlad should farm fairly effectively against Irelia. Unfortunately, Irelia is going to be farming as well.
Yeah. So I feel like if Vlad doesn't win hard enough before Irelia gets Wit's End, he's going to start losing. So it depends on, it's going to come down to, it's a skill matchup. Vlad's going to be able to farm, Irelia's going to be able to farm. Vlad's going to hit level 9, and he's going to be able to harass Irelia more than she can heal and top off. So by then, Vlad should have an advantage. But you fast forward a couple more minutes, if Irelia gets to the Wit's End before getting denied hard enough, she's gonna start winning.
Yeah, that should be pretty interesting to see. And let's see, who did they pick mid? Do you remember who they picked mid? I can't even. I want to see the
TSM
champs.
or Mono.
TSM.
I think they picked Gragas mid.
Oh,
Vlad
you're right.
top.
It was Gragas.
Yeah.
So they will have a very strong comp as it scales to the game. Gragas can really lane against anyone and farm easily. He's one of the easiest to farm champs in the game. And they will have nice sustain. They will have great burst picking people off with Gragas. We actually are seeing that Mono is looking to pick up Xerath as their mid. So that's kind of an interesting matchup because it is. I mean, he's also kind of that same kind of poking champion. Also has some good pick-off capabilities as well as Vlad, and definitely a very strong champ. But we haven't really seen a lot of him in play. I don't know. What are your kind of thoughts on that matchup? I would assume that both of them are just going to free farm for the most part in mid.
Basically, Xerath, he's not going to be able to push against Gragas after a while. Gragas is going to be able to clear the wave. In terms of bursting down Gragas, it's going to be pretty hard because Gragas is a naturally pretty tanky champion. And I think Reggie might be going Rod of Ages anyways. So in terms of bursting down, getting those kills that Xerath can get, it's going to be a little bit harder. And I'm not sure. I heard Xerath's ult got nerfed a little bit, so he can't successively ult. And so
it's also kind of interesting in team fights. Xerath has to be stationary for the most part. So how is that going to work out against Gragas, who's just going to clear out the entire team basically? So that's I would think a concern.
Yeah. So like another thing I'm keeping in mind is if Xerath wants to ult Vlad or just all on top of him, around him, hit a couple of people, he might not even hit Vlad because Vlad can just pull after the first one and just say, all right, I'm gonna try and just block the rest or just like completely just pull out of the rest. So it's a lot harder to kill Vlad as Xerath.
Well, they should have both teams have a lot of bursts, so it should be pretty interesting watching the fights. Irelia, decent as far as damage output's concerned. She's going to be getting pretty tanky in this game, I would expect. It's going to be pretty hard to shut her down. And then I believe, did they have Graves as their DPS? I think it's Graves and Xerath, so they're going to have lots of AoE damage, both teams.
I feel like Aurelia is going to be a big problem if they let her get big, just because she can build in a way where she can do a lot of damage, CC a lot, and basically not die to magic. So TSM is magic damage heavy, so you let Aurelia with Wit's End, Fawn, and Frozen Mallet. Normally you see like a Triforce, but I think in this case a Frozen Mallet would provide more sustainability for her because she's going to have a lot more health and not get bursted as fast. So she's going to be able to get in there, tank a ton of damage, life leech it back with her ult, and just tank some more. And she's going to have a lot of MR. And with the Fawn and the Frozen Mallet, she's going to heal a lot over time too. So I feel like the key to this game is shutting down Aurelia. And shutting down Xerath would definitely help too. So top and mid lane are the key players for Mono.
Well, we're going to get to see some of these picks again. I don't even remember what the bottom lane was. I believe the jungle we have Shyvana versus
Maokai.
That's right, Maokai.
Yeah.
So Maokai, I don't know. Shyvana can counter jungle fairly effectively. I'm not sure that that's the biggest concern. We'll have to see. Well, we should get this game going shortly. Just a couple of issues, but anyone, definitely get friends to tune in. There is the Twitter contest at IGN Pro League. You can get a Razer mousepad, I believe, is the prize. Razer mousepad, a IGN Pro League sweatshirt, and Riot Nasus skin as well. So that's all lots of fun. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. We will have our contests going on there. If you have any replays, please send us in your highlights. If you use LOL replay, if you don't use LOL replay, start using it. Send us in lots of cool plays that you might have, and send it into IPL LOL replays at gmail.com. We could use it, in a highlight video. We'll give you lots of cool prizes. So that's definitely going to be fun. But we should have this game starting shortly. I don't know why it's that humorous to people to hop in the game, but whatever.
To make it private.
Yeah. No, that's kind of funny that it wasn't, but We should have it shortly, and it should be pretty interesting. I mean, Mono Esports, they did do extremely well this weekend. They were able to beat Millennium and Absolute Legends. It kind of felt like, I don't know, like Absolute Legends, they were kind of talking about that there was potential latency issues with the EU, and yes, that's always the case. It does kind of throw you off your game. However, it looked like Mono Esports just came into the game with a game plan and, aggressively took Dragon control, like we saw in this past game against TSM. They were able to win fights against Dragon, against Absolute Legends, against Millennium, take that early control, and then snowball from there. So it should be pretty interesting. They're actually going to be playing Moscow 5 in our qualifiers this weekend for the trip to IPL 4. So I'm definitely kind of curious to see that. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see how TSM is going to react. I definitely think they're running a more standard comp. Bot lane, should be a pretty easy lane for them. They have Sivir and Sona. So, both champions, they're some of the strongest bot laners. It's kind of a weird matchup to a degree because, Sivir, I don't know, isn't going to be able to, harass down the enemy as effectively as maybe other champions are, which is what you kind of expect with a Sona lane. However, Sona's harass was nerfed, so I don't know. I guess they're just primarily using her for teamfight control, and they will have excellent kiting capabilities against the melee team that Mono Esports has. I mean, they have Sivir's ultimate, they have Sona's E. I'm assuming with the Shirelias as well, they're going to be able to engage or disengage whenever they feel like.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking on how the team fight would break out. I kind of skipped on the complete team comp of actually Mono, so I'm gonna
I think it's Graves and Janna, so definitely a more aggressive bot lane, but I don't think that, it's, I don't know, it's that all the lanes to me seem like farm lanes. Like I just, that's the way I see it going. We don't have any of these lanes where it looks like either of them is going to harass the other out of the lane. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But Sivir and Sona, that's a defensive lane. Graves and Janna isn't going to have enough damage output to force them out of lane, I wouldn't think. Vlad and Irelia as well, they should be able to just sit back and farm. Gragas and Xerath could be interesting. Xerath doesn't really have the best escapability, particularly against the really aggressive Maokai. We could see like a flash twisted advance into a Gragas ult.
Yeah.
That, but for the early levels, probably pretty defensive play.
I'm trying to think on how the team fight would break out and how it would be most beneficial. Like ideally for Mono, right? You want TSM to completely clump up and have Xerath ult everybody, Graves ult everybody, Irelia ult everybody, and just have Shyvana in the middle of everybody. And I think TSM knows that that's how Mono wants them to be. So as long as they don't clump up like that, they should be fine. So in terms of teamfight positioning, Maokai zoning Xerath is not a scary thing because Maokai can't kill Xerath by himself. So if Maokai jumps on Xerath, I feel like he's not going to be doing much in terms of CCing Irelia and CCing Shyvana. So ideally, perfect teamfight situation, you would want Rain Man to drop his ult on as many people as possible and then start attacking Xerath. And then you would want Maokai to zone Shyvana, Irelia. And you want to also have Reggie dispersing Graves and maybe another melee out. So whoever's attacking Sivir is going to get bursted down. I think that would be the ideal scenario for TSM. And whereas the other one is they clump up and Mono press R. So let's see if see how the team fight breaks out, because really how you fight, how you position is really timing based, and sometimes you can't pull out the perfect type of initiation. So depending on who teams fight better, who has an advantage, it's gonna go vastly different.
And it's really interesting, Irelia and Shyvana, if they farm, which Irelia should farm and be, just incredibly powerful in this game. You think of them, they're going to have to go after the ranged champions of TSM, and they're going to want to be very aggressive, whereas Xerath kind of sits back. Graves, going to want to sit back as well. But then with the kiting potential that TSM has, they could potentially split Mono Esports into two groups if Mono Esports over pursues. And so I would definitely think that would be a concern where Irelia and Shyvana kind of getting caught away from the team. Then they can kite back, Gragas ults, splits the team into halves, and now instead of a 5v5, we have a 5v2 and a 5v3. Of course, at the same time, if Mono Esports, if they do get, like you said, TSM to clump on top of Irelia and Xerath can get in range, then he will be able to take advantage of that situation.
One thing to keep in mind is TSM's entire team comp has relatively really short range. Gragas is melee, but he's gonna be throwing barrels most of the time. If he's gonna go in for a body slam, he's gonna be susceptible to Xerath AoEs, like say his Q or his ultimate. So I feel like a couple of things are gonna happen. Mono's gonna rush them with Aurelia and rush him with Shyvana. And if TSM's able to ult back Graves and Xerath at the same time and just completely decimate their front line, that would be an ideal situation. That way Graves can't hit them with their ultimate, Xerath can't hit them with their ultimate. They can probably pick off Aurelia and Shyvana within like maybe 2-3 seconds. If the teams is basically even in terms of farm and damage potential. And that would be an ideal situation. Another ideal situation if Vlad can ult on top of Mono and flank Xerath after and just pull pressure off. Because I'd imagine if Vlad is in the back, right, attacking Xerath, Graves is going to want to turn on them too. So that would be an ideal situation. And especially because Vlad has Ghost, he can just start running away. You wouldn't be able to just flash in and initiate, but you can get in there and get out when he's low. So it's going to be interesting on how they fight though.
Yeah, it should be a pretty interesting thing. We will be back to the game shortly. We do have TSM versus Mono Esports. This is game 2. Mono Esports taking game 1. So they're up 1-0 in this best of 3 for our Killing Spree series. Please stay tuned. We will have a short commercial break, and then we'll have the game shortly. Hello, everyone. Once again, this is the RedBaron at BaronCast, and with me is Dan Dinh, and we are looking at TSM versus Mono Esports, game number 2. This is a best of 3, and Mono Esports is up 1-0 right now. I thought it was interesting. I looked at the runes and masteries for a second, and I really actually running heavy damage to potentially try and deny Vladimir in that lane, and then Vladimir is actually not running any ability power, is running for armor and health resist, because, or health, just regular health, because he, you know, anticipates that to be kind of a difficult lane and wants to kind of get his farm off. So do you definitely think that Irelia has the advantage in that lane as it progresses? I mean, you definitely said earlier that the Wit's End will be devastating for Vladimir if she's able to get it early.
Yeah, if she's going to get that early. Because, you know, like, Wit's End gives so much MR, so much damage, that Vlad, if he's forced to pull randomly, Irelia can jump on him and start killing him. And she can create the opportunity in lane. So Vlad definitely is going to have the really strong poke if you max transfuse early. By level 9, it's going to be up every couple of seconds. So he's going to be able to poke Irelia faster than she can heal, even if she gets wriggles and maxes her skill that gives true damage and healing per hit. So, excuse me, I just choked on my own spit. So depending on how well Vlad farms versus Irelia throughout the laning phase, how hard it is for them to deal against each other is going to be very different.
And this is actually kind of nice. Oh wow, was Gragas able to steal any of those? He did steal one, but
was it the big one or the small one?
It was the big one, I think.
The big. Oh, that's going to be a big problem. He's going to hit level 2 a lot earlier, and also that's Because basically most of the EXP is from the big one. Like I think you get like 60 or something, and the small one gives you like 5. So.
And I was going to say, this ward was, excellent placement by Xpecial over there. And you know that Maokai is kind of vulnerable at his race. He does normally start race, and so that's, it provides an excellent ganking opportunity early in the game. But because they were able to see where Shyvana's going with her path, they saw her up there. They know they're not counter jungling. And we do know Rain Man has to play defensively now because he knows that Shyvana was going for that early red buff.
So Action's going to be coming out top, so... Oh, that
and
could be first
Nintendude
blood.
is getting that red onto Rain Man with the Ignite. One more attack should be able to do it. He does flash and heal, so he is going to be able to get out of there. But we do have the flash and Ignite from Irelia being down as well. But an early advantage for Irelia in already a potentially difficult lane, though I thought it was generally going to be pretty even as far as farm.
It's actually going to be a lot harder for Vlad right now because Irelia is a little bit stronger early game. And on top of that, he's already getting denied just because it's pushed to his tower. He's losing creeps. He's losing a lot of... Well, not quite yet. Once that wave gets to his tower, I think he's only missed like 2 or 3 CS. Maybe 4 or 5 now. So he's missed out on a wave. So it's definitely going to put him behind. So the thing I was talking about earlier, how Vlad is going to do against Irelia. If Vlad falls too far behind, he's just going to have a hard time throughout the entire game. So... I felt like Vlad should have expected that just because he knew Shyvana was heading top. So, he got red, what's he going to do? He's probably going to look for a gank or some type of harass. So I felt like he angled too far upwards so he can like peek in and out of the brush. Because one thing you do is you can peek in and out of the brush to poke and harass, but with the way the lane was positioned, he peeked into the brush, or he was about to, and that puts him further away from the tower, so Shyvana can get in there and potentially kill him. So it was a little dangerous for him to do that.
With all of the summoners down for both Shyvana and Irelia, and knowing that he's pushed back to the tower, do you think that Vladimir could have potentially sat under tower, used his health potions, gotten his pool level 2 and just been safe from ganks and allowed himself to keep that farm? Or do you think it was necessary for him to go back and, lose all that early farm? Oh, but we do have OddOne coming in on ParadoXical, and ParadoXical did flash away,
wow.
but Gragas getting over that wall.
That was a very good play by both of them, actually. Like, one thing with Maokai Twist Advance, I used to not play Maokai, so I wasn't too familiar with it, but I found out it was better to let him hit the Twist Advance first, then flash. Because really, like, Twist Advance level 1, the route isn't that long, and so when you pull him to you, he's going to be able to follow up with his Q, which slows you and knock you up slightly, and maybe even back towards your ally or whoever he's ganking for. And he can keep on applying red buff, so that's why Reggie was able to catch up and pick off the kill. Had he let the root hit and just flash afterwards, I felt like he could have gotten away.
Okay. And that is a concern with Xerath. He is pretty slow and vulnerable. He did have his flash there, but without his flash, he's definitely going to be vulnerable in that lane. Do you expect that we'll see OddOne kind of putting a lot of pressure there? And, since Xerath, they are kind of expecting his damage to ramp up through this mid game, just kind of trying to deny him farm, potentially get a couple of kills for Gragas?
Definitely. Like, I feel like you want to harass mid lane as much as possible because he is... Basically, I feel like TSM can control melee on Mono's team, right? If they can control their range champion, the AP caster in the back nuking, by denying him farm throughout the game, when it comes to team fighting, they're going to be able to just absolutely dominate if they're able to shut down Xerath completely. So right now, if Xerath pushes too hard, Maokai can just walk in and maybe walk around towards like their Wraith side and Twist Advance in, and just do some poke and just deny him. Right now, I feel like Xerath is just under a lot of pressure.
Oh, Reginald body slamming in, getting off the ultimate. Another kill. Xerath is going to go down. Oh, one more hit. There it is. The body slam, able to pick it up. And
wow, I actually wasn't paying attention. I didn't know Maokai's flash was even up. I just assumed he used it on the first gank, but he didn't even use it.
Yeah, his Twisted Advance followed the flash over the wall. So, he's still headed up, and it's, down now, but Xerath already down 0-2 in lane. And it's kind of interesting. You were talking earlier, what kind of predictions did you have for these late game fights, depending on the farm of these champions?
Well, if the farm was even, I felt like Xerath could just sit in the back because TSM is relatively short range, and he can nuke a lot of players on TSM, just output a lot of damage. What that would force TSM to do is force one player on TSM to zone Xerath, and if they're able to successfully zone him and nuke him down, then they can win the team fight. And that player cannot be Maokai, because if Xerath is, you know, relatively healthy, relatively farm and just even, Maokai can't just flash in or twist advance on him.
And we do have Nintendu jumping over that wall there, throwing off the exhaust. Xpecial is going down quickly. He does flash away, and now Chaox is in the middle of them. He's going after nothing real. Unfortunately, missing the boomerang, potentially going to be able to pick up a kill there, but going to have to back out. And it was kind of interesting to me. Janna, you know, one of her weaknesses in lane is that she doesn't have the heal, so she, you know, her lane is vulnerable to harass. But I didn't think that Sivir and Sona, particularly after the small Sona nerfs to her laning phase, would be able to harass them down as effectively as they are. But they did have the lane pretty low so far.
But what I was talking about earlier is Maokai can't really zone Xerath, because Xerath would just tank it and just start nuking through Maokai and just tank his damage. It would take a long time for a Maokai to kill anybody. He's basically a pure tank, or at least the way OddOne plays it, so it's not worth even hitting Maokai. His job is to twist advance and hold them in place for TSM to kill them. So.
And it's kind of interesting to me, it's almost seeming like Xerath is picked into the counter lane of Gragas, because Gragas can avoid a lot of his damage very easily. There is the body slam and the ultimate, getting a lot of damage. We do have OddOne coming in, will be able to pick up the kill really quickly. Reginald is going to flash away. He's being chased by Nintendude, who does have that red buff, but is going to move into this brush, and so Nintendude will leave him off. We do have Irelia coming down as well as Vladimir following up behind, but Reginald is going to be able to get out of there. 3-0 already in that mid lane.
So it was actually a really good play by Reggie. Like, one thing is, Shyvana would expect Reggie to walk through the ramp to get back to safety as soon as possible, but instead of doing that, Reggie just went towards their side because he can get into the site earlier, and there's also a cliff that he can body slam over. So like, most people would just head back to ramp ASAP, and I felt like if he had gone that way, there's still potential for Shyvana to catch up. So just good decision-making skills there.
And so far, the harass top lane has been pretty effective from Irelia. She's up 30 CS already on Vladimir, which, you know, of course, is going to delay his Hex Tech, which is pretty necessary since Irelia has such great sustain in lane. Do you think that's going to be a problem coming forward, or?
Oh, it's definitely a problem for Vlad. He's at the point where even when he gets to the point where he should be winning lane, if farms are even, he can't win anymore. I mean, had everything been even once he hits level 9, he should be able to lane against Irelia no problem. But it's to the point where he can't poke Irelia because his transfusion is not high enough level, because so now the cooldown is not as short, so he can't keep on poking. So what's happening is he is actually getting poked instead, and so Irelia being more farmed than he is, that means that she's going to be able to get that wit's end before Vlad can get that, you know, Will of Ancients. So just being so far behind in farm is going to definitely hurt top lane.
And Shyvana trying to get in some ganks. You know, not really the most aggressive ganker, so it should be pretty difficult, particularly against very safe lanes. All of TSM generally safe in lane. And I'm kind of becoming more and more concerned the more I'm thinking about it, Gragas versus Xerath, because, you know, like we talked about earlier, Xerath does kind of want to be stationary. He has a little bit of a range advantage over Gragas, but once Gragas kind of gets in that range, it's definitely a kind of kill zone, and here he comes once again, body slamming. He doesn't get the body slam, so he doesn't have the slow, but Maokai is going to flash in and twist advance, but he's under the tower now with Shyvana there as well. We do have a lot of damage coming down from this tower, and OddOne is probably going to go down. Reginald able to pick up the kill, and then the body slam slowing Nintendude. One more Dragon's Breath will be able to pick up the kill on the OddOne, but now he's taking damage under tower, and OddOne doing a perfect job there, getting the one last twisted advance as Nintendude comes to the range.
That was totally worth it. So basically, OddOne expected to die because that Dragon's Breath would have finished them off. So he's like, all right, I'm going to die anyways. I'm going to root him under tower and potentially just turn that around and trade it 1-for-1. So, you know, it was really, really good decision making, because if you're going to die anyways, you might as well turn around and do as much damage as you can. And so that was a good turnaround for TSM.
Wow, an excellent burst by Sivir on Janna there, taking her below half health with just a quick attack combo. We do have Irelia coming in mid, Xerath's coming down, so Reginald's kind of got to get out of there quickly. Otherwise, he's going to be kind of trapped. Vladimir is coming down to try and help him out, and now it is a 2v1 situation. Xerath kind of separated, so Reginald is going to be able to get out of there okay.
That was very smart of Reggie. Like, a lot of times people would hug the ramp, you know, and he knew that.
Xpecial, the flash and the heal, just barely able to get out of there. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying sometimes some players would hug the ramp just because they're closer so they can land the barrel easier.
Right.
But Reggie knew that Mono had vision on him, so he hugged as far away as possible on the Wraith wall. Because Aurelia, if she dashed over, she'd be able to chase down Reggie. So it was, once again, it's like that's little things like this is what makes pro players pro, because they do everything they do, you know, to maximize whatever benefit that they need to accomplish.
And he does have that blue buff now, which is going to be very difficult for TSM. He did see Xerath coming over here, so I think he's expecting the blue to come. Xerath did have to burn the flash already, and Reginald flashing after him. He is going to throw off some barrels, hits him with the ultimate and the ignite. He's very close to going down, but Reginald's definitely in a pretty dire situation here. He's taking some damage from Nintendude. OddOne should be able to come in and dissuade him, so he is going to get out of there. I believe their blue should be spawning in about a minute or so.
That was very untimely. Like, Xerath was 100% dead if Shyvana wasn't there, so it was just a very good timing. I don't think he was expecting to get ganked because, you know, Mono Esports didn't have any vision, so it was just Shyvana happens to be in the area. So, you know, it was a good save and potentially a turnaround for Mono right there.
And with the early advantage that TSM has right now, you know, particularly the strong map control that Maokai can have, and then how strong Gragas is, do you think that we'll probably expect them to start counter jungling Mono Esports pretty aggressively, start taking that blue away from Xerath, just continue to shut him down?
With the way the game is Maokai isn't really a strong counter jungle, and really you depend on, if you're gonna counter jungle, right, most of the time it happens to blue side. You want to counter blue side because if you have a top lane that's already winning, they're able to push top lane to tower and roam down and counter blue side. The thing with bottom lane is, well, at least when the tower was up, you know, like bottom lane would have to run around and come up into enemy territory, which is a lot further than it would be for purple side to assist. So you don't see a lot of counter jungling done when you're on blue side. Or done by blue side. And
top lane is actually evening out some. You know, Irelia does have that wit's end now, so it will be very difficult for Vlad. But because Vlad has his Hex Tech, because Irelia actually finishing his Woda, because Irelia has been kind of roaming around the map, particularly trying to help Xerath mid, it has given Rainman a free opportunity to farm up there. We do have TSM coming in for this blue. They will potentially be going after Dragon afterwards, and we do have the Twisted Advance and then the little zoning by OddOne here, trying to keep them out of range. Not really aggressively going for this blue. Want to make sure that they can just pick someone off with that Gragas ultimate if the opportunity arises. And Gragas just, you know, continuing to zone them with those barrels.
So at this point, it's, you know, TSM really wants to counter jungle this blue, but it's definitely a lot harder, like I was talking about, just because of positioning. But I guess they are strong enough that they can pick it up anyways. But generally, like, you don't see a lot of counter jungling on the purple side's blue, just because it's so much harder.
They are in an excellent position to take this dragon as well. We do have Irelia coming down though, so it is potentially going to be a 4v5 situation. They should be able to pick it up before that. Reginald body slamming, getting some great harass onto Nintendo. He is going to use the ultimate and then try and steal, but TSM is going to get it. There's the ultimate from Gragas. Reginald able to pick up that kill, and they are going to be able to get out of there with the dragon. And so continuing their advantage, not allowing Mono Esports to take the dragon like last game, you know, should definitely help them out through this mid game, and it seems like they're doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I think, wow, Reggie's got a really good Gragas. Like, I like that he positioned Shyvana in between 4 players on his team. So he like knocks Shyvana towards everybody on his team, and then he gets Twist Advance completely away from his team. So, you know, it's, once again, it's a really good positioning on his ult right there.
And that was kind of one of my concerns coming in. Irelia and Shyvana, they are going to create a little bit separation from Xerath and Graves, since they both will want to sit very far back. And if they're not tanky enough, then that separation will give Gragas an opportunity to, split the team fight in half. And very effective job of that so far. That's one of the things I always loved about Gragas, is that, I don't know, he's very easy to farm in lane, but regardless of what's happening with your team, he works with a number of comps. He, even if you're behind, you can win the game, but if you're ahead, you can really put on a lot of pressure. If you're behind, then you've always had that zoning potential with Gragas. Wear them down, try and pick someone off for, just that spectacular team fight. But they are coming mid to pressure down this tower.
Yeah, like, one of the reasons I actually like Gragas. I wish we could use him, but we don't have a Gragas player. I feel like he's one of those champions that he's really strong if you use it right, the right comp or against the right comp. And he's also one of those champions where if you land the right ultimate, you can just completely demolish a team fight or lose a team fight for your ally too. So it's definitely one of the higher skill cap champion.
And my biggest concern right now is if Mono Esports wants to get in this, I don't know, one, they need to stall, but they are going to need to be able to eventually get in on Sivir, get in on Vladimir, get in on Gragas, and prevent them from dealing their damage with, Shyvana and Irelia. However, we have the excellent kiting capabilities already. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them to close the gap. I guess we'll mostly just see them clearing creep waves, and that's one thing that Xerath does do very well with stalling the game. But TSM going to be able to just zone them for a little bit and take down these towers.
I think at this point, like, Xerath doesn't have the items to sustain. He does have 3 Doran's Ring, but I mean, after a couple of waves, he shouldn't be.
Oh, there's the Gragas ultimate on Graves. Irelia did come in there, but Graves drops almost immediately. Shyvana as well. There's WildTurtle going down, and TSM is going to just destroy this team fight. They do have a 5v2 advantage right now, and it's 19 minutes in, but they don't really have a very strong Baron team, but that was potentially, an opportunity there. They are going to just continue mid, which is actually probably the better call. They will be up shortly, but with their zoning capabilities, they're going to have this tower easily and then should be able to get the inhibitor. What do you think might be some of the things that might allow Mono Esports to get back into this game? Or, it is 8,000 down already, only 20 minutes in. Is that just kind of too insurmountable against this really strong AoE team, the late game that Sivir has?
I feel like it's going to be a really uphill climb at this point, just because they've lost so much position on the map. They're so far behind. What's going to happen is Super Creeps is going to push down mid, right? He's going to pressure somebody to hold mid. And what that's also going to mean is that means TSM can group up as 5 and take objectives where they can't defend that in a 5v5 fight. Not to mention, they can't win a 5v5 fight at this point. So what Mono's looking for is for TSM to actually mess up. At this point, it's not.
Right.
TSM is already ahead. I think they just surrendered.
Oh, well, there you go. So nothing really doing there. Mono Esports is going to surrender, push it to game number 3. Congratulations, TSM, evening it up 1-1, and that's kind of what we've come to expect from TSM there. I couldn't imagine them going down quite so easily with the, the similar kind of comp that Mono Esports had won in game 1, but pretty impressive play there by TSM, particularly the Gragas and Maokai against Xerath mid.
I felt like TheOddOne and Reggie does a really good job. If TheOddOne gets some really good ganks off for Reggie, Reggie's going to be a force to be reckoned with the entire game. So you definitely saw that this game. So, and the thing with Chaox and Xpecial is they're really good bottom lane. They don't give up kills easily, and they always keep up their farm. So what that means is TheOddOne doesn't have to concentrate on bottom lane. All he has to do is, gank for mid, help top, gank for mid, help top, gank for mid. So and I think that's exactly what happened this game, and it worked really well for them.
People always talk, about how Reginald, one of the reasons he does so well in lane is TheOddOne's always helping him, and how TheOddOne, focuses on mid. But when you run games like they're running, and when you get champions like Reginald runs fed that early in the game, that's a win. And Rain Man, generally speaking, has been one of the safer top lanes. I mean, he has, made mistakes here and there, but generally speaking, he can hold his lane, not give up a lot of kills. So if you don't want to focus on, if he's not playing aggressively top where you
Mhm.
need those jungle ganks, and then, like you said, bottom lane, they can sit there and hold their lane against anybody.
Yeah.
Particularly with a comp like Sivir and Sona, who is, very defensive, but at the same time is capable of dealing that strong harass.
Like one thing I got to point out is, as a jungler, you want to gank the lane with killing potential,
Mhm.
and Rainman being such a passive top farmer in general, it's harder to convert a kill. And I feel like Reggie being a lot more aggressive, he's got a lot more killer instincts, so he can, it's a lot easier to gank for him and pick up those kills.
And I guess once again, I don't think that we're going to see Xerath again from Mono Esports. I'm kind of curious, where we'll go in that next game. It seemed like he, had potential if he does get those items. He, has great poke, great AoE damage. He's already got all the magic pen he wants, so he doesn't really have to focus there. But I don't know, just too vulnerable in lane, particularly when you have an aggressive mid and an aggressive jungler like Gragas and Maokai.
I've played quite a fair share of Xerath, and one thing I hate is I hate not being able to use my W on Xerath, my Locus of Power, because what happens is it sieges you up, and if a wild Maokai appears when you use Locus of Power, the time it takes to siege up and unsiege, he's going to be able to walk into lane and twist advance you, so it's one of those things, like, if I know there's an Ashe nearby, I do not want to use my Locus of Power. Playing Xerath, I usually just siege up, nuke like 1-2 times, and back out. And you can't do that if you have a Maokai camping your brush. And like same thing, I mentioned Ashe earlier too, and it's really, really painful. It's like, hey man, I'm standing still, come kill me.
Well, once again, I am the RedBaron at BaronCast. Thank you, Dinh. It was a pleasure. We do have TSM versus Mono Esports coming up shortly in game number 3. Make sure to check out all those little links that we have up there. We have that great little overlay. So we do have Facebook.com/IGN Pro League for our $25 RP cards. We're giving away 5 of them this Sunday. We, subscribe to the rest of our channels and send us replays. If you have good highlights, send them to iplolreplays@gmail.com. And we can throw them in a highlight video. We will give cool prizes for that. Thank you once again. HatPerson will be back. He's going to be here right shortly after this commercial break. And coming in game number 3, TSM versus Mono Esports.
Hey everyone, welcome back. IPL Killing Spree going the distance. Mono Esports versus Team Solo Mid. I'm HatPerson. With me is Dinh, and you know what? I'm enjoying this.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying this a lot. It was a good series, but I can't help but think last match. I'm like, okay, so first off, 20-minute surrenders. It happens to the best of us, and
Yeah,
it happens in pro play too. So it happens to everybody. Some days you're the feeder, some days you're fed. But we were all discussing out back in the office, kind of like why the Xerath pick.
Why the Xerath pick?
Yeah.
Well, I felt like TSM does have a lot of short range champions. Had it gotten to late game, if Xerath is able to Locus of Power up way in the back and just unleash his fury, it could have been really, really good for Mono. I think they were thinking just way too long term, and that's the sacrifice you make. A lot of times, if you want to pick a stronger late game, you sacrifice your early game.
Yeah.
And so, especially, it's just those early ganks just really, really messed them up. There was nothing wrong with Xerath in terms of team fighting. It's just a lot of champions that you would pick mid against, Maokai just gets killed like that.
Yeah.
Really easily. So what happened was, he got ganked with a twist advance early. Reggie flashed over and killed him. What happened is Maokai still has flash, so he's able to flash again. Now, he doesn't have his flash up, so he just gave up 2 kills like that.
Yeah.
So that pretty much snowballed the game. If you're looking at like the 20-minute item, Reggie had a couple of Doran's Ring, he had Death Cap, Sork Boots. You're looking at Xerath with 3 Dorms rings and a Sork boost. So the difference
yeah.
is a Rabadon's death cap, right?
That's a lot of money.
And when you're that far behind, you know,
What are you gonna do?
sometimes that would call for a 20-minute surrender.
Yeah. I mean, I can see. I mean, I was thinking about myself, and I thought, you know, maybe the Xerath pick was made possibly as a counter to Sivir in the late game.
Mhm.
But, you know, in order for that to work, you need to get to the late game.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just doesn't happen. But you know what? We're 1-1. We're going to game 3 in just a moment. But as always, remember, we do have our Facebook contest going on right now. Hop on there. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. We have our sweepstakes going on until Sunday. Win yourself $25 worth of RP. And as always, that's the email address to send us your amazing replays. But for now, heading into the Game 3 picks. So, I mean, sometimes when you go into these games where you see, you know, someone's like bread and butter. In this case, we have Gragas. You know, sometimes it may be.
I felt like
forcing a ban that you may not want to make, but I'm not sure if they're gonna ban him.
I feel like they're just gonna. They had already banned Maokai. Like,
Yeah.
you know, what's going through Mono's head is last game's problem was Maokai. You know.
Yeah.
The reason why Gragas was so farmed was because of Maokai. So Maokai is actually, you know, this is one of our top bans. I picked them up so we wouldn't have to ban them all the time, but we still ban them anyways. Maokai Rammus ganks are really strong, so it's just that Maokai definitely secured them that game, that last game, because you know, getting those 2 early kills on Gragas really helped him pull the head. Because if you think about it, right, those 2 kills, you know, convert basically to about almost 2 Dorn's ring, and getting those early Dorn's ring on Gragas allowed him to live a couple of times. If you're looking at his health, he barely got away a couple times with maybe like 100 health, maybe 150. So yeah.
So right now the bans are down: Maokai, Rammus, Sona, Udyr, Rise, Shen. TSM has not, you know, they decided to not ban Ahri this time around, and Nintendude, taking a tip from their first game bans, Cassiopeia, actually, you know, Cassiopeia was banned game 1 by TSM, game 2 by Mono, but today, game 3 escaped it, so Mono's going to grab her real quick.
What happened game 1 was, instead of banning Udyr, they banned Cassio.
Yep.
And right now for TSM, they feel like Udyr is a top priority ban, right? By the time it got down, it's like, oh, Shen's still up. Okay, so we have to ban Shen over Cassiopeia. It's just the way the ban draft process works, you know? Had Mono banned Shen, TSM would be able to get Cassio, but Mono has first pick, so clearly TSM has to ban Shen.
So then Karthus and Soraka being picked up, which is a wonderful combo to grab, because not only do you have the global damage, you also have the global heal. Denying Mono the ability to counteract the Karthus ult.
I wonder if TSM's gonna pick up York top. I'm feeling York top, but it's not guaranteed. I just
what's giving you the feeling?
I don't know. It's just like we run this once in a while. It's just, you know, Karthus runs in, just suicide bombs him, walls, turns on E, you know, starts defiling, lay waste. You know, he almost dies. York ults him. Oh, I'm still alive. Runs back around on the ghost and starts snuking again. And then he dies, and then he starts nuking again. You know, it's like 3 times the pain.
Yeah. Or, I mean, MisterImpossible as well, maybe? It's just
it's not as effective, because with Zillion ult, right? Rezzing Karthus, he's still a body, and he's going to die again. I feel like people can run away from Karthus when he dies.
There's York. There he is. So we're going to have a suicide bomber Karthus on our hands.
Suicide bomber Karthus.
Oh, no.
I had a little inkling. I was like, Karthus? Alright, because basically what you don't want to do is you don't want to get gibbed by Cassio. What you can do is you can get gibbed by Cassio and reposition as Karthus and keep on nuking and die in the right place, right? If you're reanimated, you don't give a shit. Nobody's going to focus you. And you just walk into the middle of their team and just start nuking. Because it feels like almost a waste to kill somebody that's gonna die again in 7 seconds guaranteed.
I you can't argue with that mentality. It's like, you know what? I'm already dead. I'm already a skeleton. I'm gonna die once. I'm gonna die again. I'm a zombie skeleton. What's the point in living? Might as well just keep going.
I know. I'm already dead. I might as well just Rambo in again.
I am so interested to see how this works. Like I am a huge fan of just very like very team fight oriented comps, or just like we could even call this a gimmick comp too.
It was actually a flavor of the month comp about 2 months ago at tournaments. I think my team busted out and we did really well, and then people started banning Yorick every single game. And the game that we lost was when they picked Yorick instead of us, and we're really, really mad. So I think that was around the time of MLG. No, it was we pulled it out at MLG Providence, and we pulled it out at New Jersey IPL 3. So and so it was banned, and then it was used against us, and we got really irritated.
So I'm guessing TSM has made a last pick that their last pick does not own, and we will find out what that is in just a moment. But Yorick on his own is, I mean, even without that, he's just a fantastic top laner. Period.
He beats a lot of people. I mean, it's really hard to deny a farm just because he has so much heal, and it's very standard to rush a lot of mana regen on him, and so that translates into more ghouls that heal you, and so you stay in there longer. And if you are getting zoned, you stand the back and you just nuke the creep waves with your AOE. And so I think he has 2 ranged nukes that can kill creep. So relatively, his cooldown should be up for every creep that dies. You know, not every, but most of them. So it's really, really hard to deny him.
All right, so actually Mono had an error in their picking. So they meant to go Rumble Nocturne instead of a Lee Sin Nocturne on that last one. So they didn't have Rumble for that champion. So yeah, so they just grabbed Lee Sin instead of Rumble since they didn't have it. So we're gonna go Cassiopeia, Janna, Graves, Rumble, Nocturne for Mono, and we're just gonna do the last pick in chat here just so we can get it to you guys. But I mean, I'm like I said though. So what do you think may be last for TSM? They still have one spot open.
All right, so let me see. Cassiopeia, Janna, Graves, Rumble, Nocturne versus Soraka. So it's basically going to be an AD carry. It's like, all right, what AD carry is going to excel against Graves, Janna, and Nocturne gank? You know, you want to be far enough back where Cassiopeia can't get you with her ult, and Rumble can't ult on top of you. Like, Rumble has a really, really long range ult, right? So I feel like it has to be a champion with a displacement or a really, really long-range champion. You know, champions with displacement would be Corki, would be Ezreal. Long-range champion would be Cog. So, you know, it's just, you want to pick the champion that's safest. Definitely, I think they've already done Severe against Janna Graves. So Severe should be able to farm just because she can, like, Xpecial all the buckshot. So I don't know if he's going to do Severe. And Severe can actually, like, outrun Nocturne, too. After Nocturne ults on her, she can ult and just run away. So
yeah, that also, with her ult, you know, she can provide that speed. So we have Gangplank for the AoE slow. We have Sivir for the team speed up.
That's a lot of speed up between GP and Severe.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's just basically what they feel is stronger against what the other team has on their plate. All right, because you keep in mind, all right, we're going to lane against Graves, Janna. Not only do we have to lane against them well, we have to be able to prevent Nocturne from ulting on us.
So we're just going to be remaking the room, making sure we get our last pick. We still do not know what the last pick for TSM is, but Mono has made their decision, so they're running Cassiopeia, Janna, Graves, Rumble, and Nocturne.
I think at this point it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're just going to remake blind pick, right?
I believe so. So we should be getting back into that in just a moment. But so tell us, so a little bit more. So, what kind of champs? I mean, so Karthus and York actually clearly mesh pretty well. Just what other champs out there for any aspiring Karthus players out there? Like, what teams does Karthus really fit well in with?
Karthus fit well in with poke comps for one, because you can lay down that wall, and people really don't want to run through. I think you get shredded like 30 something or 40 something, like 35 or 40-ish MR armor if you walk through it, and you're really vulnerable. So people really hate that wall. It's a really big wall too. You can space people out and cut them off, and so I feel like he's good for his zoning, and he actually does a lot of damage. If you're running against a comp with a lot of squishy, basically Karthus gets enough farm hits R, they drop to less than half hit point. And so he's good against a lot of melees, because he's got the spectrum of a lot of people, the champions with not a lot of hit point, and he's got the spectrum of people that are really melee intensive, which are usually like tanky champions too, because they have to close in on him, and then they sit on his defile and get lay wasted on. So, you know, he's actually, I feel like he's a really strong champion right now still. So,
and there's also there's a lot of discussion too, where I mean, a lot of people feel that while Soraka, she pretty much her ult counteracts the Karthus ult, but I feel that a lot of teams people just starting out feel they're obligated to take Soraka in the face of a Karthus.
I feel like Soraka is actually a decent pick against Karthus. Definitely her AP is not going to scale as much, so it's not going to heal as much as Karthus is going to dish out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in terms of countering Soraka, it counters like a percentage of Karthus. So, but also being a bottom lane, you're not too invested. And she's definitely like a good champion to help your bottom lane AFK farm. Like, in the long run, you're not going to be really pushed out of lane. You can keep on giving your champion mana, and they can just spam skills to farm. And then you can heal them when they get poked down. So Soraka is generally like a really safe lane for me. And you couple Soraka Karthus, that means that when jungle ganks top, they got an extra nuke off to finish off people who are they ganking. And when top gets ganked, Soraka is going to give them an extra 200-300 health, so they can potentially get away too. So, it's just a lot of safety all around.
So we got. I was in chat just saying for some reason I got booted out of the room. But in chat, TSM said that their last pick will be Tristana.
Oh, Tristana. Thinking about it too, like you can zombie Karthus or zombie Triss. Triss has got a lot of long range. She doesn't really have any on-hit effect, but just imagine like 2 Tristana with a lot of damage and attack speed. She doesn't get the steroid from Q2 on the clone though. I'm thinking they're gonna ult the Karthus over Triss, but if they have to, they would ult the Triss. Yeah.
I think so too. So I mean, and Tristana Soraka, that's wonderful. That's a wonderful combo bot lane anyway. Because Tristana is going to be, in order to get most of her engagements off, she does have to get in there with the rocket jump.
Like ironically, like the criteria I was thinking of when I was talking about what's good against their comp, I said long range and needs a displacement, right? And I didn't name Tristana, right? She's got both of them. She's got the longest non-skill range in the game, and she's got a jumper displacement. I'm surprised I didn't mention it.
Well, it's again. I'm excited to see this happen, and she's absolutely the perfect pick for this match. So here we are, blind pick. We're just gonna get this going for you real quick. So just to recap the bans for Game 3, Mono versus TSM. Mono banned out Maokai, Rammus, and Sona. Solo mid banned out Udyr, Rise, and Shen. Trying to get as many good champs and team-specific champs out as they need to. So we are 1-1 in this series. If Team Solo Mid wins this game, they will be on a killing spree and start getting those increased prize pots. And if they win tonight, they'll be winning $400 instead of the usual $300. And we are still going into our last match, so tweet at us who you think is going to win at IGN Pro League, and we will pick one of you. We're going to send you a nice Razer mousepad and an IPL hoodie for your troubles. So we will be going in just for real quick here. And then also, as always, we do have our Facebook contest going on until Sunday, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. You can win yourself $25 worth of RP from the contest there. And if you're liking what you see tonight, remember, we have our round of 8. We have our qualifiers for IPL 4 Saturday. Round of 8 starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. And then we will be going on to round of 4 and grand finals this Sunday, also starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to find out already on Saturday. Whoever wins on Saturday in each 4 of those matches, we're going to find out who goes to IPL 4 from there. So we're going to start out with CLG EU versus Against All Authority, M5 versus Mono Esports, TCM versus Curse, and V8 versus EZ. So this weekend is going to be amazing too if you are a fan of League of Legends. So we shall be going into commercial momentarily, and hey, stick around. We have a fantastic Game 3 for you at home. Mono Esports versus Team Solo Mid. I'm HatPerson. I'm here with Dinh. It's going to be a fun time, so stick around. Welcome back, everyone. IPL Killing Spree, Mono Esports versus Team Solo Mid. We are going to game number 3, going the distance here. And I was noticing during loading screen, look at Chaox. Ignite heal?
Ignite heal.
Explain this. I'm kind of befuddled here.
All right, the whole concept behind Ignite heal for Tristana is okay. She knows that Karthus is gonna have his ult at level 6, especially when he hits level 6. And at level 6, if Triss puts point into explosive shot and rocket jump only, her burst potential without the ignite should be, you calculate in the rocket jump, say like 180 damage. Maybe if she puts 3 points into it, closer to like 200. Explosive shot, maybe like another 150. So that's like 350. You throw in the ultimate, right? This is before resistance, so
yep.
That's gonna put her close to like 600 damage. She can probably get 1 or 2 right click off, and so you throw an ignite too at level 6. I think it's 75 plus 20 times 6, so maybe close to 200 damage. So now Triss got about maybe 800 damage potential before resist. Closer to like 700 because ignites true damage. You throw in Karthus ult, that's another about 200 damage. So at any point, if bottom lane is below 800 damage, because the Janna shield's gonna block some, Triss is gonna be able to burst him down with GP ult, with Karthus ult, and with ignite. So it's just this is basically this is called the feed the bottom lane game. And Chaox is going to get really, really farm and carry really, really hard if he plays it right.
Wow. I'm learning so much about Tristana today. I'm learning so much just from watching Solo Mid, picking champs. We're seeing their strategy unfold, and we'll see it just unfold further once everyone starts hitting 6, once the team fights start breaking out. I'm excited. I'm also so. What does Mono have to do to counteract this?
Basically, like, Mono's got one of those comps again where if TSM clumps up, they're gonna die. Tristana, when she gets to 18, she's gonna have 700 plus range. So in terms of landing on Triss is gonna be pretty hard, especially if Rumble lands it on her anyways. She can jump. After which Nocturne can potentially ult onto Triss, because that would guarantee a land on the Fear. Well, not quite. If Triss plays it right and doesn't want to get feared, she can choose to explosive shot Nocturne and ult him away. But in that case, if I feel like if TSM's well positioned, they can actually just let Nocturne ult Triss and kill him. So you have the GP to zone, and you have the zombie Karthus to zone too. Because GP drops his ult, nobody wants to walk in that.
Yeah.
You have a zombie Karthus, nobody wants to kill that. And so I feel like if this game is gonna end well for Mono, it's gonna be a really, really well positioned ultimate by Cassio, and with a good follow up by Graves and Rumble.
And right now, WildTurtle is actually being engaged upon up top lane. OddOne making his presence known. He's trying to get a parlay or two off on him as he's trying to run away. OddOne flashing in, trying to get a little bit more damage. I think WildTurtle may actually be able to get away from this.
Yeah. Thing is I felt like they were gonna kill Rumble at that point. They didn't cut him off well enough. What happened was Rainman got too low too early, so he couldn't keep Rumble there. And so when OddOne went to gank, the fight already broke out a little too early, so he couldn't get in position to permanently slow Rumble. And also, he had also lost red buff, so that's another slow factor that he had missed out on. Had he had red buff, there's no doubt in my mind Rumble would have died.
On Reginald dying real quick to ParadoXical. Minions not going to do it. Man.
That was a really close fight, actually.
Yeah. So, but I mean, we were also talking earlier during the break that like right now like Reggie's objective now is to just farm.
Yeah, that's basically the objective. He's slightly behind though, so this is actually really, really bad for him. You know, giving up first blood means more than just giving up 400 gold to the enemy. You gotta keep in mind he's farming and you're not, so the gold difference is actually more than 400. You know, he gave Cassio 400 gold for the first blood. Cassio finishes the wave. That's another 150 gold. Reggie misses 150 gold. The difference is closer to like 700 gold, and that's what you see in
right there.
The gold count.
So, Karthus, right now, I mean, are we gonna see him also maybe have a presence in the lane early on? Maybe meandering down bottom to help out.
At this point, he's not going to leave lane. He's just going to AFK farm mid.
Okay.
His goal is to get as much AP as possible, so when he does ramble in, he's going to do damage. So I don't see him leaving mid ever this game. He's just going to... His goal is to farm and only group up for Dragon.
So mainly what they did game one, pretty much. Just stay mid, never leave. By the way, we're 18, let's go do stuff.
Actually, Reggie kind of roamed around the jungle and did a lot of... counter jungling, etc. You're not going to see this game because he's already behind, and basically the stronger he gets from farming, the more help he's offering to the other lane anyways. Leaving means he's not going to get as much farm.
I'm not sure if OddOne saw Nintendude wander into lane, but he is being feared by Nocturne. But whilst WildTurtle's getting away, Nintendude's there to take the rest of the damage from TSM, has no choice but to flash away. And right now, ParadoXical, he is 6. Ult is up. Right now, an OddOne is caught in that bush. Ult going down to Rayman just to get the slow that they needed.
Oh, this is really bad.
Yeah. Mono with the counter gank. Right, and now Mono's also still pushing down mid. And it surprises me, too, that TSM's actually pushed so far in on mid, because that's... I mean, Tristana really has some pushing power in lane. With the explosive shot and things like that.
So at this point, like, TSM is really, really behind. Like, to be behind, I think 2,000, almost 2,000 gold this early in the game, it's definitely gonna hurt. Because right now Cassio is a freaking beast. She's 2-0. She's got more CS than Reggie, and it's gonna come to a point that, you know, every time her ult's up, she's gonna be able to kill Reggie. So Reggie's gonna passively farm and not die at this point, just because she has so much damage with those early kills. Because I think she picked up Sork boots, so her damage is close to true damage. I don't think Reggie has any MR, so you know she's doing true damage to Reggie. She's got some Doran's Ring for survivability. There's gonna be no real face-off. The best Reggie can do at this point is just to hang back and just lay waste the creep that's just about to die and not push the lane. If you push the lane, you're gonna die.
He does have blue buff, so that's going to help out a little bit. And like we were talking before, nothing is pretty low on health. I mean, if we get one engage from Chaox or one rocket jump ignite.
That's what he's looking for right now.
Yeah.
He's looking for the rocket jump, ignite, and buster shot with the Karthus ult.
He's thinking about backing right now, trying to bait him out with Xpecial. And there it is, Karthus ult. Will laser! Done.
Called it. You know, you drop below 800 hit point, you're still gonna die with that heal. You know.
Yep. And that's the name. And that's so Reginald gets that kill to his name, so it's gonna help him out a little bit in his farm. So and hopefully we will see. I mean I want to see this suicide bomb tactic. I'm really interested to see how this is gonna carry out. And the Nintendude actually laying in wait on the edge of their own
They can
jungle.
actually kill Karthus at tower if Cassio lands the ult. That's why he's waiting in there.
WildTurtle getting chunked out by Rainman. So I think Rainman's actually going to be taking control of this lane.
Rayman's actually, like, I feel like Yorick can beat Rumble in lane. So it's actually a really good pick top, regardless of whether he picked it before or after Rumble. I'm not sure of the picking order, just because of reset.
Yorick was picked first, and then they picked Rumble Nocturne after that.
Rumble is better in terms of like damage in a team fight, but he's definitely gonna lose in lane to Yorick. Not to mention Yorick's gonna. I'm still waiting for that Yorick ulti and Karthus.
We're waiting. We're like we want
it'll
to see
be a
the
sight
bomb.
to see. So.
I think that's what we're all waiting for. Is we want to see this strat carry out. We want to see it be effective, and we want to see where the power is in this, and if it will actually do anything to Mono. Because if it does, it could be the strat that turns the tide in their favor and get them on that killing spree.
So actually, like one thing right now is after that first kill, Graves did burn his heal. So
yes.
For the next fight, it's not going to be up, right? If you factor that in with the scaling damage of Chaox, he's going to do more than 800 damage burst next time, because Karthus is going to ult for more damage. He's going to have more points into rocket jump, more points into explosive shot.
Yes.
And also GP is now also 6, so he actually has a killing potential upwards of 1,000 hit points. So I don't think. Let's see how much HP Graves has right now.
Graves. 1180 right now. And
1180.
His
so
heal still has 2 minutes to go.
So basically, Chaox is going to have his ignite up in about maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds. So
30 seconds, called it.
And so, like, the kill potential is going to be there very, very soon again. And especially because his heal is going to be down. So that's one thing that Chaox can look for.
So we're waiting to see how the strat happens to unfold here. Gold is actually starting to equalize here.
Yeah, the gold's equalizing because Yorick is winning top lane.
Yep.
And also Triss is winning bottom lane. Despite Reggie losing mid lane because of those early kills on Cassio, they should still be able to catch up and farm and out-farm. Because if you think about it, right, if 2 lane is winning in CS and 1 lane is losing in CS, the gold cap is actually going to close.
Nintendude trying to eat some skills here in mid lane. ParadoXical is laying in wait. Ultimate is up on Cassiopeia. Wards going down by Dragon, so I think we're going to start seeing our first move into Dragon very shortly. Rainman is up.
Is blue up?
Farming.
I mean, can I check Reggie really quick?
Yes.
So basically, like, Mono knows blue is coming up, so
yeah.
He's camping there. He's waiting for Reggie to walk across and get blue, and then he wants to ult Reggie and give him and deny him that blue. So Reggie kind of saw ParadoXical there, so he took it as a cue. So he drops a ward to make sure that he does not come over and kill Reggie when he does blue. I think Reggie didn't get blue because he had died around the time that it spawned, so There's a delay timer on it, and it should come up within the next minute.
And even in the meantime, like mid tower is actually being pushed pretty hardcore actually.
Mm-hmm.
We only got 240 health on the thing left. So ParadoXical is actually doing a pretty effective job at pushing out the lane, while Mono's mid tower really has no damage done on it at all.
It's just that Casio has such high kill potential on Karthus right now, especially with Nocturnal. So he's gonna be pushed to tower most of the game, and I wouldn't be surprised if it drops pretty soon.
WildTurtle has no option but to lay down the ult to get away from Rain Man. That harass, showing what it can do.
So basically what Rain Man is doing top is, since he has a lot of heal from his skills, he's able to freeze the lane in front of his tower and poke at the same time. So that way he can make sure the lane never pushes out on Rumble, and Rumble would have to go into danger zone to just farm. And so it's just one of those things that Yorick has, is just a lot of lane control. He can keep the lane where he needs it to be kept. Not any further, not any closer. Because if it's going to go any closer, you can just body tank it and then heal back up.
And we're also talking earlier during the loading screen too about like which characters.
I think they're grouping up for Dragon right now.
I think he may be. WildTurtle is down mid.
Does Yorick? Yeah, Yorick's ult. Teleport is up. What he needs to do is push his lane really quick and buy though, because the potential of can you check how much gold Yorick has?
Yes, I can. It's 650.
Oh, that's not much. He's bought pretty recently, so
It's
it's
not.
not. Is not too big of a deal if he goes back or not. So as long as he has his teleport up, he's recently bought. He's relatively strong. It shouldn't be a big problem.
We were talking also during Champ Select about like which teams are going to be having their their front man and going into team fights. And we already discussed Reginald. He's going to be there. He's going to be a suicide bomber. And Nintendude, as a jungler, Nocturne is, I think, fairly weak against this team because his spell shield. Tristana's just going to pop that thing early, but right now Reginald's just going to get gripped here. He's maybe feared under tower. The tower's low enough where he can just take out the tower while he's feared, but they're not going to pursue it. But
the thing with the follow-up on that was Casio was too far that Reggie...
We're committing to bot. Janna has to ult. Karthus ult going down. Not going to be able to do it, but he was still ignited. Under 130 health.
What happened was the damage was split between Graves and Janna. I think Chaox got knocked back, so he was unable to focus the Janna or the Graves. He switched between the two at least once that fight, so the damage wasn't focused, so he couldn't do as much.
Nintendude tries to steal it with the Q, cannot do it. But yeah, one more auto attack from Chaox and that would have done it. So the Janna ult from Pixel was very well timed in that regard.
I think they should have just gone for the Janna the fight. One, she doesn't have heal. They waited long enough that Graves' heal is up. With Graves getting more HP, I think he's at like 1300 now, right?
He's at 1450.
1450, so he's at 1450 now, and he's got heal up. So he's actually like total health with the heal and the Janna shield is closer to like 1700. So Janna not having heal and not having a death on her head, I felt like it was more worth it to just blow her up.
Right, that TSM's got a 3-2, soon to be 4-man push here in mid. So he's trying to equalize the damage on the mid towers, and Chaox is here doing what he needs to do. Meanwhile, WildTurtle pushing up top. Top lane's actually pretty weak for TSM as well. There's almost no damage on Mono's side.
The reason why top tower has damage for TSM is because Yorick is keeping the lane pushed to his tower and farming under it. So what that allows for the creeps to hit it sometimes and Rumble to come up and hit it a couple of times. He's not losing HP on the tower because he's losing lane. He's losing it because the way he's laning. And also I think that gank early on by Casio left it vulnerable for a bit so they can chunk it a little bit too.
It was a fantastic ult. Got 2 members for that one. WildTurtle still being slowed, taken by Rainman. Yes, yeah, Yorick is pretty much unmovable right now top lane. There's not really a whole lot Rumble can do. And it reflects that, a little bit in the creep score. I mean, Yorick is 10 creeps ahead and will now only get more now that Rumble's decided to back. And also look. I mean, Rumble. I'm sorry, Yorick actually very smartly stacking magic resist against Rumble.
So Chaox is actually looking for a kill here.
Pixel getting low. Here comes the ult. Will get Janna. Chaox does rocket jump away, but gets melted by ParadoXical waiting in the bush, coming down from mid. Soraka falling down to Cass.
That was actually very, very untimely fight. Just because ParadoXical was so close and Nocturne was actually so close. Had they been a little bit further, I felt like Chaox could have gotten the kill and just backed out, but you know, just don't know the position of the people on the map, and when you fight and they're nearby, it's just really bad.
And there are also no river wards by either team. There's some vision here from TSM, but it's not the best indicator. I mean, it's more of an offensive ward, if anything.
Like the way the game is, it's gonna turn around pretty easily because they are behind 3 kills. That's basically the difference. The tower and dragon kind of neutralize. Definitely gives up a little bit of positioning on the map.
Reggie actually being caught out, taking a bit of damage.
Oh, they're gonna lose tower here. It's so low that it's worth it to just give it up.
Yeah. And it's like that's just a turret you do not want to be stuck around defending, because they'll just go ahead, they'll tank it if they need to, get those 1 or 2 hits they need and just take it out. So 19 minutes in, Mono maybe up 3 kills, but the gold is only about a 1k swing. 2 towers also down in favor of Mono.
So at this point, basically what you see is TSM's both mid and bottom towers down. So what happens is once you take down tower, you start roaming, because you can't overcommit to a lane because it's gonna push you in too deep, and then they can potentially kill you. Oh man, they're potentially looking for Baron control at this point, because it's late enough in the game where, you know, both teams has enough damage to kill it, and Cassio with blue buff can actually melt Baron really, really quickly. So if I was TSM, I'd need to have more Baron control at this point, and really, like, especially attentive when Cassiopeia has that blue buff, because, you know, blue buff Cassiopeia, she gets off a lot of damage with that blue buff, and with blue buff you get the extra CDR and, you know, just a lot more mana regen, and it, like, damage would just go nuts.
So Mono getting the wards, getting the vision they need around Baron. They're preparing for it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mono just starts shoving bot mid and then go top, give that tower. It's worth it at this point for them to take it and potentially look for a gank. They need to have big plays very, very soon to change it. I mean, they are ahead, but
WildTurtle doesn't know that bush is warded. Karthus trait getting in with the wall.
That's bad positioning, Karthus.
Yeah. WildTurtle has been caught out. Mono needs to regroup for the support. And Rainman, you know, despite Mono now just moving as a full 5 force, Rainman just, you know, remaining top, continuing the farming. And it's good call on his part. I mean, he is relatively close to Baron. He is only in top.
So basically what happened was Mono went to push bottom, and what that's going to have TSM make a decision. It's like, oh, who's going to go bottom, who's going to farm it? And if they go farm it bottom, are we going to be able to... I mean, if somebody goes bottom, Mono can potentially force it. So I feel like TSM can actually defend Baron, even though it's 4v5, but it's still not a good position they need to be in. I'd send Yorick bottom at this point and farm it and just defend near top, because it's better to have more bodies near top tower, mid tower, and have somebody with a teleport down bottom.
It was also, you know, quite a while until that ward and that river bush was found out. I mean, they knew it was warded based on the activity from Karthus onto Rumble earlier. I'm surprised it took them that long to clear it. But right now, TSM actually backing off a little bit. Once they see their presence in the lane, they may go ahead and engage on this. Nothing staying in mid.
I would really like to see Rayman buy and go bottom right now. I think he's got a bit of gold in him. Oh no, just 590.
What did he buy? He bought the Spirit Visage for himself.
Yeah, he's going a lot of MR just because Rumble, Cassio, a lot of magic damage.
He wants that cooldown reduction. He wants that
So they
health.
actually are
Resist.
sending Rain Man bottom to hold that, and it's overall a really good decision. You can just keep on pushing bottom, potentially take that tower, and you can teleport into Baron.
They see that he's bottom, so that is Mono's
They don't
cue.
see the other ward though. I don't.
Yep, that ward is still up. York can still teleport to this ward when they go and engage. Here comes Reginald. There's a ward up there. Rain Man teleported to that one. Mono has been deflected away from Baron. No deaths quite yet. We are not out of the woods yet. TSM getting ready to re-engage.
Oh, that's a really good. That was a really good chunk on Cassio.
Raise morale going on.
No, it was a really bad time for them to fight.
Karthus ult looking for the initiation. They're very low.
They don't want to face check that. That would be the
Yep.
worst thing to do right now.
I think they're just going to like, you guys are really low on health. I'm just going to burn this soul.
What TSM wants to do is just have Soraka top off everybody before they even start fighting. If they rush this too bad, it can be really, really bad.
In the mean, Xpecial has the oracles clearing off all the vision from Mono. Should Mono just back away from this, or should they stick around?
No, they need to stick around because TSM can do Baron just as fast as they can. So they're sticking around. The thing is, there's a ward there, so Mono knows that they're not doing it. And so it's actually
little
dangerous. It's very dangerous for Soraka to get into that brush to know that there's a ward in there just because it's so close to Mono's side. That's why he hasn't checked that brush.
Rayman going back top, so will nothing. Mono trying, they put the CV down, ensure no one is down there. They're getting their wards back down, clearing out all the wards that TSM has placed. There's a lot of wards, but Rayman already used his teleport in for that engage earlier because he was down bot lane trying to farm. So do you think Mono just sort of engaged, expecting him to burn the teleport so he just wouldn't have the later? Because this is a pretty big cooldown.
It is a pretty big cooldown. Ideally, they thought that TSM was far enough back that they can pick up Baron.
Now they kind of are, actually. Karthus is actually pretty behind.
He should be able to make it back in time because he's already off the map. Mono doesn't know. It is actually a good time for TSM to do Baron right now, but OddOne's actually back, so...
Everyone's just...
Because what happened is, Janna has no wards, so they know that there's no vision on Baron then. So, if they just kind of stuck around, they could have just done it. But also, like, it's also spectator bias. We don't...
Yeah.
we see the entire map. We know they're going back, so...
Yeah, we are a little bit more privileged than the players who are being able to see the entire map. Janna did buy 5 wards for herself. Continuing, so right now the coverage is kind of split around the Baron area between both teams. We have one in the pit, one in the river.
So basically, right now all ults are back up. So both teams are actually ready to fight again. What Chaox wants to do is he just wants levels right now. The more levels he gets, the safer he is when he fights. There's gonna come to a point where he has 700 plus range. He's gonna be long enough to outrange Cassio ult. He's going to be able to just stand way, way in the back and shoot through walls and just like attack everybody that way. So his concern right now is just getting a lot of EXP, he gets a lot of levels. And
right. York seeing top. Mono getting back in the pit, clearing out the ward, backing out. I think we've gotten to the point where we've devoted so much time now to Baron that both teams are just ready to go all out and sacrifice everything needed to try and secure this kill. So the next team fight could be the deciding factor. We have yet to see the zombie Karthus suicide bomb. And here we go. Mono is deciding to engage. CV goes down. TSM knows. Rainman taking the point. Mono knows. They're backing off. Xpecial clearing the ward in the bush, denying the vision. Stand still. Just in a moment, right here, right in front of the Baron pit. Reginald getting off the skills, trying to deal as much damage as he can. This is tense.
I think Rumble wants to drop a really, really good ult right now.
And they're clumped up enough to do it. I would hate to see a preemptive ultimate from Nintendude, because that's the last thing they need right now. I really hope that they don't try to result on that as their main means of initiation.
The best way for Mono to fight this is to actually kill Reggie really, really quick and back out immediately, and then fight again. If they can do that successfully, they can win this fight.
So if they melt him quickly enough, Rainman may not have enough time to ult him.
No, even if he does.
Yeah, and even if he does.
Even if he does, they can just ignore Karthus after.
This is getting really tense right now. This game is pretty much all
It's
centering
almost,
around-
it's pretty much completely even at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, like, no team has a real advantage. And it's basically a skill matchup right now. Whoever team fights better is going to win the game.
Yep. Mono, both teams right now gathering, warding Baron. They're both ready to just place all bets on Baron, and whoever gets this next team fight will more likely get Baron and push quite possibly for the game. Mono once again starting on Baron engage. Rumble taking a little bit too much damage from the Baron. Reggie flashes in, gets blown out of the pit from the Janna ult, is being focused down. Nocturne finishes the job. We did not see an ult from Rainman. It did not happen. Does have to ult Chaox just in case he dies. The ult may wear off before he even dies.
That is really bad timing. They should have gone a lot earlier. They're hoping for the Baron steal.
Yeah.
But what they should have done was they should have just fought that on top of Baron when they're doing it.
Yep.
You know, why risk it when you can fight 5v5 on top of
Poisoned
Baron?
out. Poison does finish off the Rainman. Xpecial being hit with the fangs, and now Mono's just going to go ahead and push up mid. I think this may be it. They're just going to go ahead, take this minion wave, take out this tower, take down the inhibitor. Reginald's going to come back. OddOne's back, but Xpecial and Rainman still have a good 20-30 seconds before they're back. We think we may even be able to get a Nexus tower. But as Reginald flashing in, Rainman was not close enough to get the ult off to make the suicide bomb work.
The thing is they just took way too long. They knew that they were doing it. They should have gone right away. What needs to happen is Soraka needed to drop a ward right away and have Rainman teleport in instantly. Had he teleported in instantly, he would be able to ult Karthus, and Karthus can just, reposition and just do a lot more damage.
Mono now taking control of bot lane, using their advantage to go ahead and push. This tier 2 tower should go down pretty quick. But every single person is now gathering towards bot, and now Mono is going to go ahead and wander
Take
down
Dragon
to Dragon
too.
for free. TSM will not be able to get here in time to contest it.
It's amazing how like a 700 gold can just creep up to 6,000 so fast. Now it's gonna be 7.
7,000 gold lead in just a minute or two, just from one team fight. All this game was centering around the one big team fight by Baron, and Mono came out ahead.
It's just really, really bad timing for Rainman to go up top and farm. They had no vision on Baron, and they weren't in position. They weren't close enough for Rainman to split off from the team and farm that. It's definitely not his fault because he has teleport, so he can come in any time.
Yeah.
That was dependent on his team being in the right place and dropping the ward so he can get it in at the right time.
30 minutes in. One team fight at Baron later. Mono has a very commanding 7k lead with Baron buff, up 9-2. 6 towers, and all of theirs are remaining. Even this one, even that one, that hero tower, a little under 300 health left, still standing. So I'm trying to think what TSM can do.
The
to
moment
recover
this
from
Baron runs out, they can actually fight again. Mono definitely has a clear advantage in terms of gold farm killing power at this point, especially with Baron. If they can stall long enough, just farm, and it doesn't even matter if this tower drops. It's gonna be another 1,000 gold, but it's better than giving up and hit and losing the game, because once Chaox gets to level 18, that's when he starts to shine. Just because the thing with Tristana is she has scaling attack range, and that means that she can attack way out of range of any other champion. He can deal damage, and for a champion that can kill another champion in like 4 shots, 5 shots, within like 3 or 4 seconds, having that range is going to matter so much.
Baron buff should be down any moment. Once it is, that will be TSM's signal for them to engage if they are pushed up far enough. They're just waiting for the next minion wave to come in and push.
What Reggie wants to do is, he's probably going to do is he's going to just wall when the creep wave comes off, clear it so they can't push it.
Yep. Rayman taking the point. Reginald going up. This might be it. This is it. This is the last stand. Reginald ulted by Cassiopeia. Did he get ulted? Yes, he did. So here's the suicide bomb. Karthus coming in. Karthus does to get the ult off. How many people's he gonna get with it? Just one. Just Rumble. Pixel still barely alive. Nintendude still barely alive. Rayman now in chase. Chaox in chase. And the Fang.
Oh my god.
Rocket jump. ParadoXical with the wonderful kill.
That could have been so much better. Oh, if he jumped a little bit earlier, he would have lived that, and they actually would have been able to defend this tower right here.
The targeting went off and just connected mid-flight. It locked in, and now TSM, they're back to their front door.
That was actually not worth. Had Chaox gotten the kill and gotten out, it would have been definitely worth it. But since he died, there's no real range champion to clear creeps and defend these waves that's onslaughting. So it just had that play a little bit better. I think TSM would have came out ahead of that, and they would have been in perfect shape. But now they do have 3 inhib down, and of course mid's gonna come up within like maybe a minute and a half. But this is gonna hurt. It feels like the next fight is gonna decide the game. So they better fight it really, really well and take this chance to farm whatever they can.
And the next Baron should be an easy one for Mono. When it spawns, 2 inhibitors will still be down for TSM. So they should, I mean, unless TSM just decides to just abandon ship, abandon their base, and try and make a quick engage on it. I don't know. May not see it. I think they're just going to be go ahead and just be a little more content farming while they can. This is rough. This is rough for solo mid right now.
I felt like if they just lost 1 inhib, it would have been fine, but now it's 2 inhib down. And so with 1 inhib, you can at least farm and defend. 2 inhib down, it's going to be a lot of pressure. And
Mono's just going to use this wave as they're seeing no one to push on to take down the mid inhibitor once again. Reginald going up. There's the wall. They have all the skills they need to. Gangplank ult coming down. Here's the Nocturne ult focusing down on Chaox. Right now, Reginald in the thick. He will be focused down here by nothing. Pixel trying to get the slow off. Reginald will fall down. Karthus is back. Karthus ult going down. Rainman now desperately trying to get back to his base, even though he is ridiculously slowed. Just barely getting out 180. The Xpecial chase being the leader. ParadoXical kind of going into that small little trap created. Chaox now being focused. Graves does go down with Tristana.
there's so much super creeps.
And all the while, the super minions push to the Nexus. GG. Mono has beaten Team Solo Mid. Congratulations. $300 is now yours and prevented the potential
Killing
TSM killing spree. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Wow.
Upsets everywhere.
Upsets everywhere. Mono,
everywhere.
Mono is the upset team.
Upset everywhere.
Let's recap how many teams Mono have beaten here on the IGN Pro League stream. They've just beaten Team Solo Mid in Killing Spree. They've beaten Millennium in IPL 4 qualifiers. They've beaten Absolute Legends in IPL qualifiers.
M5.
M5 is their next match.
Oh my god. Oh, so sad for TSM. They had the right idea. It's just one team fight lost them the game.
Yeah.
And that one jump over made sure they lost that game. At that point, they were actually still winning that team fight down that inhib with the enemy having Baron buff, right? Had Chaox not jumped over to kill a Janet and sacrifice for himself, all 3 inhib would have been up. They would have been able to defend that 100%, right? He goes back up. He just starts attacking creeps, heal off. You know, now they can't push. He's got really, really long range. He can clear waves, and as long as he doesn't get close enough for Cass to hit him, he can hit Cass without Cass being able to cast on him. So it was just, that cast did work that game. That cast did work.
I mean, the stats don't lie. 10, 0, and 1. That is one very impressive, one sexy snake lady. But you know, we saw the Karthus suicide bomb once.
And it worked.
And it worked.
It worked. He took out like 2 people. He took Cass actually to maybe 300 health. If Chaox had sight on Cassiopeia after he killed Janna, he could have killed Cassiopeia as well. But he just,
Yep.
she was well positioned in the shadows, throwing out poison.
Yeah, I mean, it's Karthus did his work, but we needed a cleanup crew. And
Had he done the suicide bomb Karthus properly the first time,
Baron.
it would have worked out at
Yeah.
Baron. The last one that he tried, they actually killed his clone before he died.
Yeah.
So he didn't get resurrected. So it was a little bit of mistiming. I think Rayman saw that Reggie got ulted by Cassiopeia. So he's like, all right, time to ult him. But they just completely stopped DPSing Reggie, so he didn't get the resurrection. Had he got the resurrection, he would have been able to attack for another 6-7 seconds. Karthus clone right click does nothing. So having a Karthus clone up doesn't do anything. In that case, it was better to just have it on Chaox. But it was good play by Mono not killing Reggie until they killed the clone.
Yeah.
So
we're going to take a quick ad break. We're going to finish out with the rest of our match evaluation, and then we have some announcements also coming up for you guys if you haven't heard them before. So we're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back in just a quick moment. So do please stay tuned. Hello, Summoners. So thank you once again for joining us today on IPL Killing Spree, watching Mono do what they do with their fantastic, fantastic upsets every time we have them on our stream. Killing Spree qualifiers does not matter. They do not disappoint one bit. So, and next week, we already know who they're going to be playing up against. I believe it's 4-0.
yeah, for nothing.
4-0 gaming.
That's definitely another up-and-coming team that can pull out some upsets as well. So I'd actually keep an eye out for them. They're not doing too shabby. So a lot of teams just popping up out of nowhere, and more competition and more fun.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what we need. Is what we need. We need
Yeah.
more. We need more blood infused into the League of Legends competitive scene.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of that, so if we do have our IPL4 qualifiers continuing on this weekend until we're done. Saturday we have the round of 8. I got the schedule for you right here. So first up at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, CLGEU versus Against All Authority. After that, Moscow 5 versus these guys, Mono Esports. Another potential upset we'll have to see. After that, TCM versus Curse, and then V8 versus EZ. We might have a few special guests coming by.
Yeah.
You got to come by for it?
It's very likely that I'll be in the area.
All right.
Gotta hang with my boy Elements. Get some beer going.
And then after this, Sunday, we're having a round of 4 at 9 a.m. And then grand finals. We're going to see who gets the fully comped trip. So everyone who wins on Saturday going to IPL 4. Whoever wins on Sunday, their trip is free. Good stuff.
Yeah.
And as always, remember, follow us on Twitter at IGN Pro League. If you haven't done our Facebook contest, I highly recommend you do so. It ends on Sunday. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. And win yourself $25 worth of RP. And I think that's about it for today.
Yeah, that's basically it.
So any last words? Any shout-outs?
Oh, I think Lapaka sent me a text message last week while I was casting and say, "Hey, give me a shout out, bro."
Done.
And I was like, "Oh man, my phone was off." So this time, I'll shout out to Lapaka, even though he didn't message me. Maybe he did. My phone's on silent.
So everyone, as always, thank you for joining us. We will see you next time. We will see you this weekend for the IPL 4 qualifiers. And until then, I'm HatPerson. That's Dinh. RedBaron is somewhere out there in those cubicles. And from everyone here at the IGN Pro League, thank you for tuning in. We will see you next time. Good night.
Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. This is the RedBaron at Baroncast. With me is Dinh. I just came running into the room with the last, 2 seconds of the timer, just barely making it in.
Yeah, man. He was coming in. I was like, "Oh man, you got 2 seconds, man." And he's
But,
just running past me and sitting down.
I'm definitely really excited, though, because we do have Mono versus 4Not. And Mono, for any of you who had been watching, did qualify for IPL 4 at Las Vegas. And then 4Not, probably, I don't know how many of you guys know about them, but they've won a number of Go for LOL tournaments, I believe. And so they've definitely been kind of sitting around as a competitive team for a while.
Yeah, they're definitely a newer contender to the scene. So they're all really good players. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have a good showing today.
Okay, so what can you actually tell me about 4Not? Because I'm...
4Not was the former Team Leaguecraft, and they got picked up by 4-0 Gaming. So definitely not a new team.
Right.
They've been around for a while, but hopefully as team get more developed, they practice more, they just perform a lot better. And
Right.
So it should be an interesting game nonetheless.
Yeah, so definitely two, up-and-coming teams here. For any of you who are kind of wondering, this is on the live patch. This is, our new... This is on the live tournament realm, so we do have the new patch here, the new champion, Fiora, any of the changes that have happened. I'm not, 100% all of the changes. I recognize a couple of them. But have you been playing Fiora? What is your kind of experience
I have been playing Fiora. I played her for the first time. Last night I played her 2 games, and I played twice today. I had some really, really good first 2 games. Won them really easily. And then I just lost terribly the next one. And then I played a normal one. I went super godlike, 16-0 or something. And then I picked her up again this morning. I played her, and I was just demoralized. So, and, sometimes I just do really well. Sometimes I do really poorly. So I got to figure out where she excels and where she falls behind. Because some team comps she does really, really well against. And some team comps she just kind of stands there and hit people, and they take no damage. So it's just...
Yeah, I'm actually... right now basically the worst streamer ever as far as my own games, and you get a new kind of respect for people like yourself and Scar who stream and then are so active with talking while you're streaming and communicating everything that's going on.
I'm actually pretty bad.
But even so, it's compared with me, I'm a decent player. I've been fairly competitive, and when I start streaming, I'm like, yeah, let me give these guys a show, and I start tower diving people, and I start off 0-3, and I'm like, wow, I've fed the enemy now.
Oh, it sucks so bad because when you're streaming, other people watching, they're criticizing, and you're like, oh, did I really just do that?
Yeah,
and it sucks really bad.
And so it was nice. I played Fiora a little bit more today, and yesterday it was all pretty much terrible. But I got my ranked win with her today, and it was I don't know, just not doing a bunch of stupid whatever. and not diving the enemy, able to start off well and then all of a sudden, just snowball. Because she is very much kind of a snowball champ.
She is. She's it takes a while to get used to, but her ultimate's pretty good in the sense that it pops projectile. It's like the old Flash.
Yeah.
Every time someone's about to nuke you and you see it fly at you, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna hit R. Ah, damn, it doesn't hit me. So I've done that with Morgult a couple times. She gets the first tick off, and I hit R, and it pops her ulti, and I don't get the stun, and
Right.
I'm like, oh, now you're dead.
Yeah, and actually, even if they do hit the stun and you time the ultimate,
Mhm.
you'll be stunned, but you'll be stunned in your ultimate, and you
Yeah,
lose
and
the
you
duration.
And you're still jumping around for, I think, 5 hits, and it takes
Yeah.
like 2 seconds. So it doesn't matter how long the stun is. You're still in pretty good shape. I think I did that with might have done it with a Warwick ult as I was doing it too, and that Warwick's like, what's happening?
Was he stationary? Like, could he not move? It was still working as the suppress,
I
even
don't-
though you were jumping around. So he was just sitting
I don't
there.
even remember. It might have.
Okay.
I might be confused. But what did happen was I was playing Heimer against St. Vicious yesterday. I was hugging a wall, and he tried to ult me through the wall. And so what happened was, since he wasn't placeable on the other side, he was just doing it on his own side, and he couldn't do damage to me, and I just killed him. It was hilarious. But that's a different story.
Yeah. So I don't know. She has a lot of snowballing potential. I was kind of looking at her when originally she came in as kind of like the AD version of Cat.
Mhm.
But I don't know. I think a lot of the minor issues that hold her back, just the fact that you can counter her so effectively early. Is
Mhm.
that kind of the impression you're getting? Like, do you expect that maybe down the line people will be like, oh my gosh, Fiora in competitive play, or is it going to have to work her out a bit?
I haven't really top laned her. I've only jungled her.
Mhm.
But I can see where she would excel top lane. Just right-click dependent champion. You actually don't max out your speed boost. I forgot what it's called, burst of speed or something. I'd actually put extra points into riposte.
Yeah,
or
I've been
riposte.
maxing her riposte. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually max it side by side because, riposte gives you more damage. It blocks more damage. It returns more damage.
And it's also cooldown reduction, so a
Yeah.
number of things. Yeah.
hmm So I've been adding a lot more points into that, and the exchange, you actually win it pretty well. You go in, you do burst of speed, and then you hit them with a riposte as you run away. Because you're going to get up to max stacks pretty quickly, and you're running away, they try and hit you. You send a parry, and then you kind of like run away from them, and then you do that again. So they usually take about like 50% more damage than you, so I can't imagine that working against like a spammer range caster.
Right.
So if someone has a lot more range than you do, it might be a little difficult. But you can close it with Q. It's just that they're going to be nuking you as you run away. So
Well, we'll see where she goes. Right now she does kind of fall into that assassin role, and the fact that she's got hard removal from the battle with her ultimate, not like Talon, he goes invisible, which was nice, but she literally takes herself off the map. That's a pretty strong ability. So it's just whether or not you can farm well enough, get into that early game, and then how strong she'd be against some of the stronger laning champions like Aurelia, like Riven, and whether or not she can hold her own in those kind of matchups.
I'd imagine Riven would do work on her because you do have to close a distance, and riposte doesn't really work against Riven's spell spam. That's where most of her damage comes. Of course, you try to do some right click in between, but there.
Yeah, in chat the teamers are the teamers. I don't even know what the 4-0 players are like. Oh man, Dinh looking super sexy today. So I'll just throw that out there. But thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure to once again check us out youtube.com/IPLLOL. Subscribe there. Follow us Twitter at IGN Pro League. The Facebook promotion is over. I'm not sure if we've contacted those people yet. We'll figure it out. But even so, you can get lots of updates on the stuff that we're doing, what we're posting, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. This upcoming week, we're going down to Austin, Texas. So if you're in the area, come out to South by Southwest, and it's actually free to come in. Dan will be there. It'll be a fun show match. I'm definitely looking forward to it. And then IPL 4, April 6th through 9th. Tickets are available, tickets.ign.com. It's going to be a really awesome experience.
Oh, it's going to be fun. I'm excited.
Okay, well, we should be in the game shortly. The one thing I'm kind of curious about is, I guess, what kind of a comp we'll see from these two teams. I honestly haven't watched a lot of 4-0. We did see Mono kind of, very comfortable with that standard comp that they were running, where they were able to get Cassiopeia, the Graves and Janna bottom. They were always looking to kind of work that matchup, and then Rumble top gave them excellent AoE in fights. But we'll kind of see, whether or not 4-0 allows them into that comp, or what kind of versatility we can see from Mono.
Mono, personally, I think they're going to stick around that same champion pool. Ahri, Cassiopeia mid. Might pick up Ryze too. Bottom lane, they definitely still want that Janna Graves. It's been doing really, really well for them. And top, I can either see, probably Aurelia again or Rumble. It's kind of funny because Aurelia counters Rumble. So for 4-0, Kramer actually plays a really, really mean Gragas. He hasn't been playing him much, but if 4-0 wants to pick up like an AoE comp, Kramer's got a really good counter to that. And not only does he play that, he actually plays a really, really mean Cassiopeia too. So Mr. ParadoXical and Kramer might be fighting for that champion. So it may or may not be banned. It's just so they may or may not know this about each other. It's like, oh, both. I'm gonna leave this open. Let's who's gonna pick it first. So paroL, BloodWater, they're the bottom lane. BloodWater is support. paroL is AD. He's pretty good at most of the AD's bottom. I mostly see him on like Caitlyn and Vayne. So I wouldn't be surprised if those are picked up. But if they let Mono get Graves, Janna, so they're still going to have problems with Caitlyn, because really Graves does a lot of damage with a lot of burst damage with Janna. So with the nerf to the healing, if BloodWater picks up Sona, which I usually see him play, they're still going to be pushed back a little bit. I think Moxigeren, he used to be, I don't even know how to pronounce his name, but it's like FHEGWE or something. He's a pretty good jungler. He likes to play, like the Skarner. I think he's been trying to pick up Malphite. He's been telling me to play Malphite on my stream so he can like kind of pick my brains a little bit.
Jungling or laning?
Jungling Malphite, yeah. Oh, so the game's starting right now.
My jungling Malphite always kind of intrigues me because he's definitely, once he gets level 6, his ganks are just fantastic. He's got such a strong presence.
Yeah.
He is a very strong anti-carry as the game progresses. It's pretty easy to itemize for him because, he doesn't scale that well into super late game, but he is always a very strong anti-carry, and very quickly with a couple of health items and whatnot, you can, get in there.
He shuts down attack speed reliant champions. And so if you're like Vayne, he's one of the few counters to Vayne in terms of like tanking, because Vayne, she pretty much counters almost everything with true damage. Aramis rolls up, hits W. Sure, he's gonna do some damage with his defensive ball curl, but Vayne usually go bloodthirst anyways. He'll just heal through it, and after a few hits, you're like, oh my god, this true damage and it's killing me. And so the only way to stop Vayne is to slow down her attack speed or to hard CC her and kill her. And Malphite can do that.
My one concern with Malphite has always been, he seems like he's an exceedingly slow jungler.
He's
clearly
actually
compared
one
with
of the
other people.
fastest junglers
Really?
to clear. This is that he has a really, really weak gank. Because if you think about it, his E and W are both AoE damage spells. So small camps, you kind of just walk up and slap it around a few times and it dies. And he doesn't really lose hit point with his passive, because he's basically has a shield for 10% of his health every 10 seconds. So
when you're jungling, do you actually, have Q as kind of a 1-point wonder so you can clear faster, or?
No, actually I max Q for stronger ganks. If I'm losing a lot of health, I add either more points to W or E, because it makes it so you take less damage in the jungle. But if you just want like purely faster clear time, then you add a lot more points to W and E. But if you want to be stronger in ganks, you add more points to Q.
Yeah, I always remember when Malphite was such a strong laner, and you would, have him as an anti-carry lane as well as for the team fights, and you'd always max Q early. But I was kind of curious because I always, saw him as a kind of slow jungling speed, and then also the fact that he's weak on ganks. But that's kind of interesting to hear that he clears pretty quickly. And then, with that ultimate, if you have really strong, aggressive lanes that you can pick up those kills early on, that's
he's more of to like stop Tryndamere, Aurelia, most ADs bottom. So if someone picks a bruiser top and an AD reliant jungler, that's already my cue to pick up Malphite. Because the expectation is someone's going to pick up AD bottom too for a range AD damage, and so you already countered 3 people on the team.
Well, looking at the picks so far, we do have Cassiopeia, Ari, and Vladimir all banned from Fortnite, trying to kind of ban out those comfortable AP champs that Mono kind of likes to fall into, and then Lee Sin, Rise, and Shen all banned from Mono Esports. So. Not allowing 4-0 to get those kind of tanky bruisers. So it should be kind of interesting to see. That kind of signifies to me that maybe Mono is trying to have kind of an aggressive early game team. Maybe one that's a little bit more burst damage if they are trying to ban out some of these tankier champs.
I wouldn't be surprised if Fortnite picks up Tarek bottom, just because the burst damage is really good with Graves. If Tarek can get next to somebody with a stun and shatter, it's sort of like amplifying Graves' damage by reducing their armor. So instead of getting like a Janus shield, you got the physical damage or armor reduction. So.
And I guess the thing to consider is, with the changes to Sona, she's still very strong as the game progresses, but her laning phase reduced a little bit, and Misfortune and Janna are 2 of the strongest harass laners in the game. So if the pick was to be a Sona, do you think that would be something that Mono would be able to take advantage of? I mean, clearly it's not anymore.
I felt like for not, Tarek was the best choice. There's just so much more kill potential with Tarek Grave. And with Janna MF, the matchup, it's going to be like mostly just microbursts. You get the shield on to block damage and return with the right-click double up, and you just kind of back out. I feel like if they just go off to like a right-click contest, Graves' Tarek might be a little bit stronger.
And because of Graves' passive, along with the Tarek heal, it's just a little bit safer of a lane. So they definitely, can push an advantage, but because Janna doesn't have any inherent heal, they'll have the advantage there.
I feel like if they just kind of clump up and start fighting each other, the Tarek Shatter will hit both people, the Graves Buckshot will hit both people. So depending on who the shield goes off, they can just easily switch target, and both would lose moderate amount of health. So in terms of like bursting somebody down, Graves' Tarek's got that burst potential, so if there's a gank couple with that, it's a lot stronger too.
Okay, and we do have ParadoXical is going to be picking up Gragas. You did say that Kramer, is a very strong Gragas. So, not only not allowing him to have that pick, though he's probably already going Morgana. I guess the Gragas really, it helps to counter out the AoE that they 4-0 has. They do have that kind of melee bruiser team with Shyvana and Volibear to kind of get up in your face.
I feel like Fortnite is counter-picking themselves because Volibear is not going to be able to...
How is Olaf going to do top? So how is Olaf going to, do
Olaf
against
versus
Volibear? That's going to be tough for Volibear.
I actually haven't seen the matchup, but I would imagine Olaf winning the exchange.
Right.
With the buff to Olaf, he's, it's going to be... No, they switched it. It's going to be Aurelia instead.
Okay, but even so, doesn't Olaf win that matchup? Like I know it's understand it's pretty even. It's a lot of it comes down to play and jungle presence.
I feel like Olaf would win versus Volibear.
Okay,
if everything's even, it's easier for Volibear with a jungle gank to kill Olaf pre-6. That I don't know the jungler yet, so there's really no comparison. It might even be Olaf jungle, to be honest. I think they're debating, should I jungle Olaf or should I top lane Olaf? Okay, yeah, it's going to be a jungle Olaf.
So Kennen, definitely a really strong top laner. Irelia should have enough sustain, I would think.
Irelia doesn't hard counter Kennen, but he does. Irelia does really well. She does really well versus Kennen. Probably post 15 minutes, so Kennen's definitely going to have a hard time. So if it comes down to just like farming, nobody killing each other, Aurelia's going to have the clear advantage after the 15-minute mark. So Olaf just, if he gets 1 or 2 kills early, he's going to be unstoppable. Just the nature of the champion, it's really hard for him to gank, but if he can get a gank off, he's going to do work the entire game, and there's really nothing Fortnite can do to stop him. Just Olaf's one of those champions where if he gets fed, he's just gonna tear everything up. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he can get to that point. And he like in a standard game without a lot of kills, Olaf gets pretty unstoppable about like 30, 35 minutes. So basically every kill he gets is gonna bring that like about 2 minutes closer.
And I kind of always like the matchup of Gragas against some of these melee bruiser comps that we're seeing now, because they are trying to kind of, I don't know, just rush you and provide a safe wall basically for their DPS in the back. But then Gragas can kind of split the team. He has some poke, but then when you're trying to engage, he just splits your team in half. And now instead of a 5v5, it's a 5v2.
Yeah.
So
depending on how it is, Fortnite does have really, really short range comp, and so it's very easy to disperse them. Not so much. Well, it feels like if Shyvana hasn't used her ult, even if she's dispersed, she can close that distance again. If Graves still has his quick draw, he can close that distance again. Same with Aurelia, she can dash back in. So it's all about timing. You have to wait for those champions to, burn their spells before you can do a proper ultimate. And it's a little, schizophrenic with Gragas Kennen, because one you want them to clump, one you want to disperse. So depending on the timing of their ultimates, I feel like it can either be very, very beneficial or just very detrimental. Because if you think about it, if Kennen opens first and then Gragas throws in his bureau mid-ult, they're going to disperse him outside of Kennen's ult. I feel like if Kennen initiates, gets his full ult off, and then Gragas disperse him afterwards, like knock 2 back or 3 forward, or 2 back and 3 back and 2 forward, then they can pick off whoever they knock forward, and they should be stunned at the same time still for maybe like half a second. So it really depends down to Fortnite's positioning and team fighting. If you don't allow Kennen to get a good ult, it's not gonna be good either for Mono.
Okay. One thing I am kind of noticing though is Mono does have excellent mobility as a team. They definitely have much greater kiting capabilities than 4-0 does. So couple that with the kind of poke of Gragas, and then I don't know if they can kind of pull 4-0 into a bad position, then that'll be kind of interesting. But once 4-0, if they can get themselves rolling, get an early advantage, they do have pretty strong lanes. Morgana mid versus Gragas will probably be more of a farm lane for both of those champions. But regardless, if they can get like an early game advantage, then they have just great objective presence where they've got all these tanky champs and can prevent Mono from trying to get a hard engage on them potentially. Well, we'll have to see. What's kind of your thought of how these matchups are going to go? Because to me, all the lanes seem pretty much even, so a lot of it's going to come down to the jungle presence. Well,
mid's going to be a skill matchup. I feel like they're not going to kill each other basically for a long time unless one of them messes up. It's definitely a lot safer for Morg to farm than it is for Gragas, because in the early levels, Gragas's cast or his wine barrel doesn't really blow up the creep wave, and it pushes not quite as hard as Morgana would, and he would use his body slam to finish up. So whenever he uses body slam, it will put him in danger, and he's also going to have to come up and right click some to get some damage into the creep to farm it. Whereas Morg, she can drop her just her pool and just go in and range attack it down. So it's definitely a lot safer for Morg. So if Gragas uses a body slam into a wave and Morg is level 6, Morg can potentially use her ult right then and there and snare Gragas and then bind him afterwards and get a gank off that way. Whereas it's really, really hard for Gragas to knock Morgana into him with the black shield up. So I see more gank potential on Gragas in the earlier levels than I do for Gragas.
Okay, well, we are coming into this game, and we do have Irelia. She has the teleport, which, since she's primarily going to be farming, not going to be looking to harass Kennen too much, should be interesting for map control. But, how much do you think that that's going to push the lane into Kennen's favor? Will Kennen be able to take any sort of early game advantage over Irelia as a result?
I feel like
Or is Irelia just too safe?
No. Definitely, Kennen has an advantage in the earlier level. It's going to come to a point where Aurelia is going to have enough points into her W, which gives her true damage and healing off auto attacks. Once she gets enough, it's going to be really, really hard for Kennen to push her out, especially once she gets that Merc Treads and or Wit's End in. Kennen's damage is going to be trivial compared to how much she's going to heal off the creep. So it's going to become increasingly safe as as the laning phase progresses. So depending on how much pressure Aurelia gets up top, that's going to be how well Kennen's going to do.
Okay, so as far as the jungle is concerned, Shyvana is definitely one of the strongest junglers now currently. We do see she's running Exhaust as opposed to like a Flash or something. So she will have kind of that counter jungle control, but Olaf has always been a extremely fast clearer as well, and I have actually not tried him with the new jungle, but I would assume that he's able to sustain a much higher health than he used to, at least, because he always jungled at a low speed. But do you expect to see a lot of counter jungling in this game with their jungling speeds, and whether or not that exhaust in the 1v1s of Shyvana versus Olaf?
I feel like it's actually pretty dangerous for Shyvana to meet Olaf in the jungle, because I feel like in this game Olaf can actually kill Shyvana. He can throw the axe to slow her down and then do the double edge thing for true damage. So meeting Olaf in the jungle, I feel like Olaf can beat Shyvana if he plays it right, because what's going to happen is Shyvana is going to use his W or her W to deal damage and chase down Olaf. Olaf has a slow at the same time, so he can just go up and just throw his axe at her while she's using her W, let it expire, and then just turn back and just kind of mirror her a little bit, and then go in for like the double edge. He does like 100 damage, true damage to her, and do 40 to himself. So it's a good trade at level 1, and it gets stronger and stronger as it goes on. So I feel like even late game, like the biggest thing I feel about Shyvana is just she gets a lot of tanky stats for free with her ultimate. I think it goes up to 50 at level 16 in dragon form. And so she can get a sizable amount of health, and she's just really, really tanky. And I feel like most people have problems with that tankiness, but with Olaf, a lot of the damage he's going to be doing is just going to be true damage too. So in terms of Olaf versus Shyvana, with the Olaf buff, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but he feels a lot stronger. I actually just got out of an Olaf game right before I got to this office, and I was top laning Olaf versus Rumble. I was amazed at how much damage he was outputting, and I was just killing the Rumble over and over, and I was running into like 5 people and killing people at their fountain. So I'm kind of excited to watch Olaf, because today I was thinking, all right, Olaf, I'm gonna pick up Olaf and just start jungling him again. So
and I guess he does kind of go along with the kind of common bruiser setup that's currently going on. One of the things with one of his weaknesses that it used to be was you looked at some of the more hard CC junglers that could clear really fast at high HP, and you're thinking, oh well, Olaf, you can just kite him a little bit in the fights, but we're already seeing these teams where you just have a whole mass of people, and when it's not just Olaf, like you used to have lots of teams where it'd be lots of range champions. So you'd have, a range top, a range mid, and then range bot.
Yeah.
And so it'd be like Olaf is just kind of splitting off from the rest of them. But if it's with Olaf and then you have a Ryze and you've got like a Shyvana, as well, then you have all these, kind of melees along with them, then, do you see a lot of potential there for him coming back into play as a jungler?
I feel like as a farm jungler, if that's your MO, like if you farm a lot as a jungler, I don't think he's that good as a support jungler that wards a lot, because he really needs a farm to start decimating people. But once Olaf gets going, I can't think of a champion that can face him late game. He does so much damage. You can't build tank against him either. I was playing Rammus versus Olaf, and oh boy, I got decimated. There's a Vayne and Olaf, and both of them just going like shooting true damage at me and just chunking my health. And so against really, really tanky teams, I feel like Olaf is going to excel. So he definitely has his place with the buffs. It's funny that I've been talking about Olaf's buff. I don't know what it is. It's just I played him today, and he just feels stronger than he was 4 months ago when I last played him, and I was just surprised how strong he was. So I really got to look through the patch notes.
I was actually thinking the exact same thing. I don't know exactly. I think his ultimate was changed, so now instead of flat damage reduction, it gives him a bunch of armor and MR, and then something about his.
Oh I saw that.
His Wild Axe. They actually dropped the cooldown on it by like 3 seconds, I think, and then, or actually it was they dropped the cooldown by like 4 seconds, but then they dropped 2 seconds off of the how much you get from picking it up, so that it's a more, you don't have those 1 second drops anymore, but you still get it a little bit more quickly without having to pick it up.
Yeah. So basically, what I've noticed is when I moused over his ultimate, he's getting like 35 MR and armor at level 6.
Yeah,
and so
like
that's makes him relatively tanky. He doesn't need to get any real armor or magic resist early, and he's pretty tanky with his ultimate. I think his W. I don't know if it was like that before, but the damage that he gets from W and lifesteal scales with how much hit point he gets. So it might be a new thing, it might not, and I'm just like, wow, that's strong.
I'm kind of curious. I remember, jungling Olaf was a lot of fun because he, back when Heart of Gold still had the armor component, because you could start off with the armor, you wouldn't have to build Wriggles with him, and he was one of the few junglers that you wouldn't have to do that. And Wriggles kind of slows you down to a degree. I will dominate. We've been talking with him, and he doesn't get Wriggles on anything. Basically, he's been getting it on Shyvana now, but he's basically gets a lot of Dorans and then Phylus and stuff like that. With Olaf, do you think that you could go with an early Dorans kind of jungle and then have enough sustain?
I feel like if you get some lifesteal quints up in there, you
right.
can. You might want to not point into. I really don't know what his skill is that hurts himself and deal damage. I just call it double edge because that's just other games. That's what they call it. So I feel like if you get that, then you wouldn't be able to sustain, because if you use his W, it gives him lifesteal, and then you can use the axe and the smite at the same time. It will give him a lot of lifesteal throughout the entire jungling phase. So he has a lot of lifesteal, and depending on how much he loses, you can adjust how much lifesteal runes you put in there. And so it should be. He's a relatively easy jungler in terms of sustaining, because you don't lose a lot of hit point jungling with Olaf.
That'd be kind of interesting though, because then rather than kind of holding yourself back a little bit with the Wriggles does allow you to clear very quickly, but you get a little bit of an early game advantage if you potentially went a non-Wriggles route. If
you go non-Wriggles, you have more kill potential. You do a lot more damage. The reason why some junglers would get Wriggles is because just attack any champion with a lot of attack resets or just a lot of attack speed steroids benefits from it, because you get a lot more procs off if you're attacking faster.
Right.
You get more procs off if you have an attack reset. Shyvana's Q is an attack reset, and so that's why she can clear buffs so fast with the Wriggles. She's getting like 2 or 3 Wriggles hit off more than other people are.
Okay, well, we'll definitely have to see. I'm kind of excited to see it. It's been so long since we've seen Olaf in the jungle. But I don't know, I'm kind of curious, as far as these team matchups are going to go, how it'll go into the game. I definitely, I like a lot of what both teams are trying to do. I think Mono, in my mind, would have an early game advantage, particularly in team fights, once we start, seeing them group up potentially around Dragon. And both junglers could actually be kind of an early Dragon. They have that kind of potential if they are going with like a standard Wriggles build.
I'm not sure exactly how Nintendo builds Olaf, but I feel like Dragon potential, Fortnite is definitely gonna do a lot faster. So I know that for sure. Just because the thing I was talking about is just the attack reset on Shyvana. You're gonna get an attack speed debuff when you're attacking Dragon, but the attack reset doesn't really get affected by that, so he's getting more hits off.
So we do see Olaf actually starting with boots. They'll definitely help him clear a little bit faster. I'm kind of curious, whether or not I'm sure he's tested this out actually, but with the new jungle and how fast things are respawning, how those boots affect. We do have 4-0 coming in here, and there's the CB. We do have Tarek coming forward, going to try and get a stun. There's the body slam out, and the bind from Morgana just barely missing. But trying to come in pretty aggressively early on. They're just going to back out now, and we'll see how that goes. But do you think that because he's starting with these boots of speed, that it's kind of indicative that he's looking to just kind of skip like an early, Wriggles and go straight into like Heart of Gold or any sort of early kind of tanking items? Or
I don't think he's going to be going GP10 build in the jungle, especially with Olaf, because GP10, basically you're delaying your usefulness so you can be more useful late game. And I feel like he's just going to try and get more damage. either more Dorans or go faster Phage, or he might even just go like a Vamp Scepter. That's all he really needs to sustain in the jungle. And he's going to go damage from then on. I think the Boots of Speed is more for mobility and getting to where he needs to get there, and to gank also. You know, you have movement speed boots. That means you can, if you can land your double axes on somebody and pick it up, you can just keep on slowing them down for the duration of the lane that they're forward. So having the Boots of Speed is going to allow them to close the distance to land the first axe off. Because if you can get the first axe off, the second axe is so much easier.
That kind of always was the thing with Olaf, is the difficulty in landing the first axe with the ability to dodge. But with that kind of strong ganking potential that we're talking about with the Boots of Speed, do you think that it's likely he'll try and pressure top lane and not allow Irelia to farm particularly?
He's definitely going to pressure top lane. I feel like Olaf is going to pressure top lane the most, just because of how well Irelia scales against Kennen. So he's going to need to harass Irelia and give Kennen a really, really easy time in lane and deny Irelia a lot of farm. That way she can't get to that point where she can just infinitely sustain Kennen and just beat him out of the lane in mid-game. If Olaf is able to delay Irelia like 5 minutes, Kennen's going to get strong enough to just continually hold his advantage. So we're going to expect a lot of ganks top lane.
Okay. And it's kind of interesting. Shyvana just clearing a couple of creep waves just to get herself the early boots so that she can, be more aggressive, trying to gank and then also clear a little bit quicker. So as a result, Olaf has a slight advantage, as far as levels right now. He does have the double buff and is actually moving up top. So we'll see whether or not he can get in onto Irelia here. Should be able to chunk her actually. And actually, Irelia using her Blade Surge to get in on those creeps means that she's not going to be able to get away as easily. But the surge to Olaf and then the flash, definitely helps her out there.
I felt like Olaf's a little confused. After the dash, he just kept on running towards the brush. Had he just shift clicked, it would have just attacked Irelia immediately. You kind of want to shift click as you move into the brush anyway, so you can attack whatever the first thing you see coming out.
And one thing that's kind of interesting to me is, I guess we'll have to see later on, Morgana's shield, it will protect against Gragas, but if Olaf's spamming those axes, then as its physical damage, it won't be blocked by the shield. So we'll see whether or not that affects anything.
So it appears like
there.
Olaf is maxing his axes. Maxing axes actually makes you jungle a lot faster, because when you use W with it, it's going to give you a lot more life leech. So maxing axes means that you have to land it to deal damage in order to gank, or in order to gank, you have to land the axes to do a lot more damage. So he's changed his ganking potential into like a skill base. So depending on how well he lands it, that's how well he's going to gank.
And we do see, some good harass going off from both champs mid. They'll, for the most part, be looking to farm. Olaf actually walking up and catching Irelia as she's trying to drop that ward. So I'm going to dissuade her for a second, which is just really effectively denying her some of this farm. At what point, I don't know, do you kind of think this lane's going to turn over for Irelia? Is it really going to come down to when she gets like an early wit's end? Or
well, if you look at the CS right now, it's 19 to 35. Is a 16 CS difference. There's about like 8 built up in lane. So if she gets all of them, she's going to be only down 8. But realistically, she's down more like 10 to 11 because she's going to be able to get most of them. So I feel like if she's denied enough in lane, it's going to give Kennen more time to just zone her. And depending on if she dies as well, which is potentially can happen still at this point, it's going to put her even more behind. So like with the rate things are going right now for Irelia, it feels like she's not going to be able to lane against Kennen for at least 10 to 12 more minutes.
And Shyvana is coming up top. Her red buff did just wear off, so not really a lot of aggression that can be had there. Shyvana's kind of already, a weak ganker just looking to chunk her, but without the red buff and with Irelia so low, it'll be, pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's the thing, is Irelia is such a safe laner to begin with, and they've got, Shyvana is that, kind of quick clearing, counter jungling kind of jungler. So, with that early advantage that Irelia has, it'll be kind of tough for, or that Kennen has, it'll be kind of tough for Irelia to get back into the, a good position in that lane.
So basically what's happening right now for Aurelia is Kennen's getting those auto attacks off, and he's saving the passive. So when she comes up and dashes the creeps, he can right-click her and uses his AoE for anything that has a mark on it, because he can apply a mark just by right-clicking. So that's how Aurelia is losing hit point. But she's actually maxing W, like I was assuming so. So she is sustaining really, really well at this point. So by level 9, she's going to have a lot of life leech, especially if she's going Wriggles. Let's see what she's going. No, she's going MR right now. So if she gets any form of lifesteal in there after her Merc Shreds, she's going to be able to sustain. And I'd give it about like 8 more minutes until she starts laning even against Kennen, even behind in farm.
And both of these champions mid definitely, kind of mana hungry, need that early blue. So both teams kind of going for the counter jungling, but for nothing because they're able to do it as a team. Morgana will have that mana advantage over Gragas. We'll see how that works out, but Gragas is actually coming up top, going to try and knock Aurelia out. She did use her ultimate already, so I'm assuming Kennen has already told him there's the body slam, the ignite, and then the ultimate knocking her back. Gragas is going to be able to get out of there, so a quick kill gives them first blood. So, I don't know, pretty effective play. Once again, all this CS being denied from Aurelia. She's going to be, 2 levels behind Kennen coming forward. And a lot of it's, kind of coming down to that, teleport. There's the early gank from Nintendude, definitely helped out a lot. And then Kennen just able to throw off that excellent harass as the lane progressed.
I think Kennen just naturally beats Aurelia in lane early.
Right.
And so she has to play really safe and get the farm in. The thing with Aurelia is she can be behind in farm and get to that mid game and still be able to beat out Kennen. So you really can't rule Aurelia out. But having died that, it's going to delay the point where she can actually make a comeback. And if she dies even more, she's never going to get to the point where she can 1v1 Kennen.
And bot lane, pretty even, but we did see that Mono, nothing real here. He did start off with the cloth armor, so he would be a little bit safer against, Graves, because like you were talking about, there is a lot of burst potential when, Terra gets that stun off, uses his W.
Yeah.
So Nintendude actually coming up here, going to be able to steal that red, and then chasing down Shyvana here, actually going to turn away and turn his attention up to Morgana. So they should be able to just back out of there. We'll see actually after the shield comes off, if they can get that ultimate and knock Morgana out. It just lasts a little bit too long.
So actually, like, Nintendude can 1v1 Shyvana at this point. You saw Shyvana run up, get chunked, and just run immediately. The reason why Nintendude didn't want to pursue it anymore is because Graves' Taric is just so much closer than MF, Janna, and also Morgana was coming behind. So it could have potentially been like a 4v2. So it's better to just like steal the buff and run. And he actually did a good poke harass where he's going to force Shyvana back to base too. So there's just all upside right there for him anyways.
That's true, and regardless, he probably would have been able to pick up the Shyvana kill, but then giving the double buff to Graves would just kind of put that bot lane at such a disadvantage. But we're seeing, Olaf just having a really effective jungle so far, has been counter jungling pretty aggressively, helped out top lane a little bit, and it's kind of interesting to see he's 2 levels ahead of Shyvana at this point.
Oh, he stole the blue wraith too. That was just some blind axing, and he probably had an idea that it's there, but the chance of him getting it is pretty low, and it's just really good timing. It might have been a CV2. I didn't see it drop, and it could have been at the other side of the wraith, but just really, really good timing on those axes. He picked up the wraith, and I bet Shyvana is really, really upset right now.
Yeah, they didn't have vision. It was just the, with the ward, they were able to see that they were actually going into the wraith, and so, like you said, just perfect timing. Once again, coming in on Morgana mid, he will be able to slow her down, because the shield won't be able to block his axes. So if Gragas can kind of knock Morgana over to her range. But we do have 4-0 coming down for this dragon, and they do have vision. We do have the CV from Janna, and they're all going to be coming in here. This is going to be really dangerous for them, particularly with how strong Nintendude is, and he throws off his ultimate, and we have Shyvana going down almost immediately. There's the barrel from Gragas is going to knock him back. Misfortune with the ultimate. Aurelia is coming down here, but it is a clean sweep for Mono. They were able to take that dragon and then pick up a couple of kills. Graves here going to try and take out Janna, going to flash over that wall. But yeah, pretty impressive play by Nintendude so far, and a number of kills for Mono.
So the thing with Nintendude is he's basically, he can't get snared with his ultimate, so he was just able to like run in there, throw his axis and smite it really quick. And as Aurelia is teleporting into the fight, Kennen just dove onto her, hit his R, and was able to stun Aurelia before the teleport got off. So I was worried that it was going to be a 5v4 fight, but it ended up being a 4v4 fight. So it's beneficial for Mono because Shyvana had been taking Dragon and took almost half her life just from Dragon. So Nintendo was able to get in there, throw some axes on her, and do his double-edged damage, and she dropped rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean that the ultimate from Olaf just being able to just completely ignore Morgana since she's supposed to be the control for their team, and then the follow-up with Gragas, was just really impressive. I guess we'll have to see how it continues for going forward, but so far, Olaf has definitely been pretty dominant in this game, and it's, I don't know, kind of interesting to consider him coming back into competitive play. But we do have Pixel getting caught out there. There's the stun and then the snare for Morgana. They're going to be able to pick up that kill.
That was really quick. Basically, just with the stun and the snare, she just dropped instantly. There's no way she's gonna live that.
And I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen a lot of ward coverage from Mono so far in this game. They did have the wards down here in the tri-rush. They did kind of recognize that there wasn't really that much of a presence from Shyvana, but no river wards so far this game, and Morgana able to just come down through mid.
Well, the expectation is you see Shyvana on the map, right?
Right.
And Morg, if she is going to gank, she's going to run down through her jungle through tri-brush. So the illusion of safety was there. And so what they didn't expect was, Morgana was still in the vicinity after Dragon was stolen. So he just kind of swung around through river.
So now, coming into the mid-game, we already have a slight advantage for Mono here, and, Kennen definitely doing an excellent job top. This tower is almost down, and then just how strong Kennen is compared with Irelia at this point. But how do you expect the mid-game to kind of go? Because it seems like 4-0 is really going to have to stall out this game a little bit with just
definitely.
how strong Mono's team fights are going to be.
It's just that, if you think about it, purple team's gotten Dragon, right? And, the Aurelia-Kennen matchup, you're expecting like maybe a 20 CS differential. It's actually 72 to 123, so it's well over 50. Oh, it's not well over 50. It's at 50 exactly. So the point where Aurelia can lane against Kennen is extended even further. Earlier when I said it's going to take like at least 10 more minutes for her to be able to lane against Kennen, you factor in the dying and the CS difference. It's going to take even longer now. And if they fall further and further behind, even if Aurelia excels against Kennen late game, slightly behind in farm, if Aurelia is too far behind in farm, she's still going to die.
And I'm absolutely just thrilled to see, this really strong play by Mono, and we'll have to see, kind of how 4-0 tries to bring the game back in their, kind of side. But we actually have Tarek and Graves jumping on Janna down bottom. They will be able to pick up that tower, so that's definitely a kind of boon to them. Just going to back out because Olaf's coming down here. But this isn't the kind of team that we've seen them running. It is still heavy AoE, so they will have that great team fight control. But Olaf has just been so fantastic in this game, and they've won every single lane basically except for bottom lane, and they've been able to keep that pretty even. So it is pretty interesting. They do know that Olaf's down here, so they really won't fall to that gank, but they will be able to push up and take this tower pretty easily, particularly with Gragas coming down for the gank.
I'm actually surprised he did go the GP10. I can see how it makes sense because Olaf does scale off of health.
Oh wow, Shyvana coming here and jumping onto Misfortune. Aurelia with the teleport coming down, and Misfortune is taking a lot of damage, gonna have to run out of there. There's Gragas coming onto Morgana here, but this is a huge one fight for 4-0, and there's the snare, so Gragas is actually going to go down as well with the ignite. So 2 kills for nothing for 4-0. Mono was able to take the dragon though.
Yeah, that was 2 kills for nothing.
But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because it seemed like it was going to be a pretty even exchange, but because Morgana was able to get in there, and with the teleport from Aurelia, they weren't really able to get the good positioning that they want. And I think
the teleport from Aurelia is probably what won them the fight. The trade-off with Aurelia and teleport is she can turn fights around, but she's gonna lose lane with it. If had Aurelia gotten more like a offensive center spell, she would have been able to lane against Kennen and actually maybe kill him, maybe at like 20 minutes in. But the trade-off is you give your team the advantage at your own disadvantage. So I'm just glad that it paid off. In some cases it works out, some cases it doesn't. But in that case, it's actually a really, really good teleport by Aurelia.
And it'll be kind of interesting. We actually have, there's the slow from Olaf, and once again, the slow is not blocked by the shield, so they can keep chasing, but the shield just lasts so long. So Gragas can't get off that ultimate. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't kind of just throw a barrel to try and pop it, and then, you know, see if he could get the ultimate back. But I guess we'll kind of see. I mean, you know, 4-0, they definitely have an extremely tanky team. If they can, you know, get strong enough where they can just kind of run up on them. I don't know, where would you say the late game kind of goes? You know, which team would have generally an advantage there?
Well, the late game goes, I believe, to Mono, just because, you know, Olaf is getting to that point where he's going to be a huge problem. He just needs to get some levels. Once he gets enough levels in, Shyvana's tankiness doesn't mean anything to him. So you're going to see a Shyvana just nosedive into the fight and thinking he can tank everything, but he's going to drop rather quickly to the true damage Olaf is going to be able to output on him.
I'm kind of a little bit surprised that Kennen hasn't come down yet. You know, that top lane is going to be pushing, but they will be kind of at a little bit of a disadvantage for a second here. They are kind of pinging down to potentially go in for this blue, which would be kind of surprising because they definitely don't want to fight in the jungle AoE, I would think. You know, when Gragas is just going to be able to toss on everyone, and then the axes from Olaf just going to hit all of them. But this is actually kind of stalling for a little bit.
I feel like this is a free dragon for Mono just because Aurelia is top and she recently used her teleport.
Yeah.
So, you know, being behind already, you don't want to fight 4v5. So 4-0's just going to back out and they're just going to get the dragon and go back to farming.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised to see Aurelia swap up there because she was, you know, ahead of Kennen to a degree, but I guess they decided that they weren't going to have any potential for an engage there.
Just at this point in the game, 4-0 recognizes that they're too far behind to team fight 5v4. I mean 5v5 anyway, so they just sent Aurelia up top and farmed and hopefully push it fast enough where Kennen can lose out some creeps to tower, but Kennen is going to be able to get back and only lose maybe like 1 or 2.
So, Misfortune as an AD, she, you know, does have pretty short range, which, I don't know, kind of makes it a little bit difficult for them to just push down towers. Otherwise, I would feel like with their AoE team, they could just kind of poke towers at this point and, you know, force the engage from 4-0. But what do you think would be key for Mono to kind of continue with the advantage that they have right now in this early team fight?
Just at this point, they can pick up all the objectives they want because they're far enough ahead that they can just pass LV farm, pick up every single dragon, and they can just fight that way. Because I feel like they just have a really, really good late game team fight comp too. So you let it extend to late game, they're gonna win. So they just need to not lose the advantage. And so at the same time, they're able to also secure the advantage with the dragon. So I feel like Mono is just going to get a bigger and bigger lead from here on out.
Okay. Well, they definitely have that early game lead. We do have Gragas going for the early Rabadon, so he's going to have that kind of explosive ability. And then Kennen actually going for a Realize as opposed to a early, you know, Zhonya's. I would kind of expect the other, but can you talk about that kind of decision? I mean, it does give them a continued slow, so.
So the whole thing is when do you decide between going like Hourglass, Deathcap, and Realize? You want to go Hourglass when you feel like you're going to get a lot of CC and you're going to die before you can get your damage off. So getting an Hourglass will allow you to get in the middle of everybody and CC them and deal your damage. And so Kennen doesn't really need a quick Hourglass because they're far enough ahead where he's not afraid of getting Gib. So he thinks that getting an Hourglass is not a priority. Getting, you know, a Death Cap would mean, alright, I need to do a lot of damage and burst them down. And so he doesn't really need that either because his team is also far enough ahead that they can make up for whatever damage that he's lacking. Getting Realize is adds a lot of CC. If they can catch off anybody, their team can finish them off. So he's more team-oriented with a Rylai's than he is with, like, say, an Hourglass or a Deathcap.
Awesome. So, I don't know, we do have the Wit's End from Aurelia. Shyvana did get that early Aegis, so they will be kind of able to sustain a little bit through all of this, I don't know, poke and magic damage that we do have coming out of Mono. But, I don't know, where do you think that will go from there? Where's their item choices in order to, and how are they going to try and farm in order to be able to tank through all of this AoE damage?
I feel like they just need to make plays happen at this point. If they can catch people with Morgana's Binding, you land it on a key target and they can give it, then they can turn it around. But other than that, it's going to be a really, really uphill climb for Fortnite right now. The reason they're able to sustain right now is because Gragas doesn't have blue buff, and Morgana did. But the moment Gragas gets his blue buff, he's going to just be able to throw those barrels out continually, and he doesn't really lose anything. He's going to be able to chunk people. But you see Aurelia up top right now. She's trying to get us as much farm as she can. She's able to close a gap in CS, actually. So she's not as behind as she was earlier. And the expectation is Aurelia is going to be behind in CS because of the early game disadvantage. So being able to close...
Oh, wow. There's the barrel from Gragas taking a chunk off of Graves' health there. Almost getting the engage. I felt like Kennen almost could have flashed in and just ultimated, and they would have had enough damage behind Kennen to, pick up that fight there.
If they're going to fight, Kennen would have had to initiate that fight, because the moment Gragas throws his casket out,
right,
they're going to disperse, and he's not going to be in a position to land a good ultimate. So if I felt like that casket was more of just to clear the way, poke him, take him really low, because they weren't planning on team fighting anyways. He's just trying to send them back because they wanted to go back.
Well, this is starting to get in the point in time where I would normally say that they, I don't know, could maybe try and pressure Baron for the objective, but, Olaf will do pretty well against Baron, can tank it fairly easily, but otherwise, they don't really have a lot of team damage. They have, Misfortune, so do you think that that's something that we'll see them start pressuring now, or maybe wait a couple of minutes?
I feel like at this point, they still think it's pretty risky to do Baron, unless they have just won a team fight. They don't really want to just go there. Because you keep in mind, Baron does quite a bit of damage, and they don't have enough sustain to stay high enough HP, so that if a team fight is to break out, they're going to fight on even levels. So if, say, hypothetically, if Mono does start Baron, Baron's going to be able to take, like, say, 20-25% of Mono's health, and start at that big of a disadvantage, they're going to still lose. The possibility of losing a team fight is still pretty high, so I don't think they can want to risk it. The most likely situation is if like 3 people, maybe 2, show themselves down bottom where they're clumped near Baron already and they can just rush it, or they've just won a team fight and the risk of getting stopped at Baron is really low. So
well,
right now
we do have a dragon up, so
yeah,
we'll probably see Mono kind of pressuring this dragon. They're actually going to allow 4-0 position here, and Irelia with the teleport, so it is a 5v4 in 4-0's advantage, at least until Kennen gets up here. Nintendude actually coming in is able to steal it with his ultimate and then able to get out of there. There's the ultimate from Gragas trying to push them away, but Morgana is chasing and Olaf's just going to be able to get out of there, and then Shyvana's going to be chasing as well, and so they're able to pick up Janet, and then Misfortune had actually killed Aurelia a little bit ago, and now Misfortune's just going to be chasing them down. They definitely have a huge advantage in this fight. Olaf is going to be trying and getting that kill on Tarek along with Gragas and is able to do it, and then Kennen is going to be chasing down Graves there, so an ace for Mono, and they're actually going to be coming over to Baron, so definitely a huge fight for them. I'm kind of wondering, I would think they have enough sustain. They're pretty low though.
Olaf does get a lot of lifesteal with his W, so depending on how many points he puts into it, he should be able to sustain it, especially with the Will of the Ancients. Everybody is getting lifesteal off the Will, and so every time you spam a spell, even if it's physical, you're still going to be able to get some health back from it.
And with that Baron, the big thing is just having all that regen when they already have kind of a poke team. They didn't have a heal, so Janna versus Tarek, when people were getting caught by Morgana and she's throwing off her pole, it was kind of, I don't know, putting them in a bad position. But do you expect that we'll start to see them pushing down towers aggressively now with that regen?
Yeah, you're definitely going to see Mono start taking towers, they're probably going to start with mid. Just everybody head down mid, unless somebody wants to clear top, but they're just going to try and take all the exterior tower, because if you think about it, right, Gragas does have blue buff, Morgana doesn't have it, so his poke and his wave clear is just incredible right now. He can take down the entire wave just by himself at this point.
And with the Phantom Dancer on Misfortune, you know, they're definitely going to be able to drop these towers pretty quickly. And I guess the big thing is that, you know, even though Misfortune is short range, and they have, you know, Morgana and Shyvana and Aurelia, all these people who can close on her, all the damage that Olaf has now and all the AoE that Kennen and Gragas have, if they are going to want to engage on Misfortune, then they're already going to be losing that fight.
The thing is, Misfortune is relatively safe this game. She can go up and right-click the tower without being too terribly endangered, just because there's Gragas ult to knock them back, and there's Janna ult to knock them back, so they can't really Zerg.
Just the Q
MF.
from Gragas, able to take paroL down to half health. And that's, I guess, that's the power of the late game Gragas. He's always, you know, had that great poke and just can instantly win you any fight, basically.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gragas just throws his Q and R on the next wave just to distract them and knock them back a little bit and just take tower, because it is on like about a 35-second cooldown, so he doesn't really lose much. And just by doing that a couple of times, he can...
Oh, Olaf's actually going to be able to come in, and they're going to be able to get that kill onto Graves. And then Kennen following it up. Shyvana's very close to going down, but is going to back out of there. And now they're actually in a great position to take the second tower if Olaf just comes up and tanks it. And with the shield from Janna, he will. So they're going to back out, trade tanking a little bit. But this should be an inhibitor for Mono fairly easily. And then I guess we'll see how they continue pushing from there. But at this point, what can 4-0 do? I know it's, you know, they're really far behind. They really just need to wait out the Baron, but
They're basically... Oh, they're about like 12.5k gold behind, so like coming back at this point that far behind, you know, if they get the next Baron, they get the next 2 Dragon, and they get an Ace, I feel like Mono is still going to be ahead in gold.
right.
And on top of that, like I was telling you earlier, how Olaf is going to be a late game beast.
Yeah.
And he's kind of getting there already, so he's just going to be able to like run up and just decimate everybody in their team anyways. So unless they make some really, really big plays and, you know, Mono messes up really, really badly, I don't see 4-0 coming back. I just see the Mono just extending their lead. They're going to probably like swing top, swing bottom, clear all the waves, push the waves out, and have it build up. I'm not sure if top is pushing naturally or not already, but you know, if it doesn't, it's gonna reset at tower and then it's gonna push naturally within a minute anyways. So they have a choice of either going top or bottom at this point, and just take all the exterior tower, because once you finish either top or bottom, their creep wave is gonna be there already too, and so they can take down the next tower. And with the super creeps down middle, they can take inhibitor pretty easy at this point too.
Okay, well, we'll have to see. I mean, you know, like you said, right now, you know, 4-0 is incredibly far behind, you know, for anyone watching. But a lot of it started with the really impressive play by Olaf, and then just having the superior early game team. So coming into the next game, you know, assuming that Mono is able to continue pressuring their advantage, what would you expect to see 4-0 do differently? Do you expect that, you know, maybe they don't allow the Olaf to pick to happen, or maybe not allow both Kennen and Gragas those, you know, strong AoEs? There's a lot of really strong AoE champs. You can't, you know, kind of ban them all.
I don't think they recognize Olaf as a problem. They probably, at this point, they think it's more of he's being fed and that's why he's doing so much. They might, because he was able to just run past the binding and smite Dragon twice, and that was what really put them behind. I think the game-winning fight was the first Dragon after Olaf smite stole it, and Aurelia started teleporting, and then Kennen was able to stun her with his ultimate, and really that put Mono in position to win the game. So other than that, I thought both team had a standing chance to win this game. Definitely Mono had the early game advantage, so it's going to look more like a stomp from then on.
And we do have Gragas just throwing off that ultimate. We do have the Shurelius from Taric. They're going to have to back out of there, but just too strong at this point. You know, they can continue pushing, and I don't know. There's nothing really that 4-0 can do in this situation. I don't. Is there? Do you think that they maybe pick a different jungler, one that can kind of put a little bit more pressure on the lanes than Shyvana, or is Shyvana just still strong?
Shyvana is just a really strong late game jungler because she's able to farm. And the thing that confused me this game was, for a big part of the game, Shyvana was behind on farm to Olaf, and so I felt like.
Wow, so we have Kennen coming in here with the Flash Ultimate. Gragas going to be able to pick up a couple of kills. Kennen's going to go down to Morgana after she Zhonya's. And then Misfortune actually being picked up with the snare underneath the tower. But otherwise, Taric and Graves are going to have to get out of here. Gragas is going to try and come down. And there is the Ignite, but Graves is going to be able to pick up this kill onto Gragas.
Oh.
Even so, there's another inhibitor down, and Olaf is coming in for the Nexus turrets.
Oh, God. Gragas wanted that kill so bad. Basically what happened was he wanted to throw the barrel and kill Graves. He started the casting animation, then he got stunned. So immediately after the stun wore off, he casted to the exact same spot where he wanted to before he was stunned. And by then, Graves was able to move out. And so when the barrel landed, it wasn't going to hit. But if that had hit, he would have been able to kill Graves and turn around and kill Taric as well.
Well, I don't know. Pretty wild. I guess we'll have to see, whether or not we can see any more Gragas in the next game. He's definitely one of my favorite champions. One thing I'm kind of wondering about is Shyvana in the early game did stop jungling almost immediately to get a really early boots. Mm-hmm. And one of the strengths of Shyvana is that she can just kind of jungle constantly and clear the creep waves, but she just left half her jungle undone. Do you think that was maybe an issue that set her behind? Or was the boots still a strong purchase to try and get a little bit more early game pressure?
Basically, she went back for the boots just so she can look for a gank. Because the thing with Shyvana is she's all about mobility. She doesn't do damage unless she's next to somebody.
Right.
So she needs to be able to close that gap so she can get her burnout back on active. Because every time she hits, she refreshes burnout, and it lasts for 3 more seconds, up to 9 seconds. And so she really wanted those boosts so she can refresh burnout and get up in there and use her Dragon's Bite. And so I can see that if she's cleared enough of her jungle where she's comfortable going back and buying, then it shouldn't be a problem.
And we do have Shyvana coming in here trying to steal, and actually does steal it, but unfortunately Mono is probably going to be able to clear this up. Nintendude's getting very close to going down, but the rest of 4-0 is going to follow. Gragas does go down, but Misfortune's able to pick up a couple of kills. Able to get a Quadra, actually, and not able to get Graves. Come back, Graves. What are you doing denying Misfortune of this pentakill? But yeah, even regardless, with all the inhibitors down, she does have the movement speed advantage. Should be able to get him. I'm actually a little bit surprised that she hasn't caught up to him, but going to turn onto the inhibitor.
I felt like that should have been a penta. If Pixel landed the tornado, he would have been dead, no doubt in my mind. But this game is going to pretty much end right here because Graves not going to be able to get back to base, heal up in time to stop this. And even when he does come back out, I feel like Misfortune should be able to kill Graves still.
So, good game, 4-0. Actually, Graves able to pick up the kill onto Misfortune with that double buff. He's definitely going to get Janet as well. He can stall out this game if he likes. There's definitely, I don't know, there's not enough creeps there yet, so they will be able to do that.
I felt like she played that a little bit wrong because what happened was Janna shielded MF when there was nothing hitting her, just for damage. And so it wasn't up when Graves was attacking her, and I would have just said, oh, I might not be able to take this anyways, and I would have just life leech off the creeps just a little bit. Because, with Wriggle, she should be able to top off her health within maybe like 5-6 shots or something. And had that happen, she could have just turned on Graves and killed him.
I'm still kind of surprised that 4-0 was able to win that last fight, and I know a lot of it was that, Mono was kind of distracted, but we had the beautiful Baron steal by Moxigeren here. On Shyvana, and I don't know, they seemed almost tanky enough where they can just survive the burst if they kind of just all jump onto Mono. So do you think, I don't know, maybe coming forward there's a fraction of a chance that they're almost to that tanky point? Because they did have a pretty good time of killing Olaf there.
I felt like if Mono played that a little bit better, this game would have been over. Basically, if Graves died, this game would have been over right now. And there's so much.
Gragas. He's going to be caught by Morgana here, trying to throw off the ultimate. Graves is going to be able to pick up the kill. So it'll continue to stall a little bit.
They are slipping real hard. You know the ace I was talking about?
Yeah.
And that Baron?
The
a couple of dragons?
Well, the ace Baron and a couple of dragons,
Well,
so we're a couple of dragons short still.
They got the 5 kill, they got the Baron. Now they need like 2 more dragons and maybe another ace. And then they can come back. But, you know, definitely this game is just still in Mono's favor just because they have position on the map. And I feel like Kennen didn't get Hourglass because they thought the game was going to end. But, you know, they put themselves in a bad situation now. So once Kennen's able to get that Hourglass, then the team fight's going to be a lot better for Mono. But right now,
Kennen's still 2k behind that Hourglass. I mean, I guess he could, you know, sell some of his items, but
like comeback realistically is still unlikely.
Right.
But it can happen. I mean, just a couple of bad plays earlier just allowed for not to get those kills. But
and I guess even if they really wanted to, they could just rush the tower. We do have the Guardian Angel on Misfortune, and then Olaf could just, you know, throw off his ultimate, and they could just probably take it down really quickly. But I guess we'll see. They are probably going to be transitioning to bottom. I don't know, playing a little bit cautiously. Got to wait until Gragas is back up.
I felt like the moment they group up again, Mono should be able to win the next fight. All they really need to do is just poke down tower a little bit, or poke down the champions a little bit until they can take the inhib. Mid's about to respawn, so they can take that immediately after, and they can just transition bottom and take that too, because there's nothing protecting their towers, so they can just take all the towers and inhib. And once there's 3 inhibs down, the super creeps is going to be too big of a problem for not to do anything about it.
We do have Olaf running in the middle of the team. He's going down pretty quickly, but all their focus is on him. So Kennen's actually pretty close to going down. Misfortune is just going to be throwing off her ultimate now, and we have Kennen as well. And Gragas is actually able to kill Graves there, but stalling out the push. I'm a little bit surprised that Misfortune, you know, I don't know, wasn't able to deal a little bit more damage. Everyone's staying pretty high, so I don't know, could probably be a little bit more aggressive, particularly since she has the GA. But I guess if they're able to, you know, pick off Misfortune quickly in a fight, the GA just, you know, allows them to clean up easier and then get a kill on her when she respawns. But they are coming over to try and take this inhibitor, and she should be able to grab it. And there's the inhibitor. Shyvana's going to be chasing down Gragas here, going to be going down pretty quickly to Misfortune. They should be able to back out now with Janna.
I felt like they could have killed somebody there, even if it's 3v4, just because MF is just so much bigger, and since Graves is dead, right, there's nothing really holding them back. The moment Graves gets up, though, they gotta book it, because Graves is gonna be able to kill the entire team. I think Graves is approaching max items, or he already
Graves
is.
also has a Warmogs, so
he's already max item.
Yeah.
The Warmogs isn't really, you know.
I mean, it's kind of more so for Gragas, not to.
It's actually
just
more so for Olaf, because Olaf does true damage, and the only real solution to true damage is to get more HP. So he's like, oh, I'm sick of this Olaf running straight for me and just, you know, try and nuke me down really quick. I'm gonna get some extra life, and if he gets GA, of course he's gonna get the second life, but he's not gonna get a lot of HP, and Olaf's gonna be able to melt right through all those armor with his true damage.
And we actually, I would think, probably have another Baron spawning in another about minute. So I don't know. I would hope that Mono would push it down, but I guess they, you know, could stall for that next Baron. They do seem to be coming mid. I'm still a little bit surprised. I mean, you know, looking at this game, as you've been saying, Mono probably could have won about 10 minutes ago. Do you think that that's something they're going to have to work on? Might really hurt them in future games, or?
Oh, it was just a couple of missed plays. I feel like if they... It came down to that one tornado that missed. If that tornado had landed, this game would have been over. And Mono's just not playing to their strength right now. They just need a poke right now. And once a good poke lands, they can start the fight. And poking Graves right now without a hard engage immediately falling just really doesn't do anything, because he has enough life leech that can just auto attack the creeps a couple times right after the casket and just top himself off. So what they need to do is they need to poke somebody without a significant amount of lifesteal, and then hard engage right after.
They are coming up for this Baron, and we did see 4-0 steal it last time. You were saying maybe another ace and another Baron would put 4-0, right in the middle of this game. Now they are pretty tanky at this point, so a lot of that burst damage that Mono has is kind of negated. We'll have to see, how it works out for them. We have seen Olaf kind of splitting from the team in a lot of these fights, so I guess it would be more key for, good positioning from Mono. And
but
like
this
you said,
is a free
poke
Baron.
down.
If you look at the base, there's just so many creeps built up that they can't really defend against Baron. If they leave for Baron, they're going to lose their base, and the creep's going to build up. I think they actually lost another inhib just due to creep, so...
So a free Baron, Mono should be pushing now, and with that regen, it should be pretty tough for 4-0 to be able to deal with it. You don't think that, at the point the game was in, they needed to just kind of go for it and see if they could get a quick ace and then get back to defend their base, or
I felt like
really
if
just
that
no
happened
potential?
and the fight had drawn out for too long, game would have been ended by the super creep. So it's just like, what do we do? Do we let the creep potentially kill our base, or do we try and end this? A potential situation could have happened where they're doing Baron and 4-0 comes in, stop them, steals Baron, kill them all, send one back to defend the base, and can try and push for victory. They do have quite a ways to go with 3-4 people pushing, but that could have been a solution. But I think
We actually have Aurelia going to be taking down Misfortune up top. She will have that GA going, and then Olaf is going to be going back to try and help her. Kennan's going to go down quickly, and Morgana is going to go down, actually throwing off the Zonias, and so now it's between Shyvana and Gragas. Olaf, was able to kind of get out of there, but Graves was able to pick up a couple of kills. They were able to get Misfortune, and is going to be chasing down Olaf now with that red buff, is going to be able to pick up that kill.
Oh man,
huge
that was actually an
fight
even
for
fight.
4-0 again.
I mean, that fight was really, really even. And then I felt like Mono already won that fight, and then the Olaf just ran in and died. But this is going to be really, really hard for him to defend because, he cannot do that.
The creeps are pretty close to pushing in on their own, but Graves should be able to defend this. I'm surprised he went back for mana. He really just needs to be clearing these creeps. But I don't know. It's kind of surprising. We did see that 4-0 was able to kind of split the team fight. And, with how strong Olaf is in this late game, like you were saying earlier, I'm surprised that he didn't do a little bit better. Even though they were able to split it, he actually went down to, I guess, Graves and Aurelia there. But the big thing was that Aurelia was able to jump over the wall on Misfortune early in the fight and take her down. So, I don't know. If they can split the team where all that AoE from Kennen and Gragas is kind of inconsequential, and then win in these small engages, then they have that potential.
What's getting me is Mono would win a team fight, and then they would run in and just solo die afterwards. They're giving up the advantage after they've already won. It's very, very easy for them to just regroup and go in as 3-man right after, right? Because there's only two. It's Tarek and Graves versus Gragas, Olaf, and Janna, and they could have easily just grouped up and killed Graves right after.
And it's just so wild to think that 4-0 is legitimately back in this game, and that that double AP, which was really strong early on with Kennen and Gragas, just isn't as strong anymore against all these tanky bruisers. And even though they had that huge advantage, it seems like they might have given it up almost. So I mean, we'll see. They did lose all of that that huge Baron advantage, and another inhibitor has spawned once again. But I don't know. What is this kind of looking to you? Is it looking like 4-0's actually on the verge of making this miracle comeback?
I feel like so many times they could just
we keep talking. We're like, yeah, the game's over. Mono's already won, and 4-0's just winning these fights. We actually have Gragas coming down. He's actually going to go down pretty quickly to Graves. And here's Aurelia going to be chasing after him along with Shyvana. So they're going to be able to get that. We have Kennen coming in. So there's the Morgana Zhonya's. Kennen's going to Zhonya's as well. And Graves doing pretty well here, but Misfortune, no one getting onto her. Shyvana finally chasing her down. And this is, again, another one fight for 4-0. And where is Olaf? Olaf was overtaking the inhibitor.
So basically right now, like, Mono feels like they cannot win a 5v5 team fight. So what they're hoping to do is just have an open inhib, and when 4-0 tries to push, they're going to try and BD.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if that's the way to go. I felt like this game should have been ended a long time ago.
And the big thing is, now that it's into this late game, I mean, really either team, if we have a huge fight, just a huge ace, then the game could already be won. I mean,
yeah.
One of the teams, if 4-0 just keeps winning these aces, one of them, they're just going to go backdoor Mono's base. Or if they think they're strong enough, just continue to hold out for that next fight. I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I'd be kind of concerned if Mono is just going to come in and try and, drop this base as a team, but I feel like the fights are lasting long enough that they should have enough damage. If Misfortune has her GA up again, it's up in another, like 30 seconds. So with Misfortune's GA and with Olaf's ultimate, they could potentially just drop the base. But I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Do you think that, I don't know, that's going to be what they're going for, or do they really just need to win a fight?
So basically this is what happens, okay? If Olaf tries to run in and BD the base, they're going to have to fight disadvantage like last time.
Right.
And the chance of Mono winning, 4-0 winning the fight is so much higher. So if they don't win, if he can't end the game, they're going to be in the position where 4-0 can push. And depending on like how far they are and how many inhibs are up, they might be able to push for the win as well. So, there's a lot of upside and downside to each situation. I think the best solution would be to just try and poke this tower. It's because naturally if the tower's up, people would just stand at bay behind it and they feel really safe. So it's going to allow Mono to poke without like a real engage. Had that tower been down, 4-0 would have less or feel less secure, which they shouldn't feel secure anyways. That tower is basically dead right now. So they're just going to stand there and get poked at by Gragas. So it might be a good thing that that tower is up, because if Mono can poke enough before they hard engage, they can definitely gib 4-0. So let's see how this goes.
So they are just kind of forcing, wow, Graves taking a ton of damage on the Misfortune. Olaf has to throw off his ultimate, but he's got to get out of there, actually. And now Shyvana's chasing him down. We do have the Zhonyas from Morgana, and 4-0 is actually going to take this fight. Kennen, once again, throwing off the Zhonyas, but no one going down for 4-0, and Aurelia able to TP in there. Wow, actually, we have Tarek going down from the Ignite. I don't understand what's going on. I'm gonna have a AJ moment. What's happening right now.
So what happened
I won't steal
was
that AJ. I know he's watching, and he's
MF
gonna be like,
wanted to take that tower really bad. He ran up and he got chunked by Graves. Because at this point, right, either Graves or MF, whoever they right click is gonna take a lot of damage. And so MF got chunked to half hit point, and that put her at a very, very big disadvantage. And so Olaf came up to finish that tower, and at the same time, because, he's not attacking, they're attacking him, he's taking free damage while he's taking the tower. So just right off the bat, they're starting the fight at 2 players at half hit point. So, just being that low, the burst potential on them dropping is very, very high. So that's basically how they lost the fight. They kind of went in and went out, and they weren't doing damage because Olaf was unable to damage because he was too low. He had to run back out. MF was also too low, that if he got in any sort of damage range, she would have been gib. So all she could have done was just stand back and channel her ult. So it didn't really end too bad. They did get the tower and they got Baron. So you think about it, the exchange was net positive 1 kill for 4-0, but Mono got a tower, got Baron, so they're not too awfully behind.
So looking at the items, everyone's built into their late game. We do have Tarek getting the Zeke's Herald, and we don't have the same from Mono. So do you think that kind of team sustain along with how tanky they are will allow them to win these long fights if Gragas isn't able to effectively poke them down?
Basically, with all the lifesteal that Fortnite has at this point, Gragas poke isn't gonna be too deadly. There was a point where he can poke, and there just wasn't enough lifesteal for Fortnite to sustain it. So it's gonna come to a point where he can just throw down his casket and just engage and kill everybody. But at this point, everybody on Fortnite has a lot of lifesteal that even if a couple barrel lands, they're gonna be able to just sustain it right back just by auto attacking creeps. So it's gonna be really, really hard for Mono to poke.
Well, we do have another inhibitor coming up for 4-0, so as long as they're able to keep them off the inhibitors and then continue winning a fight, it could start to quickly turn into their favor. They have won I don't know how many fights now in a row. It's just astounding with how much of an advantage Mono had. Like there was a point in the game where I was just sitting there thinking, okay, well 4-0. I guess they've got that never surrender attitude. But I guess we can just kind of move into this next game, and here we see a number of mistakes, and then 4-0 capitalizing on them, able to push this into an incredibly late game, and potentially going to be able to pick up the win here.
I felt like it's one of those syndromes where we're so far ahead, we can take unnecessary risk and try and end it early, and I felt like that's exactly what happened and what got Mono in this situation. A couple of times, Gragas kind of just dove behind the tower and thinking he can kill him 1v2. Got picked off. Once again, Gragas was probably in jungle blue area and thinks he's relatively safe and got picked off. And that's happened over and over quite a few times. And I felt like it's happened enough where Fortnite's able to close the gap. Because if you think about it, right, at the beginning when they're down 15,000 gold, it's not nearly as much as this late in the game. But even this late in the game, they're not down that much anymore either.
They were able to pick up the inhibitor, though, and Kennen's going to want to get out of there, but hit by the snare from Morgana. She's going to throw off the Zonias, and there we have Misfortune doing a huge amount of damage. Shyvana's going to be chasing after them. Kennen will be going down. There's the GA from Misfortune, and Shyvana and Aurelia are still doing strong here. Graves able to pick up another kill. Shyvana chasing after Janna here. Gragas going to be able to pick up that kill, but one inhibitor for another lost fight. And actually a second inhibitor, so definitely working out to Mono's advantage, even though 4-0 was able to win that fight.
I think they're trying to pick off Graves unsuspectingly, so I don't see him going down. If Gragas had a DFG, oh no, he's not even trying to, he's just trying to defend the base now. But it's basically 4-0's turn to push. There's enough people on Mono down that, if he dies here too, that they can actually take not just tower, but probably inhibitor too.
Yeah, so Graves is going to be tanky enough to just drop that tower pretty quickly. I'm a little bit surprised he isn't backdooring it with no one up. But I guess he's just going to back off. They could take this dragon. That would be one of those dragons. They're not going to. I'm a little bit surprised that they're not just backdooring this tower right now.
I think what Graves should have done was probably just dropped about maybe half his hit point, tanking the tower, and then just life leech on the oncoming creeps. That would have given him some time to push a little bit more, but since Mono is up, there is 2 naked inhib. All they need to do is just push really, really slowly, and try and take that third inhib and they want to build a super creep wave up. So Mono would have to deal with more than just a champion, because if there's creeps pushing and the fight lasts too long, the creeps can end the game, and that's the situation Mono wants to create for themselves at this point.
But even so, with, even the late game presence that Olaf has, all these strong tanky champs have been just kind of ignoring Gragas and Kennen. So if 4-0 is able to get a hard engage once again, they definitely are kind of winning in that those sustained fights.
Yeah, the gold gap is actually closing every single fight. I feel like it doesn't even matter unless it's for the jungle or support, because basically all 3 carries are at max items at this point. So right now it's just you're farming for support right now. It's actually a pretty good.
Janna almost getting picked off there. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that was a pretty good time for Mono to engage. Every time someone burns spells like that, there's not gonna be is not going to be up for the next 15 seconds. So, like, immediately after Tarek and Morgana threw that binding, I felt like Mono could have fought that and just counter engage right there.
Oh, and there's the snare onto Kennen. She's going to throw, or he's going to throw off the ultimate, and then the Zhonya's, and going to be going down, and then Aurelia going to be chasing after the rest of them, the body slam, and then the flash out by Gragas, but Aurelia is going to be chasing them down. Misfortune being chased away by Graves. So another one fight, but in the meantime, Olaf is taking down this base, and he should be able to get it. There it goes. So finally backdooring the base while they're kind of stalling with the fight, and able to finally get that win. I don't know. It's been 30 minutes in the making.
I felt like the game was drawn out just a lot longer than it needed to be. Just so many glaring. Oh man, just so many things they could have done better. But it made for a really, really interesting show, I guess. It would have been crazy if Fortnite actually came back and won that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they were close. You know, we did say that it would be tough to stop the backdooring Olaf, but
like the one thing about that game is if you look at the gold distribution, right?
Okay.
If you look at the gold distribution, it's 25k to Graves. You're basically max item, right, at 20k. You know, the most expensive item is 4,025. You multiply that by 6 is about, 24k. So even if she buys like 6 Trinity Force, it would have been capped out in gold. And really, like, you don't want 6 Trinity Force. You have like other items like maybe like BT and boots, which cost like 1,000 something. Oh, he actually sold his boots and he got a Phantom Dancer instead. So the gold distribution is everything went to Graves. Nobody else had gold, so he uses this hyper carry max item. And so I felt like if more money went to Morgana, that fight would have been a lot better for Fortnite. Same with Aurelia. That way everybody else can do more. It came to the point where Graves killed all the creeps so fast that the scaling wasn't capping out. Whereas if you look at Mono, the gold is a lot more even and everybody in general had closer to max item.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like if Graves gave 2,000 or 3,000 gold to Morgana, 2,000 or 3,000 gold to Aurelia, they could have actually came back from that. But since he was able to just soak up all that gold and being already at max item, he wasn't able to just fully utilize all the gold that Fortnite had.
I still just can't believe that we had 2 inhibitors down around the 28-minute mark. I mean, that was about when they had their first 2 inhibitors, and 4-0 was able to stall out the game until a full hour. We had a full hour game there.
That was a really long game. I felt like I've already finished my job. Usually you go in, you cast a little bit, and you cast one game. Okay, it's over 30 minutes. Cast 2 games. Okay, that's 30 minutes. And then I was like, oh man, that's an hour. Oh crap! Hopefully I don't have to cast another hour.
Well, I don't know. Pretty wild match. We did see the really aggressive play from Mono. Was able to take a huge early game advantage. Olaf just, I don't know, pretty monstrous in the jungle. I was a little bit surprised that he wasn't able to do as much late game. But I don't know. We'll have to see how that carries into the next game. What 4-0 can kind of do to get that early game advantage back on their end. Do you think that they might take a more gank central jungler than Shyvana?
I felt like Shyvana was a fine pick. It's just I think what lost him that game was just that first dragon fight. I've said it twice now. Just they set it up so where Aurelia can teleport in. Yeah. And secure that dragon, but it just never happened because I think she was just too far out of tower, and so Kenna was able to just jump on her and just stun her and not allow that. But I felt like if Aurelia was able to close in on Dragon, she would be able to zone out Mono and just potentially pick up Dragon. Even if they lost Dragon, having Aurelia there, they would have been able to pick up a couple kills, and it would have broke even.
All right, well, thank you guys for tuning in. This is Game 1, 4-0 versus Mono of Killing Spree. I'm the RedBaron at BaronCast. With me is Dinh, and I'm going to be swapping out here after this commercial break. And AJ is going to come in, HatPerson. He's going to lead you the rest of the way, or actually, depending on whether it goes to in Game 3, we'll have to see. But thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Continue to watch. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Summoners, welcome back. IPL Killing Spree, Mono Esports versus 4-0. That took way too long, man.
It was. I was like, I was passing out like this, just laying here. I'm like, oh damn, camera's back on me. I gotta sit straight up. So it was definitely a lot longer than it needed to be, but it's interesting. I didn't think it was gonna be that close.
Yeah, like I mean, like here, like I have so like I have a little system, like on whether or not how to gauge how long something is taking. It's just like, all right, so that was about maybe like I would say like maybe like a half hour longer than I needed to maybe.
Yeah.
How many episodes of SpongeBob could I have watched?
Oh damn.
That's my.
Oh damn, that's a lot of episodes. Wait, episodes like 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, we could have watched like an entire like half hour of SpongeBob, but so like it's, I mean, Mono had the early game.
They
Outright.
had the
outright.
early, mid, late game, and their late game was just falling apart, and their late game was falling apart, and I was like, oh man, what's happening? I
Yeah.
felt like they could have just ran back there and just right-clicked it. Well,
Yeah.
they did do that.
Well, they did, yeah, and
Eventually.
yeah, but then we got to the point where desperation kind of hit in.
Mhm.
It was like we're so close to winning. Let's just go.
Mhm.
And usually if you're in a situation like that, I mean, it's a little bit of a careless move to do because you have one misstep or two missteps, and then we go on for another 30 minutes.
It wasn't that. It wasn't one. It wasn't two. It was like 5 or 7.
Yeah, like
I can count. Like, okay, so the Janna tornado miss allowed Graves to live. They're pushing Nexus, trying to end it. MF just straight up tanked Graves to end it.
Yeah.
Dies. Janna dies. Oh, that's a lot of gold on Graves. Now he's big. He just got all the sprees on everybody.
Yeah.
Whereas if Janna just saved her shield, shielded MF when Graves came, MF can just like right-click, double up, hits the tornado, and he dies too. And then she ends the game because Graves was the only one up. They allowed Graves to 1v2 without any return damage, kill them both, and allowed him to just farm 2 and hip down for wave after wave. Not only that, Gragas came back, starts poking 1v5, dies. Now, Mono can't push anymore because their AP carrier is down, and so that stalls for like another 60 seconds because that's the spawn timer on Gragas. So
Yeah.
now 2 and hip down, just like creeps coming in, is letting 4-0 farm two waves continually for that duration of 60 seconds. And to actually get back on that side of the map is another 60 seconds. So they're getting just free time and free farm time after time, and that happened about 3 times. So you calculate and you add that all together. That's a lot of farm.
There's a lot of farm. We have like 500 something creeps on him.
That was a lot of farm.
That's a lot of farm. That's a lot of.
I
Yikes.
don't remember the last game where creep count went over 400. To go over 500, I don't even know what's going on. I just want to slam the table.
Like, what is going on?
What is going on here? Just slam the table. It was interesting.
It was interesting, but interesting or not. So we are going in to game number 2. So let's see. So we had 4-0 in the first game. They knew that Mono, they really favored Janna Graves, so they just went ahead and decided to take Graves right out from under him.
Yeah.
And they have a first pick still. So you think that they may actually do the same?
4-0.
Yeah.
I feel like they're either going to pick up Janna or Graves. I don't know how they value Janna Graves apart, but I don't think 4-0 wants Mono to have both of them at the same time because it's a tough lane, and they've seen Mono just do well with that lane continually, and that might not be something they want to deal with. And really, Graves did a really good job. So just taking Graves away from Mono might be just enough.
Yeah.
Some changes might be just like lane matchup. Aurelia definitely, I feel like, beats Kennen late game. You saw the Kennen kind of goes in and did relatively nothing.
Yeah.
Because you know how I was saying how like it's going to come to a point where Aurelia can zone Kennen, and Kennen doesn't really do much to him. And it took 40 minutes, but it got to that point where Aurelia wasn't too hindered by Kennen. But since he lost the early game so badly that Ken was able to make such a big impact on the team fight early on that it really just put Fortnite at a disadvantage for the entire game. So if they feel like Aurelia or his Aurelia cannot deal with the cannon top early mid game, then they might just pick the different champion to deal with it. Because I feel like Mono's gonna pick Kennen again, because one of Maroy's most played is probably Cassiopeia and Kennen, those two champions. They got one of them banned, so I feel like I'm about like 60% sure he's gonna pick Kennen again. And yeah, about 60% sure.
So, and I also do want to note, we did have paroL actually from Reflex come into substitute for Fortnite. One of Fortnite's players actually had a bit of a lag and technical issue, so they are going to have a sub from here on out.
So let me see. Kramer was Morgana mid, and so he is subbing for the Aurelia then, right?
I believe so.
And Aurelia was, I forgot what's his name.
So I'm blanking. I'm so bad with names. I hate blanking on names.
Oh, it's WildTurtle usually, but I didn't see him in the last game either. But
yeah, that's right. Yeah, WildTurtle.
he's usually top Aurelia.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. People like the capability of changing names kind of throws me off too. So
Yeah.
paroL is definitely replacing somebody. So
yeah, I mean, but well, as funny as it, you know, like sometimes the name changes things. Funny. Like we had during the IPL qualifiers, I think it was Mono versus VA. They kept they changed their name.
Power Rangers versus
Power Rangers
Ninja Turtles. So
well, I mean, while hilarious, you know, trying to cast that match is just like I can't remember who's who. Damn.
yeah.
So Caitlyn Janna combo.
So you see the Caitlyn Janna. Basically, what's gonna happen is Caitlyn Janna should be able to zone Graves. Graves gonna miss out on a bit of CS early.
Yeah.
Is gonna be a little bit stronger than MF Janna. So also I think Caitlyn she doesn't have the crazy ultimate MF does. Actually, that ultimate doesn't do enough damage late game because her right click actually is more effective that late in the game. So I feel like Caitlyn Janna is going to give him more of an early game control. Mono is going to be able to pick up more dragons with that. Just because of Caitlyn's poke potential, she's going to be able to push Janna Graves around quite a bit. Just because of the long range, she should be able to right click Graves without him clicking back.
Yeah.
If she positions herself right, she should be able to actually outrange Buckshot too. So I feel like Graves is going to take a bit of free harass, and he's not going to have his way with the lane like last game. And having Soraka is more of like, hey, I'm just going to try and farm really, really hard this game. Because there's no real kill potential with Soraka. At least with like Janna or Tarek, you can stun somebody. The silence doesn't really do much, and you're not going to get Star Call to do damage.
Yeah. Kennen being picked out. We did get the Kennen pick coming out from Mono.
Yeah.
And I was researching a lot of like the win-loss ban data from this past week with the ending with the IPL 4 qualifiers. Soraka actually made top 3 on the most losing champions.
I felt like the nerf is she just doesn't do as much anymore.
Yeah.
She's been nerfed continually for the last, I don't know, 5 months.
Yeah.
First with like the heals, and then the mana, and now the mana, and
more mana.
Yeah. Her ultimate scaled back a little bit too. They changed the ratio.
Yeah.
They changed the cooldown. So Soraka went from like the highest win rate to actually the lowest now, I think.
Yeah.
It's just that there's no kill potential for what the point of picking Soraka is to make sure that, you know, your lane can stay there and farm forever, and whatever you're protecting is going to be able to come back later and destroy everybody. And so they're scaling her back, so that means that now the lanes are killable, but she just doesn't provide as much into mid-late game.
Yeah. So I mean, actually, and we see all these, you know, supports being like, you know, you got the Soraka nerfs, we got the Sona nerfs.
Yeah.
And this is, you know, those are like the 2 biggest supports in the game. Just you know, getting shut down, paving the way for supports like Janna. to actually come in and pick up the slack. And on the opposite end, for top 8 for IPL 4 qualifiers, Janna was
Top
#1
win.
support.
Yeah.
She's actually, you know, second most winning, I believe, like right behind Graves.
Yeah, I think the last time Janna got nerfed was Monsoon when they took out the slow coming back into it. And that's like 5 months ago. If everything else around you is getting weaker, you're looking pretty sharp relatively. And with the nerf to everything else, you know, you see a lot of more creative bottom lanes too now. That's why Nunu's can get in the picture. That's why GP can get in the picture. You have more creative bottom lanes just because the champions that were, you know, traditionally used for support just isn't as strong anymore, and it opens it up for a lot more variety.
So we have all the teams picked out for nothing. Soraka, Nocturne, Vladimir, Rumble, and Graves. You know, Vladimir, he's got the heal, so pretty safe to say he's going to be going mid. Against Mono, they got Ari mid, and the rest of them, Jarvan, Janna, Caitlyn, and Kennen. So Kennen, Rumble top lane, Ari, Vlad mid. So I mean, and I've seen, you know, Jarvan's you know, one of the lesser played jungles, but I mean, he's still fantastic. He has the pop up, he has a Cataclysm. They don't really have that many escapes from Cataclysm, really.
Yeah, they definitely don't.
Like
Basically, the only
Graves
way
can
to
dash out.
escape Cataclysm is quick draw from Graves
Yeah,
and flash.
it's a
Well, if you're Nocturne and you haven't ulted yet, I guess you can ult out of it.
and you can't pull out of.
You definitely cannot
cannot.
pull out of it. Looking at the team comp, Fortnite is actually more like a all-in comp. You get one good positioning and you just go. You know, you're gonna use Nocturne to set up that positioning.
And they're like their big initiation is going to be coming from Rumble with the ult.
It's gonna be more like Nocturne and Rumble, and everybody just laying out everything really quickly.
Yeah.
Because really, with Vlad ult on people, you want to stack as much damage as possible because, you know, Vlad's ult is a damage multiplier. That's the best time to lay out your damage. So if Vlad and Rumble lands a really good ult, purple team's gonna melt. But what you gotta look at is that Janna's gonna be able to disrupt them. So not so much. Yeah, that Janna should be able to disrupt them, and it's hard to catch Ari into it all because she can dash out of it, right?
Yeah.
She's far enough back where Buckshot and Graves ult and Vlad's ult not gonna affect her as much. And if Rumble's ult lands on top of her, she can quickly dash out of it. So she's only gonna take the initial tick. And so, depending on how the engage is, it's gonna be tougher. If Mono was more like melee damage centric, then having so much short range AoE damage would make a lot of sense. But since they are long range and or poke and disengage too, it's gonna be very, very tough for not to actually pull off a really, really good combo.
So these are your teams heading into game number 2. Soraka, Nocturne, Vladimir, Rumble, and Graves for nothing. Mono is going to go ahead. You got Jarvan, Janna, Ari, Caitlyn, and Kennen. We're going to go to a few quick ads while the game loads. But when we come back, game number 2, Mono Esports versus 4-0. So stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IPL Killing Spree. We're going into game number 2, Mono versus 4-0. Let's head right into it. So, starting out, 4-0 on blue side, Mono on purple. So we've seen. So we're really seeing Mono favor Janna in support role quite a bit. And we discussed during Champs like the recent nerfs coming to Soraka and Sona and the rest. But what other we've also seen we saw some Leona play during the qualifiers.
Oh yeah, I saw one game with Leona. We did.
And we saw Tarek coming back to last game, and Tarek had his rework also recently, and I was like, I wish we could see a little bit more from Tarek actually.
Tarek's more of a kill lane, so if the enemy team has a weak lane that can be exploited by a good kill lane, that can be. Ooh, it's happening.
Yeah, I think we are remaking here. So we're just gonna go ahead. We're gonna go right back to commercial. We're gonna remake the game. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back to IPL Killing Spree, Mono versus 4-0. We have a little bit of a delay. We've got some technical issues. Just waiting for our teams to sort that out, and then we'll get right back into game number 2. So to do recap, the picks for each team, Mono grabbed Caitlyn, Janna, Kennen, Jarvan, and Ahri. 4-0 grabbed Graves, Nocturne, Soraka, Rumble, and Vladimir. So, I mean, it's, discussing the teams a little bit more. So, I mean, Soraka Graves, Graves is looking to really just sustain bot lane.
He basically just want to farm.
Yeah.
With the mana that he's going to get from Soraka, he's going to want a buckshot over and over.
Yep.
So if they do proper warding, and so they're just going to try and push the lane as much as they can and not get harassed too much. Because now Soraka, if you do harass enough, you can actually burn Soraka out of mana, just with the changes in how... I forgot what it's called, but basically whatever the spell that silences and give her mana back, infuse.
Yep.
Infuse. So I see bottom lane on Graves Soraka side just wanting to push and not get harassed as much as they can, because with a good healthy creep wave, when Caitlyn goes up to do the pot shots, she is going to take some damage from the creep. So
yep.
You're going to see Caitlyn wanting to push back really hard and poke at the same time. So depending on who does a better job, they're going to win the... Well, clearly whoever does a better job is going to win the lane. But so that's how I see that matchup.
Yep.
I think it's going to be Vlad versus...
Ahri.
Ahri mid.
Yeah.
Ahri's not going to be able to land her combo too well, because what's going to happen is if Ahri does jump at him with her ult and try and get the charm up, Vlad should be able to pull just a hefty sum of that damage. So if Ahri's going to get some damage, she's going to have to get a lot of it from Foxfire. Because landing her full combo on a Vlad is actually going to be really hard. He's going to be able to pull about 20-30% of that damage. And he's actually a very healthy champion too. Just by getting a lot of AP and health, it scales both ways. So he's probably not going to be bursted by Ahri. So that matchup is going to be pretty even throughout. And with that early will, he's going to be able to sustain pretty well against her too.
Yeah. That, not to mention, while we were in Champ Select, we also saw that Vlad was also going to be heading into mid lane with Heal Flash.
Heal Flash.
So he's not really looking to go anywhere.
He's not really looking for kill. Because the thing with Ahri is, Vlad can probably land his ult, get a Tides and a couple of Transfuse off. And if he ignite, he can drop it. But that might not even kill her. He can't really follow up, because if he's going to open on her, she can just dash.
Yeah.
And so there's not going to be a lot of follow-up damage. If there's going to be a kill potential, whatever the jungler is going to be, it has to keep her in place. And I think on the other team it is Nocturne that's going against Ahri, right?
Yeah, Nocturne. Yeah, we have a Nocturne on 4-0, and Mono, Nintendo's going to be running Jarvan.
So when Nocturne does ult Ahri, if he does gank, she's going to be able to dash and break the fear chain. So it's nothing that's really going to keep her in place for Vlad to do damage. So he's looking more of to just farm up and look for a good team fight. I think 4-0's more focused around having just a lot of AoE damage, having really good team fights, more so than picking people off. So they're a lot more defensive this game than they were last game. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
I think the game's starting soon.
Yeah, we're just we just have a few lag. Oh crap! No. I was like, I'm clicking on the window.
And you accidentally quit out.
Yeah, I accidentally I clicked on the window
Big derp.
to click, and yeah. I I clicked on the window to get the screen going.
I've
Just to
actually
click
done
on
that.
chat, I accidentally hit quick spectate.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a major derp moment.
It's
Oh
okay.
no!
It's not a big deal. Let me see your notepad really quick.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I just want to see it, analyze a little bit. So, Caitlyn, Janna, Kennen, Jarvan, Ari. So it's probably gonna be Marroy on Kennen again. Just because he plays so much Kennen. So it's gonna be a Kennen versus Rumble top.
Yep.
I feel like Kennen's gonna win the lane before Rumble gets the will. So I think similar to like last time, if Kennen can get enough poke and harass on Rumble, is gonna open up for a Jarvan gank. Jarvan, the thing with him is he doesn't really need to go through river or lane. He can swing around blue buff on the enemy side and go for the gank. So I forget is mono blue side or purple side?
Mono is purple side.
If mono's purple side, you know the Jarvan can go through blue side blue, up through that tri brush and just wait for the gank when Kennen pushes in. So
Yep.
He's relatively safe. All he needs to do is land the flag, stun, knock up, and Kennen can finish him off. So
Yep.
he can probably just run right after it, or just flag past that and just run out through tower. So one thing Rumble's got to look for is just not dying pre-6. If he dies pre-6, he's in for it. It's sort of like Aurelia last time, because she died so early, she kind of fell behind. Any champion top, once you start losing the lane, is going to snowball against you. Just any top competitive team, you can take advantage of that really easily.
Yeah.
And you saw that after Aurelia lost top last game, Olaf was just free to run in there and take the blue, just because he's not afraid of anybody anymore. He's not afraid of bumping into Shyvana. He's not afraid of bumping into Aurelia, so he just has free reign in the jungle. So what Fortnite has to do this game is to not give up the early game advantage for Mono to snowball.
Yeah, I mean, and we've all been discussing. Like, we actually just released our video too about the snowball comp, about the stall comp.
Yeah. We just talked about like snowballing and stalling.
Yeah.
And I felt like last game was just a little bit of that, and just at the end a lot of derp too. So
I mean, a moderate amount of derp, just a little bit of derp, just a slight amount of derp, just a dash of derp. Should stop saying derp. But no, we did just release our video with Dan and Chowster talking about snowball comps and a few other topics. So if you want to take a look at any of that, youtube.com/IPLLOL while you're at it. You can also favorite the Twitch channel if you haven't done so already, and Twitter at IGN Pro League. You can always also hit us up on Facebook, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. And also I think we're also still running the contest. So
the contest, I thought it ended.
We still we got the Razer mouse pad and we got the hoodie still going on for Twitter.
Okay.
So if you want to go ahead and try and win yourself that, just still tweet at IGN Pro League who you think is going to win this series. Hopefully, not in. Hopefully,
You
it
can
takes a
still
little bit
tweet after
shorter.
the first game.
No, we're still not done yet. Still not done yet. So
You have a 1-0 advantage chance. It's like future tip is like, oh, what Twitter contest? See things like, all right, let me watch who wins the first game, and then I'll tweet who I think. That way, I have 2 more chances to win.
So only And then of course we got South by Southwest coming up. So if you're in the Austin, Texas area, I'm gonna be there. Baron's gonna be there. You're gonna be there. It's gonna be a fun time next weekend. It is free to get in. So we'll post up the links to the for all the info you need. It should be up on. I believe the event page is up on Facebook as well. I'll have to tweet that out again later on today. So spectator delays almost up. We're just gonna run right into the game. We've got enough commercials for now, I think.
They're probably hating you guys every time there's technical issue. Oh, time to place a commercial.
Yeah, it's a sometimes you gotta.
Yeah,
sometimes
just the nature of the game. 'Cause
it is.
sometimes it's not even our fault. It's
Yeah.
say there's connection issue, a player can't connect,
Yeah.
and really, we need a little break to figure it out.
Provided not to say it wouldn't be entertaining for just get out of our chairs, just flip the hell out. I was like, what is this? Oh, we fixed this. But it's sometimes things happen, so they
Yeah.
happen. But we're
Stuff
gonna be getting
happens.
into the game shortly. It's loading up right now. So right. So Rumble. I mean, we saw a lot of Rumble coming in from Reflex, I believe, a while back too, and that's probably perfect one to take on point for that too. Like we've seen Reflex's Rumble here before, and it is definitely not a challenge to take lightly because he is dangerous within that role up top.
He is pretty strong. In terms of like, I'm thinking like how this team fight's gonna break out. That's what's been on my mind for a couple of minutes. So you have Jarvan, which is an initiator, right?
Right.
And you have Kennen, which is a follow-up initiator. And so if Jarvan lands a good ult, we can basically win the fight for mono.
Yep.
I'm thinking because Fortnite is so AoE centric, right? And Caitlyn, Janna, Ahri is gonna stand at such far distance back. I'm a little concerned for Fortnite right now to if they can actually land that full combo off, just because the champion that Mono has naturally is dissipated, and they spread out in the back lines. So if a team fight breaks out, the only real target they're gonna have is Kennen and Jarvan, and so I'm debating whether Fortnite is gonna burst down Kennen and Jarvan, or they're gonna rush back. If they rush back, Kennen and Jarvan can hold them there, and they're gonna die. So
Mono taking position very dangerously close to Fortnite. When Caitlyn places the trap, I'm wondering if there's because sometimes you can hear it. Sometimes you can actually hear Caitlyn place down the trap. So I'm wondering if they
maybe
heard
I
it.
actually don't know.
I don't think
They
they
might
did.
be able to. If they face check that, somebody's gonna die. That trap is gonna get them.
And look at that placement of Mono right there. It was like they expected probably to come in to try and get an idea. They're all up in that top curve.
Well, Nocturne wants blue because he jungles
Yeah.
so much faster with it.
Oh, there you go. The cue from Nocturne
They
hit.
should have heard of that.
They should get out. They should get out of there right now. Trap going down.
Oh, if they stayed.
Yeah.
If they stayed. Like, the thing is since Nocturne hit them,
Yeah.
it leaves a trail even in the darkness. You don't have to see it. I mean, you don't have to have vision of it. You're going to see the black trail anyways.
Yep.
So, Fortnite knew that they were in there. So,
They knew they were there. They didn't know how many. Safe to assume all of them.
yeah.
But a lot of abilities like Nocturne's Q or Mundo's Q, when you throw them into bushes, the audio cues do help and they do reveal. Caitlyn's Piltover actually does the same thing as well. If you fire it into a bush, you can hear that as it's tearing through.
Yeah, when you hit something.
Yeah.
It's like one thing people ask is like, hey Dan, how come your in-game sound is so loud? I do play music when I play.
Yeah.
The music makes me relax, but I need the in-game sound just because of the information that you get from the in-game sound. Most people don't know that if you're taunting. Oh.
This is huge. This is huge. Will we be able to? Yeah, he should be able to grab
He's
it.
gonna be able to get it.
But his smite is down though. He's just gotta get that last back. Yeah, it's like, and actually, yeah.
The
Mox
thing
is
with
just gonna
that
walk
is
away.
the reason why Nocturne didn't go up there was his assumption was he was getting counter jungled. That's why everybody's over there. So he already played like his blue buff was gone. That's why he went straight to red. He had no idea that Mono actually just completely just backed out and didn't take his blue buff. So he had played like they'd already taken it. That's why he didn't go up and check.
Yep. Yeah, that's a psychological game. That's just one of the many games you can play with the mind here in League of Legends. And we were also talking like a while back too about Shaco's. Like Shaco's actually really popular in the Korean meta right now because of the psychological game he plays.
Yeah,
on enemy
anytime you
teams.
have like an invis champion. You don't know where they are. And they can close the distance on you and gank you at any moment. And so it puts a lot of pressure in lane.
So yeah, what was the thing with the taunt you were mentioning earlier?
What taunt?
The taunt sound.
Oh, the taunt sound? If
Yeah.
someone's taunting out of your sight, it creates a sound, and if you just mouse over it, like if you bring the screen over, you can hear it, and you can tell their position.
Ooh.
That's why I actually don't like doing it too much at the beginning of the game.
Huh. I did not know that. Oh.
They may have changed it. I haven't looked for it, but I remember like several months ago, I'd just like scroll over the map, see if people taunt, because they get bored and they just go low / shift 4, and you can kind of hear it.
We're getting engaged upon, but goes out unscathed. Moxie trying to make something happen top lane, bot lane. Actually being pushed pretty hard by Mono, and Caitlyn's actually been getting quite a fair number of harass shots
So
off on
like
Soraka.
what you're seeing is Caitlyn, since she has such huge range on Graves, she's able to just get those pot shots off and just take no real damage. With Janna's shield, blocking that buckshot's no problem. If Graves is going to do any damage on Caitlyn, he's got to do more than just buckshot. He's got to do a buckshot and a right click. That's what he's doing right now, actually.
A tornado coming down from Janna. Graves has to dash away. Wow. He's chunked really badly right now.
And also, if you're looking at Soraka's mana, since Infuse doesn't give her mana anymore, she's actually dropping off in mana. If Caitlyn harasses him maybe for 3 or 4 more rotation, Soraka should be almost out of mana, and Graves shouldn't be able to top off anymore. And the expectation with Graves is, since I have a healer, I'm not going to... Oh, man, she healed a creep.
Oof.
The thing with healing a full creep is you burn the CD, you're not topping off your champion, and you're burning mana. So, like, people think, oh, maybe that's just a little bit of mana, but it actually matters a lot. Like, that's a lot of hit point that Graves could have had, and if he's going to get ganked, he's actually in kill potential.
Mono saw Moxie come around through the Tribush, and Kramer used the pool. He doesn't have it available anymore. Pop-up misses from NintendudeX, goes down on Kramer. And a flash coming in from Ari, misses the taunt. One tower hit. Very...
Oh,
no!
no,
That was intended.
okay.
Yeah, I'm having a heart attack here. It's like, oh my god, was he still under range? But paroL here now also getting tornadoed, getting a little bit aggressive on his own, trying to push back.
That was very dangerous.
That was
there. That
ParadoXical.
was very dangerous.
ParadoXical, don't. I'm a big guy. I can't take that kind of, stress.
I felt like if Jarvan committed a little bit more and got like 1 or 2 attacks off,
Yeah.
after Vlad flashed, he could have flashed and follow up with an auto attack and then just walk through the brush. But that would be hindsight, and we kind of have map hack too. So
Yeah,
we knew where Nocturne was.
Captain Hindsight, one of the most popular champs here in League of Legends. So Moroi is actually having a little bit of a tough time up top. I mean, the creep kills are semi-even, but he's getting
Surprisingly, he's getting pushed back.
Yeah.
Right. It's 44 to 35.
Yeah.
But well, he is winning in creep score. He's able. It's about time to buy anyways, because he's got his revolver, and so when he does get back to the lane, he's gonna have a lot more sustain. He's gonna be able to harass Rumble a lot more. So if you do look at the creep score, right, it's 44 to 40. There's about like 6 creep waves at his tower, so he's a little bit more than 4 creeps ahead, because there is creep coming on that he can farm, whereas Rumble doesn't. So it's about a wash right now. He's up by 5.
Janna and Caitlyn go back to base. Janna's got her Philo. Caitlyn stacking up those Doran's blades and getting to tier 2 boost already. She wants to be a lot more mobile, so she can go ahead and get the engage on Graves, because Graves actually just started with the Dorans. He does not have boots yet, and just that movement speed on Caitlyn, she might just be able to just auto attack him to death.
So the thing with Caitlyn right now is she's actually behind on farm. With Caitlyn, what you got to be able to do is you got to be able to harass and farm at the same time. The only thing Graves was concentrating on was just purely farming. Because he felt like he wasn't going to win the exchange. He wasn't going to push out Caitlyn, and he was expecting harass. So all he did was concentrate on farming, and he didn't really do a lot of harassing. So I felt like if Caitlyn is going to harass, she should still prioritize farming, because she is a little bit behind. I think it's 62 to 68 in farm.
So Moxie put a award.
So is Jarvan 6? Let me see. Yeah, he is. So
Jarvan 6.
Rumble is in like kill range. I don't think he sees this. There's no ward in river.
There's ward in the bush, but not in the river. Here comes Nintendude. Standard goes down. Cataclysm flash out from probably nice timing. Only way he's gonna be able to get out of that one.
Oh man, what he needed to do, Jarvan, was he needed to blow.
Ari, will you be able to get the kill on Kramer? Yes, you can. Ignite helping you do the job. First blood going to Ari, ParadoXical, right there in mid.
Anyways, the kill for Jarvan, right, what he needs to do is he needed to land the standard.
Yep.
He needed to flag stun that because it would force Rumble to flash and just save his Cataclysm to close the distance after he'd already flashed.
Yep, we're doing it again. Will we get the standard down? The pop-up flash is not available to paroL. Ignite will finish it off, and Jarvan getting that kill. So Mono actually in a pretty good spot right now. Almost 10 minutes in, 2 kills to their name, and they got a good 1K in gold up on them.
So the thing is since they are behind for not, it's very, very likely that they're going to lose all the blue buffs from here on, because if Mono has timer on it, I was surprised Nocturne picked up the second blue.
Yep. And he put the ward down, like, you know, he knew he had a good idea on the timer on which it was going to be coming back. Ward down just be sure, but nothing real actually getting focused down by paroL here. But no, he had an idea and he wanted to make sure it was safe, and he was also being, you know, a little bit careful, expecting the invade, expecting them to take it again. But
the thing with Jarvan not invading is since he only took the big blue buff, he left to Lizard, he actually doesn't have the timer on it, so it was never reset. As far as he knew, you know, it could have been up, could have been down. So I think Jarvan just had no intention of coming back to counter jungle the blue, just because when you only kill the blue buff, you don't know when it's going to respawn. It's going to respawn 5 minutes after the person that you just countered kills the 2 little lizards. So Nocturne has timer, Jarvan didn't. But if he's going to peek in there, he's going to have timer for the next blue. And he should be able to counter it because since both top and mid is relatively weak right now.
Oh, right now ParadoXical trying to get damage out on Kramer. Actually, Nocturne being spotted in bot lane, and ParadoXical actually taking a little bit too much. Should be able to back off, though. Got the health potion.
Well, she does have a revolver. She has some health pots, and she has her passive, which can heal her. So in terms of topping off, ParadoXical should be fine if she doesn't receive any additional poke in the next about minute or so.
And here comes Jarvan. Nintendude's coming up from river, but he is spotted by 4-0. Nocturne was floating around bot lane.
I think Nocturne wants his kill on Ari right here.
Absolutely. ParadoXical
her ult is up.
Nocturne going in. ParadoXical has to flash away. His ult is still up. He's going to be able to get back to tower pretty safely, and Dex trying to get back in, doing a little bit more damage. Moxie did not have the spell shield ready. So, and it's a hairy dance in mid. I would highly recommend Nintendo stick around, but actually 4-0's going to be, they're pinging down Dragon.
Yeah, they know that Ari ult's down. She's relatively low. Their expectation is Ari doesn't want to fight this, but everybody is grouping up on Dragon, so this can be a very, very bad fight for 4-0.
Mono Pennon's coming up the rear, should be here shortly.
This is a very bad fight for 4-0. They lost a lot of HP on Dragon, and all
Caitlyn
5 of Mono
going down. Cataclysm going down. Two players from 4-0, 3 players from 4-0 trapped in the middle there. Sirach is still in the pit, trying to hide away from the damage. Dragon just probably might just take her out. Jarvan coming in, leading the charge against 4-0, and that is an ace at Dragon.
This is turning really bad really, really quickly. Just
that
like
was
purely
rough.
based off team comp, what 4-0 needed to do is to land all their ults, but since there's only 2 people they can really land it on, one is Kennen, one is Jarvan, and they're not really priority targets to nuke down. It's going to be a really, really tough game for 4-0. And especially after that ace and Dragon, the goal difference is just so huge.
Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at that money. And Ari, Caitlyn, they're both, you know, a little bit.
Ari's got about 1,600 over Vlad, so
that's true.
At this point, Vlad just has no answer to Ari. You know, she's got that Sork boots, those 2 Doran's ring over Vlad, and probably a little bit gold to spare that she hasn't even bought anything. She's probably looking for that power staff for 860 gold. Not quite there yet, so she's just saving it. But
Yeah. I mean, while we're talking, going back into the fight, Ahri's ult was down, but Vlad's ult was also down.
Yes, it was.
Nocturne's ult was also down. So I mean, in terms of ult power, Mono was actually ahead going into that.
They were ahead. Their expectation was since Rumble had came down before Kennen wasn't going to be there either. And since Ahri was so low, she was going to be unable to fight. But she does have that revolver. She did have health pots. And she does have her passive, which was allowed to top her off maybe like 500 hit point before that fight even started. And she's usually pretty far in the back too, so it's really not too dangerous fighting at low hit point as Ahri.
They also didn't really have that many tabs on Kennen, like top river, not ward. Like the only wards they're hitting is when they actually get near to the Dragon Pit. They knew Kennen wasn't in top lane, but they didn't quite know where he was besides that. I mean, they didn't know, and if he was en route, they didn't know by how long. And this
overall is a pretty risky dragon. Also, they didn't have sight on Jarvan too, so it was a gamble. Jarvan and Kennen, had they been top, it would have been a free dragon. But since all of Mono was around, they were able to close the distance.
And Ahri actually meeting Vlad in the jungle. Nocturne ult going down. They're chasing down Kennen top lane. Rumble ult going down on Kennen, but taunt coming in. But they're going to be taking turret damage from his Kennen ults right underneath tower. Nocturne, will you be able to get away? No, you will not. But Kennen does fall. Probably taking a little bit of damage too, but he's going to be able to sustain.
That wasn't too bad. It actually came out a little bit ahead on Fortnite because Kennen is losing about 2 waves of creep.
Yeah.
Fortnite did get the assist kill too, so...
Yeah. Not to mention the bonus gold, because right there, Kennen was 3-0 and 4 up until that point.
So that did actually help them quite a bit. Oh.
Vladimir will be able to get away. No, Cataclysm coming out. Flash, he wasted the flash trying to get out of Cataclysm. Just could not do it. Just
the
too
thing
much
with
damage
Vlad
there.
is if Jarvan ganks Vlad and Cataclysm early, if Vlad uses his pool, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's actually not too bad against Vlad. And even if he didn't land the Cataclysm on Vlad before he pulls, the moment he gets out, he's trapped too.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. You either pull Cataclysm or you pull the flag stun. And he tried to pull the flag stun, but it's easily followed up.
paroL so
He might just go flash and auto attack. Oh, he can't anymore. I think what should have happened was he should have just stayed close enough for Caitlyn to flash in, right click, and bait the heal as the bullet was flying. He might be able to turn around and get the kill actually if that actually happened.
And paroL's actually looking to stay in a little bit longer. He's got a Wriggles and 2 Dorans, so he's really trying to build that lifesteal to stay in lane as long as he can. So, and Mono pinging blue will be going to Ahri once again. Mono's going to, because look at him. Look at all that lifesteal on paroL. He's actually going to be, pretty tanky lane. But Moroi actually getting caught out by Probably coming with the flame spitter, trying to get the last bit of damage.
Oh,
no, he can't
should have just dove that.
You can still try.
He wants to dive it still.
But he may actually be regretting that decision. Ignite going down on him. But here comes Nocturne to help out a little bit. Moxie.
He wants vision on him so he can ult.
Yep.
But Moroi is smarter than that. He just runs all the way through.
Yep. If you're that low, you just need to go ahead and keep running. And Kramer actually being pinged.
So
really
Rumble
by,
didn't expect to land that second slow, so he just backed out.
Yeah.
If he just trusted himself a little bit more and landed that slow.
Yep. They're actually being feared in mid. Flashes away. The Vladimir ult did hit, I believe. Yes,
yeah, it did. He's just so far behind that he can't do sizable amount of damage.
Kramer getting down the pool, trying to get that little bit extra slow, but the fear and Nocturne will just be able to finish that. Cataclysm going down, following Nocturne post flash. Be able to pick that up.
Oh man. I felt like that play was a little misplayed by Ahri. She could have played that a little bit. She didn't need to get close enough for Nocturne to fear her, because she had already flashed out.
Yeah, Nocturne was Nintendo was just kind of like, still going forwards. Like, oh wait, no, I still got this tower to take down. Never mind. So Mono will go ahead back out in mid, and they have a pretty commanding lead right now. We're not even at a 20-minute mark. 2-10.
It's about 6K.
6K gold up Mono. And I think they know a little bit better from last game, because I think if they have a nice lead on them, they're gonna want to try and finish this out and not have a repeat of last game. And right now, Moreau actually catching out probably here in top jungle. Ult going down. Will the damage be enough? Yes, it will.
Oh man, he actually got the double stun since he landed every single skill shot before that. He got the stun off and he waited for it to wear off, and then he ulted again to just double stun and just lay down just a lot more damage than he would otherwise if he just ulted right off the bat.
Yep. Kennan's got the skills in order to do that. Might as well take advantage. And Rumble, that's a small little road. That's not a whole lot of room to navigate. So, if Kennan's going to be, attacking in that area, all the stuff's gonna hit.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to dodge. There's nowhere to juke.
If you're going through like a narrow pathway and someone's shooting straight down the line.
Yep. ParadoXical actually being caught out a little bit in that bush, trapped, a little bit sandwiched, but ult will be able to go off. Moxie trying to get that fear, but does not get it.
Actually has another dash.
He's got one more. There it goes. Caitlyn ult going down. Who's gonna hit? Brawl takes the front, takes the brunt. Kramer has the pull. He's getting very low. Tornado going down, and we'll finish him off. Cataclysm going down on paroL. He does flash out, but the standard and the pop-up will go down. Pixel ult pushing people back, getting the heals off Nintendo, trying to get away, but he's too low. 3 members of Fortnite still up. Mono. Kennan's actually still pushing top, so there's a 3v3 over here by the Dragon Pit. Pixel trying to get away very low. Got the Oracles. Will lose the Oracles. ParadoXical now being slowed. Ari trying to get away. No.
That was really good play by Rumble.
Yeah.
Like the thing with us talking about like going down chokes and shooting down a straight line.
Yeah.
Everybody grouped up in that choke, and so Rumble just hits R and lands it on every single person in a straight line. Almost killed Janov just by herself.
And that was a one fight for Mono right there. Like, it's just they just could not be able to get that retreat that they needed.
They actually had already won. It's just that they overcommitted. They thought that since they already killed Vlad, they can pick off everybody else since they're all there. But
that's not the case.
The thing with Mono is they have the type of comp where they can split apart and not take all the AoE damage. But since they're so bloodthirsty right there, there's a lot of bloodlust. They all clumped up and wanted to kill that next guy as soon as possible, and it kind of like funnels right into that choke, and it sets up a perfect ult for Rumble right there. So Rumble actually just picked up a lot of gold, and he's gonna be a problem now that he just picked up those 3 kills.
Yep, 1,500 for him still to spend right now.
And that 1,500 basically came from that one last fight. He probably got like 200 from mid, so he killed 3 people, picked up whoever got a spree, and he's gonna have a lot of gold on his next buy, and his next ultimate is gonna do even more damage. So
and
Mono's gotta watch out for that ultimate, and keep in mind not to just choke up again.
Also, not to mention, they also killed Janet in that fight. She had to rebuy her Oracle, so that's another 400 you can add to the bar tab there.
But overall, it wasn't too bad. If you think about it, Mono did pick up Dragon, and they did pick off somebody too. So you add that all together, in terms of like net gold gain loss, Mono did come out ahead because since it was Fortnite that grouped up as 5, Kennen was able to just free farm and push top, denying a little bit CS at tower, and pulling a little.
Caught out here. Caitlyn will be able to. That doesn't even need to go off. Ari is there to finish the job. And now they have a weird like split pushing situation. It's a try push really, because I think 4-0 is actually a little bit indecisive on where they want to defend and how.
The thing is 4-0 is so far behind. They lose 1-on-1 against every single person on Mono's team, so they kind of just have to follow Mono's lead. And so what Mono's doing right now is they're just splitting them up and taking towers. Because the best situation is they want to just split people up and fight in small skirmishes right now, because that's where they're strong at. Because what 4-0 has is they have a full AoE comp, and they want to lay down everything at the same time. And Mono doesn't want to play that game, so it's good to just ward up, just counter jungle all the ward, and just take it all out and just force little skirmishes.
Roy getting caught top lane. The ult goes down on Probably, but will not be able to do enough damage because Moxie is here to help take Kennen out. Getting a little bit. See, now I worry now. Like now I see Mono now trying to get a little bit overzealous with extended pushes like that.
The thing is, Kennan's last impression of Rumble was before he got that 3 kill. With that 3 kill, he got a lot of gold, a lot of EXP, so he's a lot more strong than he was last time. So being able to ward off Rumble like the time he did before that is just going to be so much harder, and he just didn't expect to die so fast.
Yeah. Negatron Cloak and Joint Split. Actually, no, right now ParadoXical actually dashing right past tower. Got still one more dash in her. No, he does. All 3 dashes are used, and now she's just trying to escape away. CV going down from Fortnite. She's trying to get away. Flash, just a little bit more distance. Pixel is here. Tornado going off. We'll be able to break out.
That was really risky. The thing was
risky.
You know Vlad still has this pool, and you're diving past 2 people.
Yeah.
If I was Ari, I probably wouldn't want to put myself in that situation. But they are a little overconfident, like they were last time.
Yeah.
You know, he's really, really ahead. He has potential of picking up a lot of kills, but he also has potential of dying a lot of times too. So,
yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't throw it too hard and drag the game on another 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's just an aggressive play like that. You know, 1 or 2 failed attempts can make the game go on for a few more episodes of SpongeBob, really. And we do not want that again.
The thing with aggressive play is it can really, really snowball the game even faster and end the game a lot faster, or it can actually go against that and make the game last even longer.
And right now, Mono is all up in Fortnite's jungle, trying to pick out 1 member at a time. Ari, once again, ulting past tower, wants to get that kill on Kramer, but she's caught. Cannot do it. See, there we go.
There we go. Let's dive behind 2 towers.
Can't do that. You can't do that stuff. You know, provided, you know, they do, you know, 2 for 1, but, you know, that's 1 less member they have to push down these towers. I mean, they're in a pretty good spot right now. They can still continue pushing on like this, and they should be able to get another chunk of health off of mid tower.
To be honest, I really don't want to eat my words again, but I feel like Mono's just so far ahead right now that it's going to be really hard for him to lose this game. I know I said the exact same thing last game.
See, you jinxed it.
I really don't want to eat my words.
Nocturne coming in, gets the ult on a little bit overzealous, but right now Rumble ult also going down. Soraka being focused, and here comes Kennen in with the ult. Finishes off the Soraka, trying to get all the damage on Vladimir, but Nocturne does also go down in the process, and now Kennen very low. Caitlyn being picked off, and Kennen has to rush away. Flash coming in from paroL, trying to get that last auto attack, but he has red buff. Kennen will be slowed. And Rumble there trying to get this dive in, and Nintendo actually gets the standard up for another pop, and gets exhausted. And will we fall under tower? Kennen very low.
Oh,
and will
that
fall
red buff.
Red buff.
That
OP.
was the red buff.
And Nintendo, you should not be here. You should not be here, Nintendo ParadoXical. Now, once again, getting the dives up, probably will get the probably kill, but now where are you going to run to?
Oh, she can actually beat Vlad right now. She has enough life sustain. I'm a little worried on her mana.
Yes.
But she should be able to poke these guys to ward them off.
See, and right now, paroL actually taking the point. That's the thing. That's it, because Graves was there. You can't do that stuff with Graves.
She needed to land her charm if she was going to do that. It's just such high-risk play by Mono.
Yeah. Mono doesn't, I mean, Mono really has no reason to be doing this aggressive play right now. Otherwise, we could see another huge
basically
game
like the same deal as last game, right? Graves isn't too terribly farmed. And then 3 aggressive plays later, Graves gets 5 kills and 10 kills and 15 kills, and it's gonna drag out the game because you put all the kill on one person up until they get full items. You know, they're gonna get stronger and stronger, and they're gonna be a problem for your entire team because the way item stacks in this game is it multiplies, right? You have one high tier item, say is a factor of 2. You have 2 is another factor of 2. Now it's just times 2, you know, and then you get another one times 2.
Man, I just really hope, you know, the overly aggressive and unnecessarily aggressive play from Mono does. I hope it does ease off because we have Baron. Wars are going down. It's about that time where both teams are going to try and see if they can't force a Baron fight.
Aggression isn't bad. It's all about time aggression. You need to choose the right moment to be aggressive.
Right there. That was a good time to be aggressive there. Ari just going in, seeing the Graves singled out. That was a fantastic moment. And now they can secure a dragon here pretty safely.
Like, on the flip side, if she saw all 5 people there, dashing in would have been a terrible idea.
Right.
Especially dashing in into 5 people behind tower.
That you do not want to do.
But just at this point, you know, over 10k ahead, and I just find it hard for Mono to lose.
Yep. See.
All they need to do right now is they just need to group up and push. Mid has, they can just tank mid and take it if they want to.
So, you know, actually Cataclysm going down on Moxie. Fear going to go off on Jarvan, but it's not going to be doing too much. Shirelia's being popped. And Soraka going back with the rest of the team. They could be able to tank this. Nocturne is very low. Vlad's not going to be coming back in for another 20 seconds or so. So this next minion wave, they might be able to do something. And Ahri trying to get that.
They gotta keep an eye out for
on.
Graves though, because Graves does have a lot of farm. He did pick up a lot of just random kills, so you know he does have the eye edge. He's working his PD. He should have his PD in the next 2 minutes. So once he does get his PD and Last Whisper, you know the standoff is gonna get longer and longer.
Yep, minions are down now. We wait for the next wave. Baron buff 75% remaining. And now Fortnite once again playing that defensive game. But they know if they can defend this correctly, and if they can catch Mono on their aggressive play, they could be back into this once more, just like game 1.
It's actually a lot harder because Caitlyn, unlike MF, has a lot longer range. So she's going to be able to drop this trap and just zone while she takes tower. So pushing should be a very, very easy feat this game for them. When you're ahead and you have Caitlyn, you're able to just keep on dropping traps, and if somebody walks on the trap,
Pixel, what are you doing? Pixel, get out of there! No, Pixel.
I think Pixel.
No. Stop doing that stuff to me! Stop doing that stuff to me! I thought you may have caved for a second.
If she was DC'd or something.
That would have been bad. That could have been real bad.
She's actually relatively safe.
Yeah.
You know, assuming she was DC, she's probably dead. But since she's not, she still has her tornado and still has her ultimate to knock people back. But I can see like a heavy push right now. This tower is gonna drop fairly easy. Once Caitlyn gets a couple of traps down, she's gonna be able to just get free hits off.
Yep. Actually, you know,
now that first trap was just to burn the shield. The second trap, she's high enough level that if she puts a lot of points into trap, well, she's 17, right?
Yep.
So that trap should be relatively low cooldown. She just needs to lay them down.
11 seconds cooldown on that trap. And you know, if someone does get caught in it off guard, if Nocturne decides to step in it without his shield, he will be stunned and staying there enough to get quite a few crits off from Caitlyn.
I feel like Caitlyn should just drop it a little further away from tower. That if Nocturne wants to...
Going in.
Oh, this tower's gone.
Minion wave going in. Fear going down. Tower's not there. It is. Tower's now down. Graves ult going in. Vladimir going down. And Janna does come in. And Cataclysm tries to get as many people as we can. There's a lot of scatter here going on from both teams. Moxie will also be going down. Jarvan falls. Kennen falls. Nocturne falls. And Fortnite is edging out again. No, Mono, what are you doing? And Pixel will be going down Lost Oracles. And that's an ace for 4-0. Oh no.
A repeat of last game.
Oh no. Oh no. So, but at 4-0 here now with this ace, unlike last game, they're actually a really good spot. They got 4 members up, creep wave pushing. They can take this tower. They're just going to tank this tower, probably is right up in front. And do you think they could probably take out the next tower? I'm not sure if they're going to get hit.
They can take the next tower. But it's risky because
I'm not so
they're
sure
gonna
about
get chased back out. So I think they're just gonna back up and try and take buffs. They're gonna push as much as they can. As soon as everybody res, they're gonna back out.
Yep, there we go. That's the cue. Ahri and Jarvan, the backups, are just gonna go ahead and fall back.
Just feeding that Graves. That Graves is gonna kill everybody again. You saw exactly what he did last game. He just decimated people after people. So this game, Fortnite isn't nearly as far behind, so coming back is actually a lot more likely.
No, Kramer not gonna be.
Oh boy!
No auto attack from Nintendo. The standard would have done it.
Yeah, he didn't. If he had his ult up, Vlad probably would have died too. It was on about like a 15-20 second cooldown. So
yeah, and now it's gonna be coming back just momentarily. So and we have we're not that far away from Baron coming back.
They're not too far. What Mono wants to do is they just want to push out lanes, group up, and set up traps and fight.
Yeah.
I think that's their best choice. And I think they're a little scarred from the last fight because they completely got demolished even with Baron buff. So right now they're thinking, oh man, how are we going to team fight this? This is going to come down to just good warding and good teamfight positioning.
And also, I mean, when we see Mono, when they were doing their pushing earlier on, they were not pushing as a full 5. Now we have all 5 members here up in top lane, actually trying to make something happen at this tower.
So if she can get down 3 traps, they can win this fight.
Nothing real, actually being a little bit behind, trying to catch up with the group. Got caught out a little bit, took some damage from that. But we do have an open inhibitor too, but I don't want Mono to get overzealous like we had last game, like trying to clear the way for someone to try and just knock down the inhib. But Caitlyn actually getting a few shots off while she can. Buckshot trying to fend off everyone. ParadoXical's got the Foxfire ready to go in case they decide to engage on this Nintendo taking point. Vlad ult going down. Is for nothing going to engage on this. Nocturne ult goes down. You're going to be focusing down, and Janna does go down first. Probably here picking up the rear with the flames. Nintendo gets the ultimate down, but he does die in the process. 3 members from Mono down, 2 members from Fortnite down. Mono does have to retreat away. paroL is actually being a little bit slowed here. Kennen, what did you buy? Kennen, you did get the Rylai, so that will slow Graves down a little bit.
I feel like Kennen needed an early hourglass this game, just because, Jarvan and Kennen is the front line this game.
Yeah.
And so the only people that are going to be taken is Kennen and
Yes, the kill, nice. But right now, look at so much damage coming in.
They got this free inhib.
Yep, and Caitlyn being able to edge out Graves just barely, so that will be an inhibitor for Mono. Probably is here. Is his ult up? It is not. He used it during that last team fight. So Mono now falling back. They got what they wanted. They got the inhibitor. Oh, it's like, but they're edging it out here. So close in these team
I feel
fights.
like Mono should still be fine.
Yeah.
They're gonna pull ahead just because they're gonna get the next dragon and Baron, and so the Baron is up right now. As soon as the team comes back, the creep wave is gonna shove to their inhib. So all they need to really do is just set up traps, and as long as Mono's probably just gonna go back by and set up for Baron, because Graves got 7 seconds, Vlad's got 5 seconds. So in terms of getting back, they should be back at the same time contested.
Caitlyn's got a fair amount of gold on her as well. What did she pick up? Pick up a BF sword. Get a little bit more damage. How much crit does she have? 2. Crit chance, 63%.
Basically, right now, Caitlyn is just monster damage, and she has a lot more safety than Miss Fortune last game. So in terms of dealing with Graves, it shouldn't be as hard, because what happens is if Graves quick draws to her, she can just carbon net back, and that quick draw would wear out within a few seconds when he's trying to close the gap. And she does
getting BloodWater with a taunt. Will be able to get quite a bit done. Shirley is being popped by Soraka, that they will get out. Oh man, I thought BloodWater was going to be dead for sure on that.
So ParadoXical is actually being a lot more safe. After giving up those 2 or 3 kills, just being so bloodthirsty, he figured, all right, if I do this a couple more times, I'm going to throw the game very, very hard. And that's exactly what he doesn't want to do. He's not jumping at every opportunity anymore. He's got to time his, like I said earlier, he's got to time his aggression now.
Right. And aggression, not bad, but, you have to know the moments, and you can't just do it willy-nilly.
Oh, this is a good time to fight.
And there
Nocturne's
we go.
Shield is down.
Caitlyn
she can taunt just about anybody, and they can just engage this fight.
Mono has for now run. Shirley is being popped. Ult Vladimir ult going down. Nocturne now going down. Nintendo actually a little bit too far out, but Kennen ult will not be able to get anyone. Caitlyn does pick up Nocturne, but Nintendo is too far away from the team, and Ari actually does now die in the process. Fortnite is actually now focusing down nothing real. Vladimir coming in, trying to clean up on the rest of the team. Rumble will take down Caitlyn. Nintendo is here. paroL now just playing cleanup crew. Kennen, Vladimir in the bush, and Vlad will be able to finish that out.
Oh, that was such a bad fight.
Wow. Nintendo now running for life here, trying to find a place to save. Ugh.
They're actually very lucky because bottom lane's pushing to the tower.
Yes,
so,
it is.
That tower is...
Come on, Minions, you can do it. Minions, you can do it. Come on.
One more hit. One more...
7 health.
It's not too bad. It doesn't matter. Cause anyone can just go tap it. A little wind would just push over that tower at this point.
Yeah. So it's Yeah, in that last team fight, Mono just like Nintendo just kind of like bum rushed charge like right to the back end of 4-0's line, and in the meantime, like Kennen ult was going down there too, focused on the front line. There's like I think a little bit of miscommunication, I think, on the part of Mono.
I think that if Jarvan was able to lock down 2 or more with the Kennen ult on top of them,
Yeah.
you know, Caitlyn should be able to get some free damage, but it didn't really, you know, it could have potentially been a really, really great engage. It just ended up being very bad. He locked down one person and basically just stood there and almost died for it.
Yeah. I think like the key here is, you know, we need synergy, because like a lot of people don't realize that, you know, Jarvan ult, you have someone locked in there. If Kennen's in there with you, Kennen just pops the ult and they have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And they're going to be stunned inside the Cataclysm. And anyone like Ahri, you know, with massive damage in team fights, just go ahead, throw the orb in. Like, it's, you know, if you get the Jarvan ult, you pretty much get Kennen ult for free.
The thing is, Mono's still in it. It's definitely a lot harder.
Yeah.
Mono has like a skill-based comp where they have to land
Shooting
skill shot.
over the forest, Nocturne getting the ult in on Caitlyn. Moxie wants Caitlyn. Rumble ult going down, and again, we're seeing a little bit of a split here in terms of Mono. Rumble will be the first to follow, followed by Soraka. And Vladimir, he's got the Ignite on him. He's very low, but Nintendo gonna be coming back around. Standard will be able to come back up. Just auto text will bring him down, and Graves cannot get away. Now we got a team fight in Mono's favor, and now they will go ahead and
over.
push.
They're ending it right now.
They should be able to push to win. They better push to win. we don't want any 50-minute business like we had last time. So tower will go down, inhibitor will go down, and they should be able to push.
They can honestly end the game right now. If they don't end this game, I'm gonna be upset.
Mono, you gotta finish this right now. And yep, and Fortnite is now there's gonna go ahead and start leaving. And there we go. There's the surrender vote, and Mono Esports wins game number 2. They're back around to play another day. Good job on Mono's part. Nice work.
Yeah, they made my heart skip a beat. They're just so far ahead.
I know.
They're so far ahead. And that Graves just got really full. He's done.
He
eating.
did. He's got.
He's like, I'm done eating. You guys can win now.
It's Thanksgiving dinner. You know, he's had his 3 plates full. He's going back for pie, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have had that.
But yeah,
But still, though, like Graves this game, you know, did make quite a bit of bank.
Yeah, like one thing you noticed Ahri did was she laid off being so Rambo.
Yeah.
Until that very last fight where she just dashed back in to kill Vlad and Graves and die instantly, of course. But you know, at that point in the game, they'd already won.
Mm-hmm.
And so a couple more of that a little bit earlier, and I felt like Fortnite could have actually come back all the way and win the game. So you know, it's just a lot of risky plays that just got my heart a little unstable.
So, and you know, also keep in mind, you know, Mono is going to be there at IPL 4.
Yeah.
And we've seen them play, and we're being like a little bit, you know, critical of their play, but also like offering advice, like just from player to player.
Mm-hmm.
Mono's heading into IPL 3. Like one good piece of advice to give these guys as they're heading in.
I think they're solid players. Just I feel like a lot of times they can group and press advantages and just poke. I feel they're taking things too fast. You know, you gotta time your push with the creep waves. So say there's bottom wave built up, top wave built up. Just wait until that pushes to the bottom lane tower. Someone's gonna have to split, or they want to farm that.
Right.
And if they don't farm that, their tower's gonna take free damage. You know, you have traps. You just make sure you lay down 2 or 3 of them before the fight starts, because you know, if you lay it down around where you are, inevitably somebody's gonna just trip it, just because there's so much frenzy going on in the fight. People don't know where anything is, and so just take things a little bit more slow. You're ahead. You know, the chances are you're gonna win. Why do you need to rush it and give the enemy team a chance of coming back?
Yeah.
You know, it's just the way all the top team plays. They're really good at snowballing. When they're ahead, they make sure they keep on extending that lead. And just the last 2 games, they weren't snowballing as safely as they needed to. They took a lot of risky snowballs. And when you take risky snowballs, it looks amazing when you can kill 3 people by yourself.
Yeah.
But when you die instantly and give up your spree, it can look really, really bad too. So it's like I'm either going big or I'm going home. And a couple of times she just went home.
Yeah, and especially if there's a whole bunch of money on the line, you don't want to be going home.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. But yeah, so good job, Mono Esports. Going to be coming back to fight again another week. But yeah, once again, thank you all for joining us here at IPL Killing Spree. Always a fantastic time. We will be back again next week. And remember, if you are in the Austin, Texas area, we will be at South by Southwest. I'm going to be there. Dan's going to be there. Baron's going to be there. We got all of Epic's going to be there.
Yeah, my entire team's going to be there.
Dyrus is going to be on the other side, though.
Yeah. Let's spank some Dyrus.
So, we have all the information on that. You can just go ahead, always hit us up on Twitter or on Facebook, IGN Pro League on both of those. But until then, I think we're pretty much close to done. Any shout-outs this week?
Ooh, shout-outs. I didn't even come in here thinking about shout-outs, but...
how about this? Shout-outs to you first. Brought in some T-shirts for us today.
Oh, yeah. I brought in some You Mad Bro T-shirts from the Solo Mid store. I guess I'll shout out to the Solo Mid store. I just brought in, I think I brought in like 5. A couple of them a little too big, so I'll have to come back, make another trip. But
or if you saw this guy during the IPL 4 qualifiers, had the Bay Life shirt on.
I had the Bay Life shirt on.
Good stuff.
You don't want to see my house. So basically, 2,300 T-shirts stacked inside my house. It's a lot of T-shirts.
Actually, Kyle, we got the shirt. Wait, throw it over here. We got to show this off. Oh, look at this thing. This thing's hilarious. You mad, bro? Yo, you mad, bro?
Yeah, so I brought in 5 of those. I'll probably bring a couple more next week.
Why not? Yeah, maybe bring some to South by Southwest. I don't know.
Yeah,
why not?
Hey, maybe I'll bring in like maybe 10, 20, 30 and give it out to the fans at South by Southwest.
There you go. Even more incentive for you guys to show on up. So, so from everyone here at the IGN Pro League, myself, RedBaron, Dan Dinh, we will see you guys again next week, same time, same place. And until then, we'll see you.
All right. Take care.